Good morning, everyone. Oh my gosh, can you believe it? This is the second edition of the All Black Everything Summit, brought to you by yours truly, me, Joy. I'm so excited. I'm like, if you can hear my voice, it's shaking a little bit because I'm nervous because I haven't done this since May. Can you believe it? I'm like, oh my goodness. So before we begin, I want to send a special shout out, some love to my presenting sponsor, Visa. Yes, I said Visa, y'all. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Visa sponsored our second summit. I'm floored. It's such a blessing that someone else is believing in what is happening here. We are growing, we are expanding, and that is just everything. I also want to send a shout out because look around. You don't see a refrigerator in the background. You don't see paper towels in the background. You see a studio, okay? Thank you, and special shout out to Splashlight Studios for gifting me this opportunity, sponsoring this opportunity for us to broadcast out of their studios, because guess what? They believe in the mission too. I am so excited to bring you guys what we have in store for this summit. Can you believe it? Good morning, Monique. Thank you for tuning in. This is good morning to my sister Daria. Good morning, and to my mother. I know she's there too. Good morning, Umoja. Hopefully I said your name correctly. If I didn't, please forgive me. But listen, I want to just remind everyone. Good morning, Christina. Everyone, oh my gosh, everyone's coming in. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I just want to remind everyone that where we started was in May. Do you guys remember what was going on? We were at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was like, how are we going to get through this? So that is when I was like, you know what? Let's get some tastemakers in here. Let's get some people out here, and let's make sure we touch, move, and inspire people from around the globe. So that's exactly what we did. So let's start going into what happened right after the summit. I don't know if you guys, have it at the forefront of your mind, but I definitely do. Right after the summit, literally 2 to 3 weeks after, that is when George Floyd was murdered. And that made the summit even more timely. It made it even more important today, because after that, we had all the social unrest go on, and it just brought the mission even more much more needed. It was needed even more. And then that's also when we had a Central Park Amy incident. Do y'all remember that? Because I sure do. I didn't forget that. But it was just a powerful message going all around. And I just wanted to make sure that we were still being inspired. Another thing that happened right after is that we saw all these people that were all about unity and diversity and inclusion, and then it's now it's kind of waning a little bit. Y'all feel that? We saw a lot of black squares. We saw a lot of people like saying, hey, let's all join in. Let's all hold hands like the old Coca-Cola commercial. But now, where are they? Hopefully we're all in this for the long haul. That's why I wanted to do it again, because I wanted y'all to know that this wasn't a one-time thing. We are not going to stop until we all have opportunities, until we all are able to create our tables and move and touch, move, and inspire everyone around the globe as well. So listen, everyone, I want to say thank you for coming through. I can't believe it. I'm just like, number 2, we're going to knock this out the park. If you guys already know, we've already upped the ante. We're going to keep upping the ante even more. We're going to thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate it. We're going to keep upping the ante even more. We're going to keep going. This train does not stop. As you guys see, I don't know if you guys remember the last opening theme, introduction, but this second one, Imani. So Imani was the first one, was the person that did the other one. But this one, Imani put her foot in it. Okay, tell me that opening was not everything. I loved it. So Imani, thank you so much. I also want to say a shout out and thank you to my girl Lyda with Splashlight Studios. Thank you so much, Lyda. You are a dream. I also have to send a shout out to my people, Karen L. Culpepper and J. Dot. You guys are everything. Yes, the space is gorgeous. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Yes, I am looking forward to awesome conversations too. Jamie, thank you. Jamie, actually, you know what? Thank you to Jamie and Annie. I want to thank T10 Collective for helping me with everything. I'm telling y'all, I am not going to stop until we are all doing our thing in this industry. So look, you all, I want you guys to know that in 20 minutes, well, actually about 24 minutes, we're going to come back. We're going to be with Miss Karen L. Culpepper, because like you guys, if you guys don't remember in the first one, I like to open up the summit with words of encouragement, and also just what do we want to bring in? What kind of outcome do we want from the summit? We were laying the foundation. It's all about laying foundations. We want to make sure that we are all laying our foundations so that we get the most from this summit. We're going to write it down. Listen, it is class. You are in class and we are in session. All right, everyone. I will see you guys in 20 minutes with Miss Karen L. Culpepper. Bye. And guess what, everyone? One more thing. We have an outro. Take a look. everyone. You got me. I'm bobbing my head. That is the song. Yes, that intro is everything. It is lit. Imani did her thing. Okay. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the All Black Everything Summit edition number 2. I appreciate it. I am your founder, Joy Fennell, ABB Summit. Listen, this right here, this panel coming up is amazing. Thank you so much, T10 Collective. First of all, well, how are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are hanging in there. I hope you guys woke up and with a sense of purpose. We're going to do our thing with the summit. I'm so excited. Hello, good morning, Ellie. Good morning. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. I hope so. Please, if I'm not, please don't get too upset with me. I promise to get it right. I just want to make sure everyone is doing well. This right here, this panel, our first kickoff panel is going to be everything. If you guys attended the first one, Karen L. Culpepper is my sister friend. Okay, my sister friend for real. We have known each other for forever and a day. It seems like we were born and we came out the womb together, because like literally our souls connected at University of Maryland, College Park. We both were majoring in African American studies, and from there on, let me tell y'all, we had the funniest. The way we met was, good morning, everyone. Good morning. The way we met is hilarious. We were in class. Good morning, Renee. We were in class and we were talking, or rather, it was a lecture time. And someone said something, and Karen and I were both like, wait, what? And we scanned the room. And once we scanned that room, our eyes locked on each other. And we were like, you know that? We were both like, what just happened here? So ever since then, we have been friends. We have been sisters. That's my girl for forever and a day. But also the great thing about Karen is an herbalist. She knows everything. She is, when I need to get centered, I talk to my friend. She grounds me. She is so patient and so kind, and I can't wait for you guys to unwind and meet her, because guess what? We need to take inventory about what's going on in our lives right now and lay our foundation for our future. So what I'm going to do now is bring Miss Karen L. Culpepper into the room. Good morning.
Hey, Joy.
How are you?
I am well and excited and missing you and loving you from afar. I'm so proud of you, Joy. And I was cracking up in the background about how we met.
Yes, that we should write a book on that one day. That was hilarious. I loved it. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for being a part of this. We definitely remember you from the first one. You were amazing in the first one, and I'm so happy, and I can't wait for us to get into the second one, because we are, thank you, V. We are getting ready to have a session. Yeah. Karen came up with an amazing way for us to start the summit, for us to ground ourselves, for us to just get into the flow. So Karen, without further ado, I want to send it off to you. So where do we start?
Exactly. You know what? I was thinking, let's start with the breath. Let's just breathe, not as an opening exercise, but like breathe because that is life, right? And breathe because that is death. And I was thinking of taking 5 breaths. So like one for ourselves, one for our families, one for our communities, one for our humanity, one for the world.
Yes.
Right? So just calling that in, calling through our own bodies, our own breath, just calling in healing, and just breathe at your own pace. Just 5 deep, like inhales, y'all, are literally letting your belly come out so that your lungs can literally drop down, and then let it all out. So we can begin this entire ABE Summit, 2nd edition, with like just calm and sadness. All right.
All right. So I am ready.
Yes.
Not ready to breathe. Let's breathe.
Exactly. So I'll just do the count. Oh no. Let's go at our own pace. So I suggest box breathing. So it's like inhale 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then hold 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we're just going to pause for like a minute and just breathe. And just gently come back.
Yes.
5 breaths, right? Like just calm. Like that's medicine you have access to always.
Medicine you have access to. Wow, I love that. I feel really like that was really powerful. Like I feel it. I feel more calm. Before I felt anxious because, of course, I want to start the summit and I want to get it popping. But now I'm like, okay, I do feel more calm and yeah, that's nice.
Totally, just into our bodies, right? Into our mental body. I would say bodies plural. So like our mental body, our physical body, our emotional body. How can we like ground and center in that moment?
Yes,
So
I love it.
Today, I wanted to do something just new and different, right, from the rest of the summit. And I wanted folks to not only do a bit of inventory, but not feel like, we are about to be blessed with the presence of like just Black brilliance, right? Creatives, makeup artists, and that's a lot of like conversation between a moderator and participants. However, this is a nice way to kind of get your fingers on the pulse of what is happening for you in this moment. What is alive for all of us as individuals in this moment? And one of the founders of my grad school, Diane, who I love, she used to always say, we word our world into being, right? So come on, Diane, we word our world into being. So we create our worlds through our speaking, right? So by speaking to people's listening, that's how our worlds unfold and manifest, right? So here you are speaking your ideas into people's listening, and then visa, won't you will. You know what I'm saying? Splashlight, won't you will, right? So, right. And you know the saying, closed mouths don't get fed. So what are we dreaming up for ourselves in this moment, right?
Which is, I think, very powerful because I feel like as a lot of times in our communities, sometimes I feel like we have a hard time dreaming past a certain thing. So I think that this is great. I think, yes, we have to dream. We have to look and visualize going forward. So yeah.
Absolutely. And then to be in a creative space, right? So you and I both know we'll send each other motivational stuff. And one of the things we've been like vibing off of recently is folks will hold you to your limitations. Folks will hold you to your limitations. So sometimes it's time to move on, and that's okay. And expand, right? And move into spaces and communities that are like 2 steps ahead so that you can continue to expand and grow, right? And evolve as a creative. So I just wanted to create a space. And this is kind of, Joy, you and I, this is what we do very naturally, right? When we get together and we meet somewhere, we get together and we kind of do this dream work. We do some mapping, we bring out our markers and our Post-its. So I just wanted to spill that over into the summit.
I love that. Yes. All right. So we're ready. Let's do it.
So let's first honor, we are in the midst of Mercury retrograde, where there's usually breakdown in communication. And it's a time of deep reflection. In less than 2 weeks, we are already in the midst of such a pivotal election,
Yeah.
right? And here's the ABE summit right on time, right? So it's like we got us. It's important for us to be seen. It's important for us to be heard. It's important for us to thrive. It's important for us to be well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to continue to create. And in this moment, there is a deep need for our gifts.
Yeah.
So let's dive together and dive safely kind of into 3 different prompts. So we're going to walk through 3 prompts, an exercise, and then a closing question to kind of like carry us through the next 3 days.
Yeah.
So the 3 prompts are going to be, and this is all about participation, right? It's all about sharing. So what's going well, right? We're going to talk about this theme of disruption.
Okay.
And then who or what are we grieving in this moment, right? To create some space to like grieve.
Wow. Yeah.
What have we lost? Letting go of. Like sometimes we don't have a say over what we lost, but we can choose what we're going to let go of, right?
Wow.
And then we're going to do a little charting exercise. And it's just a way to see what is full in these 4 different areas of our life. And then what do we need to center?
Okay.
And then a closing question. How's that sound?
I love it. I love it. I think this is great because especially the grieving thing, a part of it, because a lot of times that's another thing I feel like in our community, we don't know how to grieve. If there isn't even a proper way to grieve. And especially in 2020, we've had a lot of things go on this year. But one of the things, I definitely want people to know is that 2020 could be a year where you have your biggest breakthrough. So these are things that we're learning, and this 2020 ain't over yet, y'all. So
no, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, so we're still doing it. So I am ready. I'm like, this is great.
Okay, now let's start with, this is always when I have my herbalist hat on, when I start an herbal consultation, my first question to every client is what is going well? And they're kind of taken aback because I think we're so practiced in speaking our suffering, right? When we go to the doctors, they don't really ask you, how are you doing? It's like, what's wrong? And I think we're very practiced culturally at saying all the things that are wrong, right? Wrong. I would say areas of improvement, right? Or things that it may not be as full. We want to focus on that and like make that fuller in our world.
Okay.
And like there are some folks, and that's not to minimize pain, discomfort, and suffering. That's very real, right? And so is healing, right? So there may be folks, they don't necessarily have that awareness that, oh my gosh, I got to do some healing work. Or they may not be in community where they're like gently called in, right? Gently brought into community to do some healing work or called out, right? I think a lot of times we're scared to call folks out when folks aren't feeling well or doing well. And this was really profound. I remember when I was studying with a teacher studying Ayurveda, and she said something so profound because I know as an herbalist, I can be overly optimistic, like plants are amazing. And the teacher was like, it's not everyone's karma to heal.
Wow.
That may be their work in this lifetime to be in suffering, right? So to say that, and we all may have that person, that friend, that family member that whatever is going on in their world, they wear that on their sleeve, right? Every time you check in with them, it is like being slimed. So it's kind of like being Pigpen in Peanuts, and you didn't ask to be dragged into this abyss of suffering and muck every time, right? So because it's so easy to dive into that, let's start with, and this is an open sharing.
Okay.
What is going well for you in this moment? We're at first day of ABE Summit. It's Wednesday, October 21st, 10:45 a.m. What is going well? And
so everyone, drop it in the chat. Like, let us know what is going well in this moment. We want to hear from you, because even though I know, like we keep saying, a lot of stuff is going on in this world, we definitely all still have something that we can put. Well, how about this? My first what is going well is that I woke up this morning. Won't he will?
Right.
So it's just like, so yeah, so everyone, we need some comments. We need you guys to let us know what is going well in your life. What is going well in your life right now, Karen?
You know what? I feel like I'm in a rhythm that serves.
Okay.
And reflecting back to May when the pandemic started, like I was on the back end, right, doing like production stuff for ABE Summit. And I was also filling herbal orders because it's just that hectic in that moment. And I feel like now things have kind of like settled down a bit. I have more systems in place. I feel like I'm in a healthy rhythm that serves.
Good. So we got some comments. We got Daria Fanel, my sister. She says she's alive. So that is going well. Yes, that is going well. I am alive.
Yes.
So I think we have to definitely appreciate that. Like, we have to appreciate life.
Life is real.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you think about it, it's like we're going to talk about like grief, and maybe we can shift to that, right? Mm-hmm. Grief. It's like there are folks that are not here. Like we're the ones that made it for real.
Very, very true. So how do you think we should, or how do we go through that process?
On the grief in particular, Joy?
Yeah.
Yes. So grief can be many different things, right? So it's not necessarily, it's like who and what are we grieving? That was the prompt question, right? Who's moved into another realm, right? And there are folks that have left this realm, and it was not because of this plague called COVID-19. There are folks that it's like, okay, this is my call. I'm answering that call. It's my time to move, right? Move on to other realms and be laid to rest. There are folks that are grieving. Do you know how many friends we have that are in the midst of, like, couldn't wait for the courthouses to open so they can file for divorce? Like, you feel me? Like, grieving people, grieving places or things too, right? There are folks that could be grieving jobs.
Yes.
Folks that have had to move as a result of this moment in time. Folks that are grieving marriages. Child, folks that are grieving privacy.
Wow.
Right? Bless the parents. Bless everyone. And bless the parents who in this moment are juggling their work in the world and having a child or children home full time.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. I give it up to you parents that are doing that. Like, that is amazing. That's on a whole nother level. So
yes.
She is appreciated, or they, I'm not sure. Clarity and peace of mind, joy, inspiration, and motivation.
Yes.
Yes, I love that. Light up, friends in a community, learning how to ask for support. And that's really important. Asking for support is a hard thing to do. I've had to learn how to do that myself. So I love that. Samantha gained the courage to change career. Yes, I feel very supported by my friends and family. That's amazing. I'm so happy that you feel supported. Support is everything. Support is really everything. Umoja, I have friends and family who have called and texted me this morning. I chose to focus my energy on those who value me. Value exchange.
Yes.
I love that. Value exchange. I love that.
And Joy, you said something really profound right before the comments started coming in about community, and I don't remember, but I feel like when you have trust and safety it's easy to lean into community.
Yes.
Right? When you have trust and safety, and that value is centered, communities easy, right? You can go.
Now, my question is, how do you start to get that type of community in your life if you don't have it in your life right now?
Yeah, that is real. And that's a great question, Joy. And I'm very thankful and grateful that I've always cultivated that, right? You already know I'm like a recluse. I can be with my herbs and be happy. I can put on some boots and go hiking in the woods and be just fine and like not be attached to my phone. And there are some folks I purposely don't call because if something goes down, I need that call to count. Right? Like my friend Rochelle, if something goes down, and when I call Rochelle, Rochelle's like, oh, if Rochelle calls me, I'm like, oh, because that call counts. So I've always cultivated that. And I mean, also that was a value, right? My dad used to always say, if you have more friends than fingers, something's wrong. Right. So in this day and age of like social media where, you know, and you and I have talked about this, like you have your first self and like social media kind of being your second self. I've always just not performed my life. Like this is
performed your life. Okay.
You feel me? Like here you are. Look at Joy just glowing and that beautiful red lip in the hair.
That's the lighting. But
and here I am.
The studio.
Right. And here I am. I'm like sitting in front of the window. I put some lip balm on and I'm like, okay, go, showtime. You know, it's just authentically, I think if you're authentic, you can find your people. You will find your people, right? And I think a lot of times your energy is kind of being matched. Like birds of a feather.
Yes, very true. Yes. Wow. Okay, I love that. Darrell. Hi, Darrell. Good morning. The ability to still be able to create and see my business slowly increasing in the middle of this pandemic, which I'm really grateful for. That is amazing. I think that is where a lot of people don't know when you have trust and safety, it's easy to lean into. That is so true. I think one thing that a lot of people don't know, a lot of people don't realize is that this is an opportunity. A lot of people look at, and you know, like, and it's easy to be like, you know, 2020 is this, 2020 is that. Yeah. It's easy to fall into that. Sure. But how can you make a way out of no way? You know, your back is up against the wall. Because like you mentioned earlier about careers have changed, marriages have changed, friendships have changed. How are you now going into that and changing it and coming out on the other side in a better place than when you went in? Because that's an opportunity that can totally happen as well. So so I love it. So where are we going next?
Okay, so grief, right? So if folks can share, like it's not all rose-colored glasses. What are folks what are folks grieving in this moment? Who and what are folks grieving in this moment? That's our next.
I can start with me. What am I grieving in this moment? I think, you know, like a lot of times we expect to have been certain places when you're by a certain age, you know? So it's like, so I don't know if I want to just be real with you guys and say that every now and again you grieve who you think you were supposed to be.
Come on.
You know, and I'm like, how do you get past that and move forward? Yeah, learning how to embrace lack of privacy. Oh yeah, enjoy that closeness while also mourning the close physical presence. Oh yes, that is grieving as well. You're my call too, Lida. Oh, but yeah, that is grieving. That is real grieving too. Yes. Being able to just walk up and embrace someone. Actually, also grieving, not being able to see somebody from the eyes down on the street. Like, you don't realize what you miss until it's not there.
Yes.
Like, what is going on? So, yeah. Too. Yeah.
And I also grieve expression. Like, with a mask on, you're kind of just reading beautiful eyes, and like I miss smiles or not, right? Like something about, there's something so beautiful about our mouths, like this whole
Yeah.
area, right? They're like two major senses, right? It's like taste and like smell. So it's a interesting, and also clients, Joy. I've helped some folks that have transitioned during this time.
Wow.
Yeah, like a few clients have passed away. I've had a dear friend, multiple friends lose parents.
Wow.
Yeah, like one of my dear friends, she was my roommate when I used to work in spa. We used to work at Four Seasons together. And bless her, like she's lost both of her parents like in a 5-month time period. So like grief is really real. And I'm wondering if there are creative ways to, like, what are the rituals that can help us acknowledge and move through our grief?
So that's a great question. What are some of the rituals that we can start to do to acknowledge and move through?
Sure.
On all levels with grief.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be so simple as, I mean, when I think of grief, I think of land. I think of like homegoing services and folks being buried. Like, is there a way that we can do that with pots or like our word medicine, kind of like write some things down, and how do we transform it? Do we burn it? Do we bury it? Right? I think there's a lot of room for creativity. For me, grief looks like pulling my energy back and really diving into self-care.
Okay.
So I can totally be that dolphin kind of on the surface, and then I'll take a deep dive, like just to fill up my well again.
Oh, wow. I love that. I love that. So what is the third? So, okay, so we dealt with what are we calling in?
Yes.
And then also now we also dealt with like grief. But what is the third folder rather?
Yes, the third prompt is about disruption.
Okay.
Yeah, disruption. So like we're in the midst of Mercury retrograde. It started a week ago. You will bump into folks from the past, right? Someone might text you like from high school, or you might bump into, or maybe they'll reach out some other way, but bump into a past lover, right? So like all of this stuff from the past comes up, but it's also a time of like reflection. Like it's not a time to necessarily start all these new things, right? It's not an ideal time to necessarily like sign contracts. It's a time of like just pause and reflection.
Okay.
So I'm wondering what is being disrupted for folks, right? So when we started the ABE Summit, we were in this acute phase, right? It was very new to be sheltering in place.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of in this chronic phase. So what have we let take root, right? So one of the things I've seen as an herbalist is a lot of folks are kind of spiraling in their mental bodies. There's a lot of anxiety that's happening. And that's also the energy of fall too, right? It's a time where it's a bit more windy and leaves, trees aren't investing into their branches. They're pulling all their energy down to the core because it's about survival, right? I got to make it through the winter. That's kind of what plants are doing. They invest all their energy into their roots. So I'm just curious, what have folks let root? What has gone from acute and now is still around, right? What has gone from acute to chronic?
Okay.
And it's about awareness. Nothing's wrong.
Yes.
Just like, oh my gosh, I've had a client literally say, oh my gosh, I feel like I need to take care of my mental health. I'm not feeling like myself. What can we do for mental health support?
Yes. I think also like the fact that shout out to them for acknowledging that, because that is something a lot of people don't acknowledge it, especially in our community we tend to struggle with whether or not we can even seek help, talk to anyone about this. So shout out to them for even saying this is what I'm going through right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So how do we, if that's something Darrell says, the loss of time, wasting so much time in spaces the universe didn't want me in.
Oh, come on.
Wow. That is, wow.
Come on.
Yes. Grieving the expectations I have for a failed relationship. Expectations. That is grieving sometimes. When you expect something, sometimes you can expect to grieve because we're already setting ourselves up because we've already placed thoughts on that. And so it's just like, so wow. I think sometimes we just probably need to just let things be, myself included. Like, this is about learning, like, so yeah, myself included.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really deep. So yeah.
And you know what else I want to share, Joy? I remember you and I mean, we've just been in communication this whole, like, what a beautiful, we always have like been connected, but we've been able to like just have wonderful, meaningful discussions and debates and conversations. And I remember we were talking about something one time, and it's like, what's for someone else is for someone else. That wasn't your blessing.
Very true. Yeah.
Your blessing is for you. My blessing is for me. Like, it's so laser focused and directed. And sometimes, folks, it's like, yo, that wasn't for you. That opportunity wasn't for you, right? Give praise, give thanks. Like, that relationship wasn't for you. Thank goodness you were pulled out, right?
But how do we, like, I feel like right now we can be like, oh yes, that's so true, you know, but how can we go into that, or as humans, do we have the ability to go into that thinking these things already, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And I think that's where community comes in, like, to be able to have someone hold space just for you. Like, I'm thankful I can call you. Like, Joy is one of my people. Joy is on my care team. Joy is my rock and sinking sand. So I have that where I can just lay it all on the line. And I trust you. I love you. I don't feel judged. I can call and just be like, Joy, help me. I could lay on the floor and make an imaginary snow angel, and you'll be like, it's going to be all right. But I think my intention with this is just to spark conversation, because truth, as we always say, truth is truth. And I think a lot of folks are delusional. Literally delusional. And I have that I have a board right here. Ideation without execution is just delusion. Folks got ideas, but if you're not executing them, why? The question is why.
Yes.
Wow. What's going to give you the momentum to kind of like roll my program, or my program's going to roll over you? Like, how can we be unstoppable? So my intention is just like, how do we just harvest what is so? That's what fall is about, right? Harvest season.
I love that. So I know that you had an exercise that you wanted us to do. So should we get into that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me know when you want me to put it up on the screen.
I'm ready. All
right. So there we go.
This is our little bagua. I'm gonna call it a little, well, I shouldn't say bagua, but it's kind of shaped like a stop sign, right? And we actually have one of these outside of our door, right? So for folks that don't know, my mom is Chinese. And so we have a bagua just like this. It's like 8-sided, and there's a mirror in the middle. And we live in a cul-de-sac. So we're the house in the middle. So what this does is kind of reflect bad energy back out. You know, we're protecting our home with that symbol and shape. So these are 4 different areas for us to take inventory, right? So there's joy, and there's pleasure, and there's creativity, and there's abundance. And so just take a moment, if you would like to. There are actually 5 5 stop signs and then just a cross in the middle. And so if you just take a moment to figure out in each area, whatever it means for you, right? What brings you joy? That could be plants, that could be community, that could be food, that could be Netflix, pleasure, right? That could be, I'm not going to be, we got sponsors and we're on, we're live. So that could be wet and gushy, or that could be cooking, that could be giving and receiving for pleasure. Creativity, that could be literally your work in the world, or doing something where you're literally creating. Is that painting, writing, podcasting? And then abundance, and that's not just money, right? So an abundance of support, an abundance of prayers, an abundance of business, whatever those things mean for you. So the goal is to figure out, how close are you to each of these prompts? So if you're full of joy, you're going to put an X or a circle, whatever shape or symbol resonates with you. You're going to be closer to the edges. You're going to be closer to joy. You have that area of your life is fuller, right? And if it's not, just mark a symbol closer to the center. Like, that's just bringing to your awareness, like, you know what? I've been a workaholic this entire time. I need to center joy. So for me, let's say joy is very full, but then pleasure, I'm kind of on the third line. I'm like, I need to center that. I want to bake more, or I want to have more sex, or, whatever that is.
Okay.
So just take a moment and figure out, like, which areas are full and which areas are calling you to, like, center it a bit more.
Okay. And so the goal is to have all of your dots as close together as possible.
Well, the goal, you know what? And I'll say the goal is just to see where you are in each category.
Okay.
Right. And then I guess, quote unquote, ideally, you would want each area to be very full. So closer to those edges, closer to the words.
Oh, okay. I love that. Okay.
And just it's not to really put a lot of thought into it. Like, the truth comes out usually very quickly.
Oh.
So you found yourself kind of performing like, my joy's kind of, and then just be like, truth, where is my joy? Right. And make a decision.
Okay. All right. So everyone, please, if you get a chance, like, I would love for you guys to participate in this work exercise, and because I think, like, this has a lot to do, and this, like we said, we're laying the foundation, because when you answer these questions, you'll then see what you need to get out of this summit. Once you lay your foundation, you're like, okay, I want more pleasure. Like, let's figure it out. How are we going to do this? Like, then you start to tune your ear. Or how about abundance? How are we going to start training our ear or tuning our ear to that? So I think, like, these questions or this example is amazing, because I never thought of my own personal life like that. Yeah. So I think, I don't know if you guys want to continue to see the graphic, but I thought that was a really good exercise.
Yes. And then we can also harvest. So as a harvest question, which area of folks' lives are very full?
Okay.
And then which areas need to be centered, right? So that's kind of part one of the question. And then part two is the areas that you desire to center. What are the action steps? So if you want to center, let's say, abundance, and abundance looks like money. Okay, so are you going to set a daily goal of how much money you need to make? And then how are you going to fulfill that goal, right? What are the action steps? So that could look like, I need to post more on Instagram. I will send out a newsletter weekly. I will tweak my website. So whatever that looks like. So it's a 2-parter or 3-parter. What area did you find was very full?
Mm-hmm.
What area what area desires to be centered?
Mm-hmm.
And then that area that desires to be centered or that you desire to center, what action steps are you going to take to make that area fuller?
It's all about action. It really is. It's all about action. Oh, well, hello to everyone, all the other sets that are here at Flashlight Studios. Hello, everyone.
Amazing.
Let me tell you, this studio is near and dear to my heart. Some of my favorite people are here, and I love it. So, yes, guys. Hello, everyone. It's all about action.
Absolutely.
It really is all about action. 2020 is about action. And I think like this is where a lot of people sometimes get caught up, is that we don't look at this year. This year could be a preparation year. Where you're sowing your seeds next year, but you're preparing and planting your seeds this year.
Absolutely.
So I want people just not to get caught up in the 2020, I'm just like, what is this about? We all have opportunities. We all have ways in which, even if you're in a crowded, quote unquote, crowded field, you still know people in that field who are still doing their thing. Absolutely. So don't get caught up in that. So yeah.
And then not only that, Joy, I always honor everyone's uniqueness, right? So in a crowded field, right? So that's going to be one of the topics, right? Eventually in the ABE Summit. In a crowded field, there is someone that only wants to come to you. You in a room of design, like makeup artists, like this global gathering of makeup artists. There's going to be someone that only wants to have Joy Fennell work on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to honor that as well. Like, we all have something unique that we are bringing to the table.
Yeah.
We're clear on our stuff. What's coming up?
That is so true. And a lot of people don't think that way. A lot of people think that a lot of times social media gives this false sense of needing to rush and do something, because now we're looking at everything everybody else is doing on a constant 24-hour cycle. So we're looking at what everybody else is doing. We're constantly like having to run over here, like, oh, this looks cool. Let me run over here and do this.
Sure.
Oh, that's cool. Let me run over here and do that. So now we're like, we've lost all type of focus on what we need to do for ourselves. So I think like that is one of the things, like, how can we stop that? Or is the goal like not to be on social media?
Right.
Or is it that, how can we utilize it to where we're like still doing what we need to do?
Absolutely, child. And I'm the wrong person to ask, because I am such a Pisces. Like, I always think about this Kanye quote, and it's like, my life is dope and I do dope, that is my life. I don't like, that's for me. And those experiences are for me. And I love them. Like, I can't think of many things that I want to share with every person that's following me.
Wow, that is true. Yeah, that is so true. That is so true. Oh my gosh, this conversation is amazing. I love it. I feel like it's more like, how can we keep deep diving and learning ourselves and growing and passing it on to the next generation. Those are things that I feel like one of the goals of the summit is definitely to heal generational trauma.
Sure.
Because a lot of us have gone through things, not even just us, our parents have gone through things, our great-grandparents have gone through, our grandparents. And so some of these things have been passed down through generations.
Sure.
They say now that it affects your DNA.
Yeah, that's real.
Wow, like that is very real. How are we going to now? How do we handle that? How do we deal with that?
I say start with you. So if trauma can be passed down, can't healing be passed down as well?
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? So like, how do we, when we do our work, how do we, hey Pisces, so how do we center our own healing and pulse that healing to generations forward and back, right? So this, like, Afrofuturism isn't just a trend, right? Like elders like Octavia Butler been talking about these things. So if trauma can be passed down, in my mind, healing can be passed up and down the bloodline as well.
Wow.
So I think the place to start is with you.
Yes.
When I heal, my brother heals, and my father, you know what I'm saying? And my daughter heals. And like, we're the line leaders of our bloodline. If you think, I have this little picture, and it's like a little cub, like lion cub standing, like sitting there. And behind the cub is like the mama cub, who is huge, right? And it's like the little cub is me, and the huge mama cub, those are the ancestors.
Okay.
If that resonates, right? There are so many different ways. But for me, I've set an intention, like, I'm going to disrupt trauma in my bloodline. I know that's part of my purpose and mission in this realm. And it's sometimes if we can just sacrifice for one generation, like, you can set up the next generations for abundance and well-being, right? So the question really is, what is your genetic contribution to your bloodline?
Wow.
What you passing down?
What are you passing down?
Totally.
What is your contribution? Because I mean, that's a great question, because a lot of times we look at what everybody else is doing. Totally. And we don't deal with the fact that, what are we doing? What are we passing down? Absolutely. And that, you know, like, that leads to what do they call it? Victimhood mentality. Like, we don't want that mentality. So it's like, or we don't rather want to put it on everyone else. Sometimes we have to do the work ourselves. Not even sometimes, all the time we have to do the work ourselves. Absolutely. So I think that is really, really thought-provoking. Yeah. To think about. Yeah.
It's thinking about legacy in a totally different way. I feel like we'll think about financial legacy before we think about, like, our genetic legacy. Genetic legacy. Wow. How about that, right? Wow. Like, what are we passing down? What is going to be our legacy? Is it like, I didn't do the work, or I caused chaos and confusion everywhere I went, right? Or I was like unhappy, or I didn't, like, my biggest fear, I would say this, is not living the dream I've imagined for myself. That's my biggest fear, right? I want to be able to move throughout the world. I want to be able to be doing ABE, All Black Everything Summit, 6th edition, and I'm in some other country and I don't even need to say it. Wow. Like, just to have fluidity in my life, in my world. Right?
Yes, I love this conversation. I can go talk about this all day long. I mean, but we have a full slate today. Karen, what are some of your plans for the rest of 2020?
Exactly. You know what? I am cleaning house, literally and figuratively. And I already started doing that with eliminating contacts in my phone. I'm like, who is this? When was the last time I talked to them, right? Have they called and been like, you okay? You need $1? Yeah. Right? How can I support you? How can I support your business? So I feel like I'm cleaning house. I'm working on, with your encouragement, and I appreciate you, working on a website. Like, I've always just kind of been underground with my product line, and it's like tried and true, and folks are like supporting it. So like getting those systems in place so that literally, I'm gonna keep it real, so that I can wake up and just fill orders. So I can wake up and I'm making money as I sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm real, and just tightening up systems. I am centering like family, rest, and well-being. Yeah.
I love that. I think like that. First of all, the systems thing is amazing. I'm always about systems because I don't have any. So I'm always like wondering, how do people put systems together? Like, and I'm always trying to think and grow with that. So that's a great suggestion, is the systems. Mm-hmm. But also like just to think about and vision what the rest of 2020 is going to be, and then also vision what 2021 is, 2020. Yes. Like thinking so far ahead.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we don't think in a visionary kind of way. We think of what's going on right now, and I could probably think tomorrow, but thinking about like in next year or in 5 years, in 10 years, where are we? What are we going to do? And then also just think about like, what are the ramifications, if any, what's going on in the world right now? Mm-hmm. So if you think about 2025, you got to start planting those seeds now.
Absolutely.
And so it's just like, so I love this conversation. I can talk about it all day long.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm just like, I'm ready for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think this year I was talking to a friend and she was saying like, I think this is a portal for like Black folks. And I was like, that's such an interesting take. And maybe it is about like composting. Maybe it is about like literally clearing, right? Yeah. Making way, open paths, like calling into our existence. Like, what are the open paths?
Yes.
We use our alchemy to like transform this moment in time.
Mm-hmm. And I know that a lot of people talk about ancestors, but what does that mean? Because I know like now everyone's like calling your ancestors, but what does that actually mean?
Yeah, I would say calling your righteous ancestors, right? You don't want to. Right. Some of these folks, do we need to be calling them? Calling in the righteous ancestors, right? Like, lead. Like, ask for something big. Like, I remember an elder, I went to a talk one time, and she like read us for Phil. She was like, some of y'all got y'all ancestors unemployed. And I was like, ooh.
Whoa.
They're waiting for you to speak into their listening. Something so big, and you have their support. So for me, I always call on my dad, right? My dad's not in this realm. I don't have any grandparents in this realm. Like, I just feel so close to them and so held. And I have some fierce little aunties that are there like, just do it. Like, do it now. Like, they're fiery. They want to see me thrive and, like bring my gifts into the world. So for me, they're like literal family members. Like, some folks, I may not even know their names, but I know they like smile down upon me and just walk with me on this journey.
Yes, I love that. So listen, I feel like especially in our community, we have some righteous ancestors because they fought the good fight. They really did. They were the ones that stood at those countertops and were like, we're not moving. And I think that's powerful. They're the ones that were toiling and doing what they needed to do to keep their family and their hopes and dreams alive. So I think that we need to call in that, and we get our power from that and keep on moving.
Absolutely.
So, yes. So if we, if they are for us, who is against us?
How about that?
And so if we are coming from that part, if we're coming from that point of view, nobody. So
Unstoppable.
unstoppable. Somebody said, oh Lord, not the unemployed ancestors. Let me get it together. Yes, we all need to, trust me, not the unemployed ones.
Exactly, because we from the South, right? We from the South. So if you think about it, and you think about how our grandparents probably, their living rooms and homes are like these living altars, right? All the family pictures up, and I'm like, that is something to explore.
Yes. Well, listen, Karen, you know you are my road dog for life.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate everything. I really love the fact that you are always the opening to the All Black Everything Summit. I feel like it's a tradition that I personally want to continue because I learned so much from you. I really, really do. It's just not just about a friendship. It's about a sisterhood, and it's about learning and education. And sometimes, you definitely help me recenter, and I really appreciate you. I want you to let everyone know, how can we find you?
Yes, the best way to find me is Instagram. Like, I'm totally open to DMs at KLCC Collective.
Okay. And then what about email, if you're okay with that? Or how do you feel about people contacting you through email, or should they just contact you through DM first?
Yeah, DM's fine. Or you can do info@klcccollective.com.
Yes. So listen, everyone, please contact Karen L. Culpepper, because do y'all see, like, literally she is the calm amidst storm. Like, seriously, like, she is my guiding light. So I just love you so much, and I appreciate you being here. I really, really do. So Karen, I'm gonna say goodbye to you, but I want to say a few words to everyone else real quick. Thank you so much for coming on today. You did your thing. I appreciate you. And we'll see you at the next All Black Everything Summit.
Yes, ma'am. Love you, baby. Congratulations, Joy. I'm so proud of you. Wishing you just abundance and success beyond your understanding, love.
Thank you, love. I love you. Thank you. So, all right, guys. So that was our first panel. Can you believe it? Our first one. I mean, like, literally, I feel like this summit crept up on me. Part 2 crept up. Before, I was like, sitting on the couch, probably eating some bonbons. I don't know. Do they still make bonbons? I have no idea. But anyways, I was just like, and then next thing you know, boom, we're broadcasting. I'm like, when did that happen? What? I was just, what? So anyways, I really appreciate, yes, Karen did kick things off in a major, major way. This is only the beginning of the summit. Like, seriously, you're going to, I have a lot planned for us. As if you guys don't know, but if you guys checked out the schedule, you'll notice that I now have moderators. For the ones who weren't in the first panel of first ABE Summit, or for the ones who were at the first ABE Summit, you know that I moderated every single panel that we had. But this time around, I reached out to my friends, and they're going to be coming in and moderating some panels. That was great, Rashana. Hey, Rashana, so informative. And my friends and some of the last participants in the summit have now graduated to moderators. So our next panel is coming up. We're going to take a 30-minute break. Everyone, please hydrate. Continue to hydrate. Go grab you something to eat. Go sharpen those pencils, because yes, I do use pencils still. So do what you have to do. We are glad to have you here. Thank you for coming. That definitely. Oh, they do? Nah. You don't tell me the wrong thing. I have to go get some. But listen, we're going to be back in 30 minutes at 12, and I'm going to put it up for our next panel. So guys, stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. This day is packed full of nuggets. I'll see you guys later. And before we leave out, I definitely want to show you guys just how amazing this studio is, Splashlight Studios, and just show all the love and care that they put into everything that they do. Take a look.
local businesses.
All right, perfect. Thank you, guys.
What, man?
All right, everyone, welcome back. I know your head was bobbing to that, right? That intro is everything. Imani showed out with that intro. Thank you, Imani. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I want to like see it on like a series or something. Like I can see that. I can see that. I want to welcome everybody back to All Black Everything Summit Season 2. Oh, thank you, Kat. I appreciate it. Season 2. So listen, the first panel was amazing. Karen L. Culpepper showed out. She helped all of us, and I love it. I loved it. I am going to take all those gems, and I'm going to keep it moving. But listen, this second panel, this second panel, I'm ready, y'all. Y'all ready? I'm ready. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready. Let me tell y'all remember who was here from the first panel? If you were here for the first summit, rather, you know Keith Major. Him and Carl Ferguson were dropping gems all day long. I keep telling Keith, his last name is Major for a reason. Yes! Keith Major is in the house with us today. If you guys also remember the first summit, I moderated all the panels, but this time around, I am leaning on people to moderate these panels and help me out. I really, really, really appreciate the fact that Keith said yes. So he is here right now to help moderate this panel. But before I bring him into the room, let me let y'all know, Keith is the truth. If you guys don't know Keith's work, please definitely take a look, check him out, Google him, because everything's gonna come up. It's gonna be amazing. He started his career as a child. He's from New York. So you know he got that New York sense, okay? Sensibility, what? So with that said, he's got about 30 years of experience. And let me tell you, he is the truth. So let me just have him come in the room. How about that? Welcome to the space, Keith.
How about that?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How you doing, Joy?
I'm good. Welcome back. We are so excited to have you.
Thanks for having me back.
Yes. I love the hat. You're giving me the hat vibe.
Mad Hatter, I love it.
I love it. So listen, thank you so much for moderating today. It's going to be great. I want to start bringing in other people into the room. So our second panelist is John Paul Dia. So let me tell you, if you guys aren't familiar with John Paul's work, you're going to get familiar because he is a rising star. His work is amazing. He's a director. So I just saw another thing that he worked on with the Washington Post with Atasha Jordan. He was the video director for, I think it was the Washington Post style section. It was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful video. So I'm going to bring John Paul into the room. Hello,
hey,
John.
how you doing?
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
All right,
I'm doing
director. Well. I see all the equipment back there. All right, how about he was like, I'm gonna come in. I'm a director. Like, let me show everyone what it's really about. Thank you so much for coming
Pleasure
on
to be here
today. You're a hat guy too. I see. I love it.
Yeah, you know. Gotta learn from the best. Gotta learn from Keith. You know, I'm still taking tips from him. You know.
All right. I love it. So the next person I want to bring in is Claude J. Easy. Claude is the co-founder of Culture Hub, and if you guys aren't familiar with Culture Hub, it is a great site. It features a lot of diverse inclusion content out there. Claude is also working on a mini series called Finally Focused. I just had to look at my notes to make sure that I had it right. So let's bring Claude into the room.
Yo.
Hi, Claude. How are you?
What's goody? I didn't know it was a hatuation in here.
I know. It really is. So how about
We'll give you a minute to grab a hat.
Yes. Well, look, everyone, we are so looking forward to all of you guys' conversation. I'm going, what does that SpongeBob mean? I'm going to head out, y'all. So you guys have a great conversation, okay? We'll see you guys in a little bit.
See you.
So what's up? I'm so glad to be in the room with you, Cass.
Same, man.
Man, let me tell you, like, as an older head, seeing the brilliance of brothers like you, young brothers like you, is like totally warms my heart, man. Like y'all is totally holding it down and moving it forward. Actually,
I mean, we learn from.
and yeah, we're out here doing what we do, and it's a beautiful thing. So I want the folks to get to know who we're talking to. So let's start with you, John. Tell them a little bit about who you are, where you hail from, and what's going on.
Yeah, my name is Jean-Paul Dia. My parents are West African. Mother's from Togo, father's from Cote d'Ivoire. I was born in Mount Vernon, New York, Westchester, since we don't want to call it the Bronx. I lived out into, I actually moved to Stone Mountain, Georgia, my high school years, middle school and high school years, and then came back. So I got both like the Southern hospitality of things and of course the city grind of New York City in me. I became a filmmaker in 2006 when I first picked up my camera. Started in one class that really transformed my life. It really allowed me to tell stories and make it the impact that I want to make. Change the perception of what I see in the media from what my lifestyle actually is. So,
Right.
so yeah, that's a little bit about me.
That's all we need to know. That's dope. And Claude J. Easy, tell us who you are, my brother. Tell us who you are.
Yeah, man, no problem. Don't always got to say Claude. You can just call me CJ.
All right, CJ.
Yeah, man, it's all good. Yeah, man. So right now I'm serving as co-founder and head of content at Culture Hub, and I got into media and content from a young age, always writing poetry as a young kid, and I kind of wanted to go against the grain. I come from a Jamaican household, so, have to get a profession and all that,
Professional.
So for me, being creative was kind of a form of resistance. And I know we're going to speak on that more as we dive into the panel and, founding Culture Hub, with two other my business partners, Serge Efap and Julian San Pedro, who came from EliteDaily.com, and ended up exiting for some big bucks. We saw that there was a divide between creatives and opportunities, especially creatives of color, and that was kind of the driving force behind Culture Hub to provide that bridge for up and coming creatives, across the board. And so we've been pushing for 3 years, man, and hoping to continue down this path. And I just love creating.
Yeah, I like that you touched on the topic today, because it's kind of odd and a bit annoying that we have to prove that we can do something other than sing and dance and play sports. And also I know growing up in the Jamaican household like you did, and I'm sure for you, Claude, and even me growing up in like second generation West Indian households, deciding to be an artist for any African American, even from the South, is a radical choice. Within your own family, you might not get understanding and support. Jean, how have you dealt with that? How did that manifest itself in your family?
So my mom is always supportive with everything I do. However, that wasn't one of the things she want me to do. She was just like, hey, my parents are like very big on education. Of course, they came, like my father side of the family came from kind of rich bougie side of the family, where like they're real big on education. You got to be a doctor, you got to be a lawyer, you got to be something, or like you got to work in foreign ministry or something, in that realm. And for my mom, she was just like, as long as you're making money, save money, and then going to school. Like her biggest thing is about like getting your master's, getting your PhD, which I mean, unfortunately, I didn't get my master's PhD. Actually, fortunately and unfortunately, I did not get my master's or my
Facts.
PhD. I just got my bachelor's.
Right.
And for me, I thought the experience for me was more than enough. But I'm always a learner. I'm gonna continue to learn and study and research. But like for me at that moment, like going to school for art, my parents were not supportive of that at all. But when I said, hey, I want to go to school for journalism, they was like, okay, great. He was like, what do you want to do when you go to journalism? I was like, I want to work for CNN. They're like, cool, we support you. And then things took a left turn when I could not get a job in that market. They wanted me to work for free, like an intern during that time. And it was like, financially, that's not something I was able to do during that time. So my parents were like, you need to figure it out. Like you have to, have a business or work for someone. And in African household is always about working for someone. And I was like, no, I'm tired of working for someone. I want to work for myself and be able to change the things that I need to change for myself. So being an entrepreneur, they were like, I don't know about that, but they're seeing it now by the grace of God. Whew.
CJ, do you have a similar story with your folks?
Yeah, very similar. John, like you, I got to college and I was like, my mind was going crazy. I was just like, I really want to do journalism, but in the background, you have your parents saying, you should become a lawyer, you should do this, you should do that, kind of trying to dictate what professional path, they want you to take. And, after my freshman year, like diving into a couple of classes, especially like majoring in political science and, going pre-law. And I was just like, I don't want to do this, man. I want to do journalism. So, I had the same kind of resistance when I approached my mom, and I'm just like, yo, like, I want to write, that's what I want to do. So I ended up majoring in journalism too. And, I experienced
mass comm major.
Yeah, facts. And, I kind of experienced some of the same things, when I got out of college, when I graduated. Like, a lot of these corporations, they want you to intern or work for free and, to stay financially stable. You guys as creatives, you know the struggle, the hustle, it's an art, juggling multiple jobs while trying to get an article out at the same time, trying to maintain the schedule. And so like, it's just about like, for me, at least, even though there was resistance, is just continuing to believe in yourself and what you want to do, no matter what, no matter if it's your parents, your best friend, that weird uncle, it don't matter. You got to believe in it,
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes a weird uncle comes in handy because the weird uncle's the only one that's like, yo, like, I get you because, you're on that revolutionary path that I want to be on. Yeah, I learned over time that when you're in the space that you guys are in, the space that we're in, and it's almost like I have to learn this lesson over and over again. You have to commune with people that either are doing what you want to do, or on that path. Because if you talk to people that work for a living or want to aspire to work for a living, they're just going to think you're crazy and they're not going to understand, what you need. But there are folks out there that you can talk to who have done it, who can give you the kind of advice that actually will help you succeed in what you're doing and encourage you, along that path. Not everybody's meant to work for somebody. And I know as a freshman in college for photography, I watched a lot of people with other majors whose parents sent them to school. And I swear every single one of them flunked out. It's like, if you didn't have that passion, it's really hard to get through college, because it's not like high school, elementary school, where they're checking on you and checking your attendance. They'll let you fail or flunk out. They don't, you are completely adult on your own for the first time in your life. And if you don't have your vision, you're not gonna make it.
Yeah.
No, 100%. No, 100%. And I mean, you can make it out of college, but then still not make it in the real world.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because you may not be passionate in that thing that you majored in. You know, though your parents like supported you and was like, hey, yo, we want you to be a lawyer. I have I think a few friends, actually, one of my best friends, she now she's a stylist, but she, went to school as a business major, and like she was in corporate America working, and now she's like, yeah, this is not for me. Right. But now she's so happy being a stylist and successful at it. It's, it's amazing, just going with your passion and with your, with your dream. Like, and then sometimes it takes you, like for me, I know coming up, it was for me to finance my dream. Yeah. Like it wasn't easy. Like I wasn't able to get all this equipment back here just with the blink of a second. There was no $1 million. Hey, hey son, start your business. Here's $1 million. There wasn't nothing given to me like that. Yeah. So
that's the biggest challenge for people of color, because it's like I get, for me, I knew that I had to take what was akin to an apprenticeship, what was sort of like assisting. And I assisted one photographer, Anthony Barboza, who was a brother, and it was the right fit for me. The money wasn't great. It was just enough to survive. But I said, okay, I'll do this for a year and take in all that I can. And then the next step was to get a job in photography. But my plan was, I'm going to get a job that's going to pay me more, that's going to finance my stuff, and I'm going to hustle evenings and weekends. And, I was young enough to do that. And my goal was like, yo, they're either going to fire me because I'm balling out, or, or I'm going to be able to quit because I'm balling out. Yeah. And the latter happened. I was able to quit because I was balling out, But it's funny because I remember senior year in college, I was like, yo, I chose a profession that's kind of like wealthy creative kids do this sort of thing. How am I going to make that work? And I'm sure you must have had those moments of reckoning yourself, because for us to even choose this path.
It's weird, man. It's weird,
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, people wanting quality of like $1 million, not even $1 million. I'm talking about like a camera costing $60,000, $70,000. And you're like, yeah, I need to get this camera to make this piece of work, and I need to make this happen. And coming out of college, you're like, bro, I got bills to pay. I have things that I got family to take care of. I have to take care of me. I got student loans to take care of. There's so many things that you have to like, take care of first in order to say, you know what, I'm going to go into this realm, or you just make it work. The sacrifices that you make, hopefully it doesn't have to do with, loans. It's more so about like you said, you took an apprenticeship. When you took that apprenticeship, there's a lot of knowledge that you gained as you were doing that. Totally. And then with that came wealth. Because then when you finally got a camera that was like a beginner's camera, like that's the same thing for me. When I had a beginner's camera, I pushed it until I couldn't push it anymore. So the next investment that I, invested in terms of camera wise, I knew I would be set, that I wouldn't need another camera until the next 10 or 15 years, or whenever like the market changes or pivots.
Right.
So
I want to say something for sure. It's kind of like you got to strategize the struggle a little bit, as a Black creative. And I want to quote one of my big homies. He's a dope artist, King Saladin. One huge part of his bio is, I always remember this quote: I walked out of my 9 to 5 to walk on water.
Yo, that's real.
Facts.
It's funny because when you do get some kind of divine help when you step out on that. Like for instance, I had my 9 to 5, but I was also doing freelance work, evenings, weekends, taking days off. And then when I decided, like, okay, boom, I'm gonna work for myself, that week, it was like as soon as I made a decision, I had a shoot with Iman and a package with Patty.
That's crazy.
Basically, like as soon as I said, the universe was like, bet, boom, It's what's real. So like when you make those choices, you know, the universe is like that. Like let me see if you're going to be really real about this, because I'm gonna give it to you.
Yeah, and God has like, I mean, I think he's one of the biggest comedians. I remember a few times when I was like in the midst of being a part-time worker at Apple and then shooting editorials. It was one day I can recall this day like it was yesterday. I was working with Davion Lane, who was a stylist from Jamaica, and we just shot Ducky Thought. And I was like, yo, this is my last editorial, bro. And he was like, what do you mean? We just shot Ducky Thought. I was like, bro, like financially, this is just not working for me. And then literally that same week, there was so many, it was a campaign after that. It was 2 different campaigns, one for a hair brand, one for a fashion brand. And it was just like, you have to be consistent and persistent. Like, this is not for the weak. Like, you have to maintain a level of like, yo, have faith. End of day. Like, you know, like God will lead you. You got to have a lot of, you know, you have to pray on it a little bit, but make sure that you're also doing the work at the same time. And that's the biggest thing.
You know, circumstance will for sure, like, you know, test you.
Yeah.
Test you crazy, you know, ups and downs, but, you know, circumstance will also bless you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Real curious, CJ, tell me like the road to the culture hub. Like, how did you start that and make it go? Because that's like a robust site, man. So it's like I can imagine like the growing pains. And tell us a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, man, for sure. You know, I can't take all the credit. You know, I got 2 other co-founders with me. You know, like I mentioned, Serge EFAP and Julian San Pedro, and I got a whole team behind me. I think we have a team of around 25, 30 now, you know, starting off with us 3. And, you know, even in quarantine, going through that struggle, we actually like doubled our staff and our output went up 5x, you know, because we're comfortable and creative at home, you know, but
wow,
the process, yeah, man, it's surprised me for sure. But, you know, with Culture Hub, it's a lot of testing, man. And you got to fail. You know, I remember the first video that we did, or I did, it was trash, you know, it was trash. But now, two years later, you know, I'm able to conceptualize and learn from my mistakes and learn from the failures, you know, something like Finally Focused, you know, which is like one of my favorite projects that, you know, I've conceptualized thus far, you know, with my homie and our head of videography, Jesse Vargas, man. Shout out Vargas Visuals for sure. And, you know, it's a journey, just like you guys mentioned, man. It's a journey that's like none other. Like none other.
That trash was recyclable.
Yeah.
You know? It was recyclable.
Trash is always recyclable. I'm glad you brought that up, because I used to try to tell a lot of, you know, startups like, dude, like I used to test after work, you know, and it was like some of those shoots were trash. But the knowledge you get from those situations, because then you step into the real situation, you've already worked through the math of that trash. You've already worked out theories, worked out the issues. So when something pops up, you can pivot, like, you know, you can do that walk on water because you've already been like, you know, trying to get there through that mud. And you need to go through that because you don't want to you don't want to be hired for the big gig. Because I realized how special it was, because when I got hired for the big gig, I was ready. A problem happened in the big gig, and I was like, yo, I already did this problem, you know, at night with that trash model, you know. Now I already know, like, you know, I already know how to pivot. It's not even a thing, you know. Oh. So I try to tell people, yeah, and it's funny because at first it was actually advice I had gotten from an older photographer, Joe Grant. A lot of folks out here don't know Joe Grant. Let me tell you, this brother, Joe Grant, was the first photographer on the West Side, and then everybody went to the West Side. And then Joe was the first photographer and creative in Soho, and everybody went to Soho. And Joe was the first one, Greenpoint, Williamsburg, and then everybody. And folks don't even know Joe Grant, but Joe is like, Joe taught me that one of the keys to success as a creative sometimes is real estate. It's just knowing the real estate game. But anyway, Joe said to me when I went to Joe for advice, and he's like, "Yo, you need those pictures." And I didn't really know what he was telling me. He was like, "You got to take pictures. You need those pictures. They're important." And I'm thinking to myself, but I'm just shooting anybody. Like, I've got names and how's this gonna work, you know? But I did what he said, and he was right.
Yeah.
You know, so that trash, that, like you said, Jean, that trash is recyclable, boy.
Thanks, man.
It's real.
Yeah. I think it sets you up for, for success. Like you said, in terms of like you fail, you can't be afraid to fail. It's not being afraid to fail. Like failing is not the problem, it's how fast you get up.
Yeah.
So the faster you get up, the more you have an opportunity to grow and strengthen that particular weakness or fear or whatever it may be, or even just like you said, the mathematics of things. All right, trying to figure out, all right, how do I set this up? And like prime example, I did a shoot. This was the one shoot I did this whole entire summer. That was a personal project, and it was we're still in the midst of COVID, and we did a shoot where I tried to make things as spacious as possible, so everybody felt comfortable, everybody wearing a mask, and the plan was to shoot from 6 to 1 p.m. We didn't finish until 3.
Ooh.
And we were supposed to have 6 to 7 looks. We stopped at 4. And there was a lot of a learning lesson there. And I was shooting photo and video during that time. And I understood that these are certain things that I need for the future to make this work. Right. And it's not about the responsibility of anybody else. It's responsible of me. Because if I'm directing it and I'm producing it, I need to make sure this is streamlined from beginning to end. And this was a personal project. Yeah. Whether it was like I've done with paid work where we had to do both of those things and smooth. But this was because this was a personal project, there were certain things that I knew that I needed, that I wanted to achieve at that very moment. So if I do it for someone else, it's no problem. Now, if a client said, "Hey, we have $1 million on it," and me being Black, like a lot of I would say a client often is not comfortable of giving someone like us that look like us that amount of money unless there's a huge team, a diverse team behind it.
Yeah.
And quite often it's just like for me, like majority of my team is Black, and unapologetically that's what it is. We're great at what we do. And so I have to prove to them, right, before anything else that I can do it. Regardless, they'll see it in my work. It's like, "Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, here's the work to prove it." And that eliminates a partial amount of the obstacles that I got to run into. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that because I'm wondering if obstacles have softened a little anymore from my day, or is it the same?
I think it's
a lot of the same.
Yeah, I think it's mainly about your value, because they think that because you're Black that you're cheap, and that's not the case. It's just like you can be like, it don't matter what color you are, what you want and what you need and the content that it is, it's the values. It's a value. End of day, and people try to shortchange you and they're like, "Well, I love your work. Your work is high quality. It's great. But could you do it for this price?" They lowball you, like, "Oh, this is what we're gonna pay you." But now, if I were white, you wouldn't even think about lowballing. He's like, "Oh, what's your rate? All right, great. We'll pay that off."
Yeah.
And then what they get after the execution is not even what they really asked for, and then not of the same quality and caliber. So
Yeah, I think there's a fear, and also, knowing your value too, and then even being in that meeting, with the client or whatever, and you're pitching them, and then they do lowball you, having the strength to come back and say, "Nah," I think that's very important. You know, I wish, you know, even myself, you know, I've done that, you know, just to get the experience or just to, you know, build out my resume. But even at those points, you know, I wish I could go back and be like, no, like I deserve this, you know,
Yeah.
for the work that I'm about to output, you know. So yeah, man.
Yeah, and something that John brought up, it's the value is sometimes when they lowball you, what they're not realizing is you need to give me what I need to give you the proper production. You know, I think unfortunately sometimes we suffer from the magic of being able to produce brilliance with very little. And
With
so,
nothing. Yeah.
yeah, so they begin to expect that that's always the case. It's like if you give me all the materials that I need at the right number, you're going to get something even more brilliant than what you've been seeing. Because there are times where you've seen me deliver something that looks dope, but I did it on a shoestring. You know, because I'm sure your personal projects, a lot of times it's like, you know, you're really just really scratching and clawing just to be able to finance them. Although I would always encourage everybody, you know, just like shooting, you know, just like recycling trash, those personal projects are necessary. And the thing that's necessary about them are two things. Like, John, you said it perfectly. It's like you need to be able to show your wares. And sometimes you're not going to always be able to do that being dictated to by a client. Sometimes you need to show, you know, the full breadth of your creativity, the full breadth of your vision. And you need to sometimes do that on your dime. And I found for my own process that I also found that I needed to do it for my sanity, so that I could be positive about the industry, and then also so that I could show up for work and do what's necessary. You know, I always tell the same story. I had a stylist once who only was doing hired work. And so one day we're on set and we're photographing a pastor, female pastor who's like almost 70. She's like 5'2". She's like size 18, you know, an older Black woman. And he puts her in a backless flowing gown, which already for me was like, I don't know about this. And then he's like, show the back of the dress, show the back of the dress. I'm like, you know, and she's trying to put anything to put it on. And I'm like, dude, I pull him aside. I'm like, dude, we need to dress her in what's flattering for her. That's our task here today. Like, we can't show off that dress today. Like, what we need to do, that dress is for, if you really want to do that, get with me. Let's do this another day with some 19-year-old that's 5'11", you know, size 4. Then we could show the back of the dress, you know. But you trying to act like putting my mama in the dress and trying to talk about showing the back of the dress. Like, dude, like this is not that. This is not that time.
This is not that time, right?
But the thing about it was he felt, and I remember being younger and being in those situations where I would do similar things. It's like you want to get your creative rocks off, but it's not. This is not the space for it. That's why you have to do your own work, you know. And the other thing is your own work begets other work.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's like I feel like if you don't have a passion project or anything like that, you're just gonna get creatively frustrated, you know. And then when you are talking to that client or whatever, you're just gonna get so tight that you might lose that client, you know, because of creative friction.
Yeah. But I also think another reason why, like, from like especially this summer, well, I guess spring to something. I'm just gonna call this the year of COVID. So especially during the time, because like
the great pandemic.
The great pandemic, right? Like I think now more than ever it was important. I said like last year, like because it's been a while since I did my own personal project, and that's because think by the grace of God I've been able to work hard and been getting booked in jobs before COVID, but during COVID, I was just writing and then being able to tell my message. Like one of the I was able to capture like some of the protests, right? During COVID, and for me, I wanted to tell a story not from what the media is saying, but from my own eyes as a Black man in this world. and what we're dealing with, and being able to control the narrative. Quite often when you're working with a client, they have the control of the narrative and what they want you to say or see or feel, even at that. And it's like, I was gonna do a series, and I was only able to like post maybe 1 or 2 videos, really just basically focus on protesting the marginalization, the social injustice, police brutality that we've been dealing with in this world. And like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it was hard. Like literally, 45-second video, I barely had to edit. Normally it would take me like 5 seconds, or not even 5 seconds, I've over exaggerated, probably an hour to edit. And this is one shot. There was like, I just cut the end, beginning, slow motion. It took me 3 or 4 hours just to edit that one piece because I was so emotionally stricken. Like I could not say it in caption how I felt. I just had to leave all my emotions in that particular video. Because when you see the video, you're like, now, like, all right, I see the struggle. I see this man running for his life. Now the police officers is grabbing him. Someone is trying to get him off of the police officer. I mean, like separate the police officer from him. And for me, telling that story, like whether it's like, oh, that looks like a Spike Lee movie. Bro, this is real life.
Yeah, it's real life.
Something we're currently dealing with today. And like, you can't make that up.
Yeah.
And if no one sees it, then it's, for them, it's like, it's not real. It's not happening. It's a regular day. But unfortunately, this is not the situation. So we have to be able to, I think it's like one of my responsibilities to advocate for those who cannot.
Yeah.
Yes.
To help those who, whether it's in photos or videos. I think that's the responsibility as a Black artist end of the day.
Yeah, I think we have a huge responsibility, you know, especially when we have the opportunity to control our own narrative.
Yeah.
You know, it's huge, you know. Like you, I felt it necessary for me to document in some way, you know, what's happening here. We're in history right now.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and I was able to connect with, just to start out a passion project of mine, with one of my homies who's white, my homie Conrad Hoyt. Shout out Conrad. I don't know if he's in here, but you know, we conceptualized a series called Advocate Daily. You know, we wanted to kind of highlight a new kind of hero. You know, our heroes, or the stereotype for people of color, you know, our heroes are athletes and all that. But these are the people that are on the ground, man. These are the people that are pushing policy and changing laws. You know, these advocates that are out there every day. So we ended up doing a podcast, a 10-episode podcast. We're actually dropping the last episode this week. I don't know when, but you know, with the Gathering for Justice, you know, just hearing these stories and hearing the content. I know for the last episode, like I cried because it's just so crazy what's going on in society, and this responsibility at sometimes, yes, it might seem like a lot to handle, but you know, that's the burden you carry being a creative, especially a creative of color, you know?
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah, definitely. It's unfortunate that we have to live we have to carry that narrative with us. And I remember years ago, my daughter said to me, "Man, can I just be a human being one day? Can I just, you know, why do I have to be Black today? Like, you know?"
That's a great question.
Why do I always have to, you know, speak to that? You know, but it's unfortunately that's where we're at. You know, it reminds me of just how it was when I first started, because there weren't as many outlets. You know, there was no social media. There was just the magazines. They were shutting you out, and I'm like, and I would look at some of the young Black models coming up, and they were getting lousy photographs, and they weren't getting, you know, their just due. And I'm like, hey, I know how to make our sisters look good. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna make sure that when I pick up the camera, they're gonna see the beauty. You know, our people in general, they're going to, you know, when I like them. And now fortunately, we've come around where now we're in the media, you know, there are enough of us with our hands on the tools and able to control narrative where I see more than ever before that we're shown in a correct light, in a better light, you know, and we're being lit well, and the stories are more realistic. And whether it's entertainment or serious news or protest, there's a lot more. We still have a lot more to do, but, you know, more truths are coming out. It's just really difficult sometimes, because I remember one of the things that's always stuck with me. I was an assistant. I was coming out of a rental house, a place called Lens Repo at the time. Walking down the street with a bag with some photo gear in it. I think it was just a flash head. It wasn't even that much. And a cop car comes around the corner, right? And I'm like the only black guy on the street at the time. This is like 1985. Cop car comes around the corner. They see me. Damn near pull up on the sidewalk. Damn near hit me with the car.
Oh, that's
and I'm
wild.
like, whoa. They jump out the car. They're like, get up against the wall. And I'm like, what? And then one of the cops goes, I said, get up against the, you know, I'm not going to drop the F-bomb here. And then like snatches the bag. And I'm like, and I have that thought process. I make that choice. I'm like, okay, I could plead my case and start getting a beat down. Or I could just chill and not get beat up. So they grabbed me and put me in the back of the car. So then they start playing good cop, bad cop. Now here I am, right? At 12 years old, I went to Brooklyn Museum, Pratt Institute for Photography. I went to the High School of Art and Design as a teenager. I went to the best photo school in the East Coast. I did what they told me, like, you gotta sit with a photographer. That's like getting your master's degree. I did all of that. And yet, and I'm coming out of the Lens and Repro, the photo rental house. I belong there with equipment, but I'm in the back of a police car doing my job.
Right.
You know, so now they're playing good cop, bad cop. And I'm like, I'm trying to, and at first I'm like, okay. And the sad part is I accepted all of that as normal. And my thing is like, yeah, when I start talking to them, at least they'll understand who I am. But they didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't care. And I realized, wow, that's why being a creative can be revolutionary, because what happened in that moment was I wasn't allowed to care about the rental house. You know what I mean? Like I used that spot. I brought them stuff up. Right. Apparently somebody had stuck up the place and they said I fit the description of the guy who robbed the place. You know, and I'm like, so I can't care about what happened there. Like I don't want them robbed. I use the place too. I'm a photographer. This is what I do. What do I have to do? You know, finally the owner comes by, he looks in the car, they kind of point to me, and the owner's like, yeah, nah, he's good. I get out, no apologies or nothing. It was just like, whatever. And it's like, in the meantime, whoever robbed the place is still on the street, you know. And what's worse is that's two-sided to me, because then it's like, okay, you allow the criminal element to thrive and you snatch the person who's a positive asset to the community, you snatch him. So now you got us, you know, in this trick bag two ways. And that's the unfortunate thing, you know, and that's why the choices that we make are revolutionary, because we're not really expected to, like, you know, you're not expected to be a director. You know, you're not expected to have, you know, lenses and hard drives sitting behind you. It's like, how dare you know? It's like you know. And like CJ, it's like, how dare you have a robust like media outlet? You know, how dare you set something up and have peers and like a staff and have, you know, partners, like, you know, a business, you know, and partners, like, you know, like this. Why are you not on the corner with your boys in the, you know, like, how dare you? Yeah, exactly. And, you know, but just like anybody else, we have, many colors and many facets. We're not just a black monolith that does one thing one kind of way.
Yeah.
And I appreciate y'all for, for holding it down. I didn't do any of the protest photos. I was being taken to task by some of my peers, and I'm like, I'm damn near 60, and my mom's here. I'm like, I'm a watch what the kids do and support it, but I'm not, my heart is in it.
That's okay. Like, everyone fights their own battles differently.
Exactly.
Like
I ignored it. It's like I was online doing what I do and talking to people and arguing with folks and doing that sort of thing.
We all can't attack the issue the same way. Sometimes some of us have to fight corporate battles. Some of us have to fight, like visual battle. I mean, artistry battles. Like, there's certain things that, even when we talk about, just being black, it's not monolithic. There's a long range. Matter of fact, I treat it like an image. I think we spoke about it. Like, it's like a raw image. It has a range of colors based on it. Like, you can adjust it in so many different tones. Like, black is just not one monolithic set of people. I mean, you have people that are from Ivory Coast, people from Ghana, people which are two different cultures, even though they're in Africa.
Right.
Like, you have people in Martinique and have people in Jamaica, like, that all are considered black, even Brazil. But we all are different, and we have, though we have, different. We all have different issues. I think that's one of the leading reasons why I have the opportunity to share stories that are from different cultures that are black, and being able to show the diversity in just being black itself. And that's, I'm sorry that you went through that situation, because I have one that can align. It's like, I went to school, stayed out of trouble. I have nothing against me. I just came off from work, and now you have me hemmed up. I mean, the difference now and before, like, because of you or your generation, I have the opportunity to say, no, actually, you're not going to search me. And here's why. Now, back then, you say that to an officer, you getting beaten.
Yeah, exactly.
And the difference between the past generation, like, we can talk about, like, Gordon Parks, who basically was able to, like, find his way into journalism, find his way into the fashion realm, find his way into filming and being a director, but then still telling these black stories, whether it's Shaft or whether it's his series on the ghetto in Harlem. Like, it's all those elements that led us the opportunity to say, for me at the time, when a police officer held me and said, I need to search your pockets, I was like, no, you're not searching me. If you want to know what, I can give you my MO, like, even though I don't have to do anything at all. I can actually have the opportunity to leave, because one question I'm asking you is, am I detained? And you can explain to me why am I detained, or you're not even answering the question. I should be able to go.
Right.
But the difference between the last generation and this generation, we have the opportunity. Well, Instagram, social media, we have the opportunity to voice our message across different platforms and be heard. Where as the media back then, if you don't see it on TV, it's never happening. I don't see it. And when it comes down to crime, like, back then, I remember being like, I guess, okay, I'm showing my age. I'm like in the early 90s, when I was like 5 or 6. Yeah. And everything I saw, like, you had Cops, the TV show. Every person I saw on the TV show was black, or every news provider that showed someone doing a criminal activity was black. I was just like, damn, is it just us that, that's what we grew up off of? Is it just us that are being criminals? And it's not true, because you also have white crime, you have Spanish crime, you have Asian crimes that are happening, but it's just not publicized. Even you have Jewish crimes that are not being publicized either. But it's how they control the narrative. If you're able to control the narrative, then in a sense, you have the power. And at this moment in history, I think we have the greatest opportunity to control that power and wield it, and then set forth a better generation for for not just me, but for not my kids, but the next generation and the generation after. Which when we talk about real quick, when we talk about it, when we look at I did a project with two projects, with actually a few projects with one with Ebony Davis where we would talk about hair, and for me, I interpret the whole visual as generational knowledge becoming generational wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Where her grandmother is shedding this information to her, or that's her to her mentor shedding that generation knowledge to herself, and this young little girl that's in front of her that's braiding hair. The same thing that we do, like when we go and get our haircuts, even though you guys got locks, I still got to get shape up, or whatever the case is. The way we shape up a hairline is the way we shape up a mind. The same instance. Like when a kid sits in that chair, he's a sponge. He's grabbing all the information, and that's a part of Black culture. That's part of us being in that one room and talking, just having a conversing about whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whatever it may be. That is an opportunity to share knowledge. And then and now the discussions are talking about financing, how you finance, these discussions 10 years ago, 15 years ago are totally different from what they are now, which I'm actually happy. I'm like, yo, we talking about, I'm in the barber seat, and I was like, yo, we talk about financing? About residual.
That leads me to one of our questions. Somebody was asking about how do you handle your business in terms of the question was, how do you handle business insurance? Are you LLC or S Corp? Are you set? So let's start with the insurance thing. How do you guys handle that insurance thing?
So insurance for my gear, or insurance for
what insurance do you have, and what do you suggest that people have if they want to do what you do?
Got it. So I play with. Okay, so I have homeowner insurance, and then I have, because most of my gear is here in the house. But if I had to add a studio, I would have a insurance set at that studio spacing. Whenever I'm shooting like a big project, and we're on set, I have insurance set. Like there's a budget allocated for insurance, so just in case anybody get hurt, and also just in case any of the gear breaks outside of the location of my home.
Right.
So that's normally it's like I think it's like you can get one like liability of $1 million for $500, and that kind of sets you, so you, just in case for some reason a light breaks, or the model trips over, or I'm gonna say the model, it can be even the makeup artist or hairstylist trips over a stand, there's a liability insurance that takes care of them, their health insurance, or just takes care of them. So this way you can't get sued and everything is all set. I think that's how I handle it.
Yeah. Do you have to deal with that sort of thing, Claude, CJ, and
Of course.
what are you guys doing? Yeah. So you need that certificate of insurance when you're a lot of people don't know about that. What have you had to do in that respect?
Yeah, just from experience, because I'm the one that's mostly like reaching out to schools, trying to get interns and even sign them or bringing them on board, with, even if you have an LLC, without that, insurance, you really can't, these schools won't work with you, because anything can happen to the intern on the outside. Man could get hit by a car while going to shoot, and it's unfortunate, but if you don't have the insurance to cover that, what are you going to do, if you get sued? So definitely very important to have that, ahead of time. I know for us, we actually collaborated with a creative school in France, and we weren't able to work with them this year because of COVID and the restrictions. But the process is extremely lengthy. And we had one kid last summer from Paris, and that whole entire process we had to make sure that we had insurance on all angles, you know, just to make sure, you know, this kid is fresh in America, in New York City of all places, located one of the most dangerous spots when it comes to, you know, a tourist, you know, working and traveling around the city, you know, from the subway to the just crossing the street, you know. So we had to make sure that we had everything in place to make sure that, you know, if anything happened,
or accidentally traveling to East New York.
Feel me?
Yeah,
With the camera.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all love.
You know, accidentally walks in the hood with like an expensive camera, you know?
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. And it's necessary because, you know, I'm with, I got my insurance through this underwriter, Hofberger, with Travelers. And I've had situations where, first of all, you need insurance to rent a high-end studio. You know, you need insurance to rent high-end gear to cover it. You also find that it will work for you. Like, for instance, I was on a gig and we rented some vintage chair and it broke. Like one of the assistants broke leg loading it in and out of the truck. The insurance paid for the replacement. Place that I rented it from. In fact, the insurance was so tight that they paid for the replacement, worked it out, and then I went back another day to the same prop house for a job, and that chair was there with new legs. They repurposed it and turned it into some other kind of art piece, you know. And then they were also willing to do business with me because they knew that I was good for it.
Right.
I also had a situation where a high-end camera of mine, with some miscommunication between me and an assistant, my phase one came crashing to the ground, and the back was done, and just craziness, you know.
Phase one, that's like $35,000 dropping on the
exactly, yeah. So the insurance paid for the repair, which was like $6,300 of repair, you know, and you know that's like, so basically that monthly bill that you're paying could come in handy later, you know, because you know my insurance wasn't that high, but all those years that I have been paying, you know, I had that equity, so they're going to pay for it. You want that insurance out, you know, for folks out there, because you know you don't want to get into situations where you're not covered. Should you lose gear, and also like you said, you're on the liability.
There's a few perks. So depending on when you establish your LLC, and you have whether it's depending on what type of Visa card you have that you make the purchase for your equipment. There is an insurance policy that it sets, right? You have to check with Visa or also with Amex. Amex is really good because when I used to work at Apple a long time ago, a lot of people would come in like liquid damaged computers. And I would say, hey, you don't have AppleCare, you don't have this, you don't have that. All right, cool. What card did you buy it with? Contact your card provider. And some of them have certain perks where they cover lost and stolen. Some of them cover like broken or damaged products. So it really, like, that's another way. And that, I mean, it only, for most cars, only lasts 3 years, depending on how much you paid for the particular product that you purchased. And for some, of course, with others, they have a deductible. Like if you spent maybe $1 million or X amount of dollars on a particular camera and you're like paying like with your credit card or debit card, then that liability would only hold on that particular card. That's it. You would have to contact that provider. So yeah, that's just a temporary like 3-year insurance hold. And of course, double check, because I'm telling you this. If your car doesn't have that perk, you're out of luck. And then of course the deductible, something that's stolen or lost, you would of course have to file with the police, or if it's damaged, deductible of $500 versus $10,000. I mean, you take that $500 to pay for that fix, product.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what happened with that.
If you can't drive without insurance, why would you create without insurance? You feel me?
Yo,
that's a good example.
This equipment is expensive, man.
Yeah,
that's right though.
No,
that's right.
1,000%. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm getting another question here. It says here, how important is credit for a photographer and purchasing equipment? Is it best to purchase or rent per day?
I say purchase.
It depends. So, like, if you have a basic camera and you're like, hey, I need to meet this particular standard or this particular aesthetic and look, and you say I can only do it with this camera, then purchase it until or rent it until you can actually own it, and then that'll be the all end all be all for that camera. The thing is, you don't want to go on a camera hunt, even though this is not a great example behind me, but like you don't want to keep going on the camera hunt, because the goal is not to own a whole bunch of cameras. The own is to own assets, right? Where financially you're like, oh, I have a home here, I have stocks and investments here, I have, you want to have a diverse portfolio. Cameras, like, they come out every year. Like, there's always a new camera every year, every 2 years. The only thing that doesn't change is the glass and the lens for most cameras. Like, if anything, as a photographer starting, I think the best thing that you should focus on if you want to invest in something is two things: is the glass and your light. Probably your light first before the glass. I lied. The glass first, but it's up to you. Hey, you said what?
I said and real estate.
And real estate. Yeah.
Every successful photographer that I know has made good real estate choices.
Yeah.
Claude, they're asking me that can't see you, man. Can you spin around so that light in the window's hitting your face?
Right.
Let me see what I could do, man. Hold up.
Just swivel around, my brother. Swivel. Get that window light on you.
Yeah. There we go.
Hey.
The natural light, the ambient.
Yeah, let me see. All right, Gucci. I was real cozy. Can't even lie.
Yeah.
So, let's see. What's the other question? So, yeah, when it comes to purchasing a rent and credit, I'll add to that sometimes you do need robust credit, because there are some items that you do want to purchase that are expensive. There are some items that you're going to rent, and I'm with you on that, John Paul. It's like I purchased the things that I needed, and I rented when I had to. But the credit definitely helps. When I bought my first Hasselblad, it was like I wasn't even using my credit card. I got the credit card to get the Hasselblad, know. And I went and got body, 3 lenses, a back. I didn't get more than one back. And like I dropped 10 grand that day, and it's not like, it
just hurts. It just makes you scream.
Yeah. I didn't have 10 grand in 1987. You know what I'm saying? So, but Amex did. Right. So,
like, especially that credit comes in handy too.
But then when I had a larger shoot, then it's like, okay, I need to rent. I need to rent this lens, or I need to rent these lights, or I need to rent this back. So you kind of juggle it. But I believe that the assets are more important, and the assets are your work, and all of the other things that are like, helping you to grow your income. The cameras depreciate and the technology changes. And like you said, going on a camera run sometimes, you're going to be doing that forever, man. I mean, take it from me, the Hasselblad now needs digital back to function. And now it just sits there because it's like, yo, why am I using a camera that wants to have a revolution in between shots? I ain't got the film, so now I got the digital camera. You know what I mean? So it's like, who knows what's next? It's like, now they're mirrorless cameras, so it's you. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see if we got any more. Keith, we have 2 more questions. I'll post them in the banner. Let's see.
Hi, Daria.
What things do you think Black creators will remember about 2020 eternally? Hey, CJ, I want you to answer that one first. What what do you think Black creators will remember about 2020 for eternity?
Honestly, man, 2020, at least in my life, is absolutely the wildest year I have ever experienced. Easily, you know. I think one thing that I'm gonna remember, I don't want to speak for everyone for sure, is it's just like the overcoming, you know, like the overcoming of like just mental health wise, you know, getting up every day and creating still when you have all these different faucets of like information bleeding into the way that you think, constantly bouncing around in your mind, going through COVID, quarantine, being stuck inside the crib, you know, not being able to bounce ideas off of creatives, working and pinging back and forth ideas virtually. You know, let me tell you how hard it was for me, you know, especially working with my videographer, him having to send over the file. I got to peep, send him back notes, you know, instead of being there in real life and just being like, nah, fam, that doesn't work here. Nah, let's drop this, cut this, edit this, you know, and just the patience, you know, going through this. I think just like the strength and the patience that we've had, you know, especially as persons of color, you know, that's one thing that we're going to take away from this, you know, even going into 2021, that, you know, for the rest of the time that we're alive, at least my generation, I don't think that there's anything that we won't be able to tackle unless it's like an asteroid or something, you know, then we're super sick. But like, yeah, man. But, yeah.
That's
yeah. Yo, man.
It's real. That's real.
Don't ask me about that, man. I'm always curious to see that kind of stuff, which is dark as hell, you know.
Yeah, no, you're not though.
Not that curious.
Like, yo, really, what does that look like, yo? What does that feel like?
I don't want to peep.
Yeah, I rather imagine that. I can imagine that. I rather imagine that.
Here's another question. What's something you would tell your younger self, knowing what you know now about your journey? I want you to take that one, Jean-Paul. What would you tell your younger self, knowing what you know now?
Wow. Take more risk. Take more risks, and don't be afraid to fail as much. Like, just continue to take more risks, and relationships are the biggest key to your success. Black women will lead you into success. End all, be all. I'm in the beginning, I was just like, all right, I need to do this. I need to do this. The amount of success that I've achieved, there was a Black woman behind it. Somewhere in that line, there was a Black woman. So and I will always say this, especially in like corporate positions, like you'll see more Black women like in corporate positions and in this industry, which the very right should be, especially with fashion and beauty. But a lot of times they're not heard. So if you're in the position in the fashion and beauty realm as a Black man, you need to be able to advocate for those women as much as possible. It's easier for us to be heard, harder for us to get in. Sometimes easier for Black women to get in and harder for them to be heard. So you have to be able to share the burden, you know, at the end of the day. But relationships. Yeah, but relationships ultimately are the key to every
You're right.
to every business, period.
I literally got goosebumps, man. That was great, John. That was amazing.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I mean, it was just real. Like, bro, I was like, yo, how did I get it? Oh no, there was a Black woman there. Oh, that one, yeah, definitely a Black woman. Because and the thing is, we should be working as a team. It's like a lot of times where when we look for like a lot of photographers look for validations from the white community or white businesses, and it's like, yo, there's so many dope photographers, dope artists, dope creators that are doing these things that are killing it in the game. But why don't we just validate them like, yo, this is the best thing cooking since scrambled eggs. Like, like, and it needs to be known, like, look, their work is amazing. But stop, I mean, I'm not saying don't use the same photographers. There's a lot of photographers that are amazing, right? And like quite often you have white spaces choosing the same 5 photographers, same 5 directors and filmmakers to continue to shoot these things. And I mean, I'm not mad at it. Look, bless up, but as to responsibility as the photographer that is doing those things, you know, bring someone that looks like you know, who's black, who's either a black man or black woman into the mix of things. So when you're like, yo, there's like 10 projects the same month, I'm not trying to do all these projects. I'm going to do maybe 7 of these projects. I'm going to give these 3 projects to this other individual that's part of my team or may not even be a part of my team that I see as an equal, that is great and amazing at the work that they do. And it's up to us to advocate and bring those up. And also to teach and, you know, like to teach the youth. Because a lot of them, you know, I guess the idea, I know there was an organization in Harlem which would talk about instead of picking up guns, they're picking up cameras. Instead it was like cannons, literally cannons. And for me, that was a one program that it was just teaching others. Like if I would have known what I knew about filming when I was younger, man. Yeah. And which is why I'm glad, like between me and you, like we teach at Uncommon Charter School, which is amazing to have the opportunity to invest in these little kids that are like sponges. They're like, yo, I want to learn. I want to do this. I want to do that. And it's like, you can. There shouldn't be nothing holding you back. Okay, the gear that you have at the very moment is not sufficient, but if you have this little gear now, imagine if I gave you something, like gave you a real camera or some a real crew to help you direct or help you shoot your own story. Yeah, because your experience is going to be totally different from mine. Because you seeing things with technology, like you grew up with technology. I grew up with Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. You know, a Game Boy. Your phone is the Game Boy. You know, and then not only that, you know, you over there on Google and searching things that I didn't have the access to. I had to go to the library. When was the last time you've been to the library? Yeah, you know, it's coming obsolete. The library. Yeah, so you know, and not even that. It's also like I think, like you were saying, coming obsolete. Now we're talking about museums. Like you can literally like those walls, those obstacles that we had to, like, for some photographers that have been pushing or artists to get into museums, we're making our own, like literally through social platforms. Yep. So I mean, it's what a time.
What a time to be alive, man.
You got another question that's similar to where you were going. Somebody asked, what advice would you guys give to people transitioning from photography assistants to photographers? I'm going to start with that. I'm going to start with the answer to that one because being the photographer that has assistants, the first thing that happens is when you find yourself as an assistant on set and you're not able to help the photographer, where you start having your own ideas about how it should be done, and you're probably even at odds with what the photographer that you're working for is doing, that's about the time when you're ready to break that on your own. Because you've already learned everything that you can learn, you're beginning to advance past where your quote unquote master is. You're beginning to add your young flavor to, you know, the mix, and you got your own ideas. That's about the time you start to step off. I know that there are times where monetarily you might be getting paid as an assistant and have a steady clients, you know, but you still want to shoot your own stuff. There is that gradual transition, but you've got to step out sometimes on that faith and start to say no to certain gigs. I had assistants that were transitioning that would only work with, like, let's say one person, and then all the other times they were just doing their own work. And then eventually, you know, they don't, you know, you're not able to call them anymore. And then me as a photographer who hires assistants, I want to hire somebody that wants to do what I do. I want to hire somebody that wants to take my job because I know they're going to be passionate and give me good work, you know, and then we're going to have a conversation and a give and take that's going to help that day. And then, you know, and then next, you know, then they're going to go on and do their thing. But you have to make that choice. You have to step out, you know, and you generally know when you're beginning to bump heads, that's usually the time. And a good boss will actually send you on your way. A good boss will be like, look, you gotta go because you ready. You driving.
You're doing the most right now, baby.
You go shoot, baby. You know, 2 years. So
no,
that's
I definitely agree, especially when you're ready to find your voice, and your own style. Not my, like, you've been working under me, you've been doing your thing. I'm great. I'm happy for you, but it's now time for you to find your own voice and your own style where people are looking to work, not a mini me, but just you as an individual. And once you're ready, I mean, once you understand your lighting, you understand photography, you understand retouching, you understand the process. And of course, and one of the biggest things is, like, don't be afraid to contact me, because then at the end of the day, when it comes down to business, there's always an opportunity to learn.
Yep.
So there's gonna be things that you run into that I won't, you know, that you don't understand. And he was like, well, I had the experience. He was like, well, don't be afraid. I mean, you used to work for me, you used to assist with me, but, you know, now you're doing your own thing. Don't be afraid to hit me up to say, hey, I got this thing, I got this client. Should I do this? Should I do that? I was like, well, yeah, here's the way to advise you. And that's the responsibility. That's extremely important. And I think you do a lot more than anybody.
Yeah, in fact, I need to interject that. Yeah, because I want to say, if there's anyone in this room that's in my generation, if you're like middle 50s, late 50s, my advice to us is it's not about complaining about what's going on today. And it's not complaining about these kids are so and so and so. It's our responsibility. And if there's something that they're doing that you're not feeling, we raise them. We raise them. This is us. So, you know, like, so, you know, like, check that, you know, because we were young ones too. And don't forget who we are. You know, our people have been innovative. And so no class in any society is more innovative than the youth. So if you're going to be a Black youth, you know, that's robust innovation. So, you know, you got to accept and recognize that. And I find that the best situations are when we're communing together. You know, my experience, your innovation. You know, together we're like so much stronger. So
1,000%.
That's my note to the older heads. Like, you know, love us and work with us.
Yeah, one last thing before we kind of transition into the next question. You know, I definitely love the way that you guys like kind of emphasize, you know, working on something of your own, you know, that personal project. I just wanted to add, you know, if you're working on a personal project, pitch it, you know, like a media site, like, you know, that I run, you know, I love it when, you know, a youngin is coming up and they're ready to transition into their own personal project. And let's say they need help here, or they need, you know, maybe another photographer, you know, like a media site or a blog or anything like that, you know, can really help you put the pieces together, you know, so you can create your own personal project and be the lead on it, you know. So just pitch it, man. You know, like there's so many apps that you can use to get these emails, man. Shout out to hunter.io, you know, I just gave you guys a plug. Like, okay.
You're right.
I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, it's hot. It's so hot.
Noted.
Oh, here's another one. Our industry is relationship-based with creative personalities, separate entities, people, centralized groups. So what strategies do you see towards increasing representation across our field? Relationship-based, the question, I'm trying to decipher the question, code it. Representation. If I'm understanding correctly, the best way that I think the best example that I heard actually came from Issa Rae. Issa Rae said, when you're starting those relationships, those people next to you, your peers, your colleagues, they're very important. You wanna network laterally. You wanna grow with your folks. You don't always have to network up. You don't always have to network to the place to where you want to get, or that person that's, you know, doing more and you want to like get under their wing. Sometimes you grow with the people that are in your tribe, and you come up together doing personal projects, or, you know, grab your associate to work with you on a gig. I mean, that's how we came up, you know. And so, you know, the Sam Fines and the June Ambroses, you know, were with me back in the day in the studio after work, doing tests or small jobs, you know. That's how that works. And Issa Rae could not have said it any better, you know. So yeah, I would say to that question, part of that is looking to your peers and your colleagues and believing in them and trusting them as much as you trust in yourself. And you guys solve, you know, do the mathematics together and solve those problems, you know. And as a crew, you can step up. Yeah,
I agree with that 100%. Like, especially
it's like it's obvious that that's what he's done. You know, it's obvious that when you look at, you know, Culture Hub, there is a whole crew, you know, whole posse, a whole tribe of people that are like, you know,
conglomerate,
putting this thing together. They're collaborating and making something go.
Yeah, man. You know, build your trust. You know, there's guys out there that serve to me as an inspiration. You know, even if you look at like LeBron James and his trust, you know, you got Maverick Carter and him creating, they're boys, you know. And it's like, yo, I have this idea, you know, you have the pull, you know. And it's like, even just like with my two other like partners and stuff, man, it's like where I can't operate, you know, somebody else, you know, or they'll pick up the baton, you know, and just continue the relay, man. You know, I think
collaboration is, you know, one of the key things to getting each individual out there and supporting each other, right? So you are a great photographer, I'm a great filmmaker, you're a great retoucher, a gaffer. Like, when you develop these relationships, and like, for instance, the gaffer says, yo, hey, I have a project, NARS needs a DP, I referred you. These relationships definitely help in terms of making the location or whichever entity that you're in inclusive. You know, it allows the people to then say, oh, wait, like, you don't just work with the white crew, you actually work with POC, right? Ultimately, people of color in this particular space. And now you're supporting each other and allowing them to enter rooms that they have never seen before. But the work is still the same. It's just different. You know, the work is still the same. How we attack and execute the project is still the same. It's just getting the opportunity. And I think that's the biggest, you know, responsibility we all have, you know, is to make sure that we are, as we're going up, if we go up in a ladder or in different businesses, that we're pulling someone with us and that looks like that look like us. So yeah, I think that allows opportunity.
We're going to wrap up. We have one more question in a couple of minutes. So Joy's going to rejoin us and we'll wrap this. But somebody's asking, Dwight Reeves is asking, what are some things that have kept you guys going through all that is happening in this world? I think we kind of spoke about that, but we can talk about that too, because I know for me, I never gave up. You know, I always knew what my path was. And sometimes you have to reset and pivot, but I always knew that this is me and this is what I'm going to do and this is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to roll with the punches. You know, CJ, what would you say is the thing that's kept you going through in these crazy times?
Somebody tell me that I can't do it, you know, or, you know, even circumstance, you know, presenting itself, you know, you're going through all these obstacles, man, from quarantine to all the control narratives that we watch on television, you know, all that resistance, man, it pushes me forward, at least for me, you know. Resistance is something that really pushes me forward. You know, I'm an athlete, so like I used to be an athlete. I'm not an athlete anymore, actually. But
oh no, you still athlete, bro. What's that? Mentality, everything.
Yeah.
When you attack something, it's still the same. You still
you know, when somebody said I wasn't gonna win, you know, I'll just be like, I ain't bet. You know, I'm winning no matter what.
Right. Yeah.
I think for me, I think I spoke about it a little bit earlier, but it's about, you know, what keeps me going is telling the stories that are not heard or unheard, you know, and then being control over that narrative, like as you say to CJ, and, you know, putting us in a, changing the perspective of what people see us as ultimately, because it's one thing growing up and you just see negativity in quote unquote Black people, and that's not the real narrative. That's just the narrative that they have painted for us. So now having the responsibility to change that and adjust that and say, hey, this is what it should be and this is what it is. I think that ultimately keeps me going. And then also, you know, being able to I guess tap into luxury, you know, it's inclusive to everyone. I was like, it's not just a certain group of people. I mean, we can all experience luxury in some sort of way. And I don't think that it's just inclusive. I mean, exclusive to a group of certain people. So that's what keeps me going. Yeah. Oh, last thing, impact on the community.
That's facts.
I don't even know how I left. I was about to leave without it. Like,
thank you for saying that.
Yeah, impact on my community, man. Like, there's so many people that live in my community that, you know, they're like, oh, well, you can't be rich. You can't be, you know, successful doing this or doing that. I was like, no, you can. And you don't have to just do music videos. Like, you don't have to just, nothing against anyone who does music videos, but you don't have to just be an event photographer or event videographer or, you know, just a videographer. There's ways that you can scale your career and business to what you want it to be and be very successful and happy with doing it. You know, again, like you said, we're not monolithic. So our talents aren't monolithic at all. Even when it comes down to it. You know, we have the opportunity to see ourselves as directors, executives, producers in films that you would have never thought a Black man was behind or a Black woman was behind. So yeah, I think that's what keeps me going.
Hey, Joy.
I am muted. That was a word. That ending was everything. Yes, I love that. That was very powerful, John. I love what you guys were saying and doing. You guys were spreading all the knowledge all around. I mean, like, look at all this melanin on the screen. Yes, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I just wanted to say, I wanted to end the conversation with Derek Walker. He says he doesn't have a question. He just wanted to say, as someone who is entering into photography professionally, he just wants to thank you guys for taking the time to speak to other creators and give guidance.
Anytime, bro. Blessings.
Really rocked it out. It was so interesting to hear all of your perspectives, all of what you guys are going through. Claude, we have one question though. Someone wants to know, what was the name of the app again where people can get the email addresses?
I can't give out too much juice. I can't say that. No, I'm just kidding. It's a real website.
Man.
I think you said
Hunter.io.
No, Hunter.io. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So see, you come to the All Black Everything Summit and you're gonna leave with actionable steps. And let me tell you, and then also you know now how to get email addresses. So now you don't have any excuse. You better send it out right after. So well said. It was amazing. It was an amazing panel. I was glued to the screen. I appreciate you guys so much, John Paul, Claude, Easy, Keith. Bless you. Thank you so much for moderating this.
You're welcome. Hey, thank you for having me and making me a part of this. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you guys so much. Y'all have a good day. I'm going to just have you guys removed from the stream, but thank you all so much.
Take care.
And so there we have it. that was the first moderated panel of the All Black Everything Summit. I really, really, really appreciate everything that these guys brought to the table, these gentlemen brought to the table. It was a wealth of knowledge. It was so nice to hear Black men photographers talking about the industry and what they go through, not just in the industry, but outside of the industry, because that affects what happens behind the camera. When they're behind that camera, that affects what happens as well. So it was really nice to see everyone. The questions were amazing. The comments were amazing. I'm just happy that you guys took the time out to join our panel. So next up, we have our Philippe. Thank you guys. It was really good insight. Woo woo, Rashana, woo woo. Yes, Jarret. I love it. So listen, guys, we have another panel coming up in 30 minutes. It is with Nia Lawrence. It is a graphic designers panel, an artist panel, illustrator panel. Let me tell y'all, this panel, I am so looking forward to this panel as well, because that is something that a lot of us do not pay attention to, is all of the beautiful melanin that is behind the scenes, creating these brands and the branding behind it. So definitely take a look. I appreciate all of you guys, and I will see you guys right after.
what, man?
All right. So guess what? We are back. I mean, who got so inspired with our last segment with Keith, John Paul, and also Claude? That was such a great segment. I loved it. I loved all the energy. I loved all the gems being dropped. They showed out. So listen, you guys, I am really excited for this next panel. I don't know what it was. First of all, I love design. I love graphic design. I love illustrations. I am a fan. If I could buy every piece of art out there, I would. So I am a fan. I am a junkie. I'm like a groupie. So I love design. So I wanted to put together a panel that infused all of the works of graphic designers and also creative directors, illustrators, because I want to know how are they making their way in this industry as well, because they are often, in my opinion, forgotten because we don't necessarily see or we can't necessarily touch right then and there or put a face to what they're creating. So that's why I decided to have this panel. So the first person I want to introduce is Nia Lawrence. So Nia, if you guys were in the first ABD Summit, you guys will remember Nia. Nia was a creative director at Essence Magazine. She is, first of all, if you guys don't follow Nia on social media, I think you guys should, because her social media gives me life. The way she decorates is so amazing to me. So I want to bring Miss Nia into the room. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I appreciate it. And I'm going to bring Miss Nia into the room now.
Hi.
Wow, Nia. See, look at this lighting. We got the aesthetic going on. I mean, like, this is so exciting. And thank you so much for saying yes. I really appreciate you.
Of course. I set this all up just for you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me back.
No, let me tell you, when I tell you guys that Nia I first met Nia in the first summit. And just to let you guys know, Nia has been so amazing. She has been just the fact that she says yes when I ask her, I just appreciate it. So I really appreciate it. And just to know, like, now in the second summit, we've like grown and I'm just like, I would like to consider Nia a friend because she does friend things. So thank you.
I got over my fear of public speaking for this engagement today. So
are you serious?
Do anything for the All Black Everything Summit. It's the work that you do is so important. So I'm here for you anytime.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I want to go ahead and get your panel started because you guys, I can't wait. So I reached out to Miss Gail Anderson, who is, I got to take a breath. I am so thrilled to present Miss Gail Anderson to you guys. If you guys are not familiar with Gail Anderson's work, please do yourself a favor and Google her work. She has done, I think, about 15 years at Rolling Stone magazine. She currently is a professor at SVA, School of Visual Arts. I love Gail Anderson's work. So I'm going to bring her right on into the room. Hello, Miss Anderson. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know. I know I told you during the run through that my mom's name is Gail as well. So I definitely have a special place in my heart for you. So thank you so much for saying yes. I appreciate it. So
my pleasure.
Yes. So I wanted to have more of a kind of like a roundabout table with so many different people. And so that's why I included Jarret Lampley. I wanted all like intergenerational. I wanted the new school and the OGs all to get together and have a conversation. So now I want to bring in Mr. Jarret Lampley. Now, if you guys don't know his work, please know that this young man is a rising star. He really is.
Oh, hello everyone.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm so honored. Like Miss Gail Anderson, y'all, when I was asked to be a part of this panel, I was like, oh my gosh, icon. So seriously, I'm so honored to be here, to be a part of this Black creative movement, which is the type of content we need right now. So thank you, Joy. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this.
You're so welcome. So listen, guys, I want this conversation. I want you guys to have as much time as you want. So I'm gonna head out and you guys just have a great conversation. I will see you guys in about an hour. See you.
Okay.
So nice to meet you guys. I've been all over your sites and your portfolios. Your work is amazing. I would like to start with Gail. If you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about where you've worked for everyone who hasn't had a chance to look at your portfolio. I mean, you've done print and advertising and Broadway. I'm going to let you take it from here because I can go on forever.
Okay. My name is Gail, and I am the chair of BFA Design and BFA Advertising at the School of Visual Arts here in New York, and where I've taught for almost 30 years. And I was at Rolling Stone magazine as senior art director for about 15 years, way back under Fred Woodward, and worked as creative director of design at Spotco, one of the few agencies in New York that does advertising and design for Broadway theater. And I serve on the a committee for the Postal Service. So I work as part of the Citizen Stamp Advisory Committee. So I'm one of the people who helps read public proposals for stamps and helps to select stamps that are shown to the Postmaster General and that are produced for the American public. So
amazing. I mean, your design royalty working under Fred Woodward and like the print, and I'm blown away.
Yeah.
Everyone has to take a look at your site and a look at your work because it's absolutely phenomenal. Jarret, I would love for you to introduce yourself as well.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jarret Lampley. I am graphic designer, art director, photographer based in Los Angeles. I'm originally from Chicago. Had to, have a little rep today. So originally from Chicago, I'm out here in Los Angeles. I graduated from UCLA where I studied design media arts. So I graduated last year. And I learned design in college. And so from my freshman year when, I was in class and I was trying to figure out Illustrator and like all the other students around me were just like, drawing New York Times-esque type cartoons. I've just been figuring it out ever since then. So again, I'm super honored to be here, super honored to be a part of this. And I just want to kind of re-emphasize, like, Gail Anderson, you really are one of the premier kind of graphic designers, especially in our community, and such an inspiration. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That makes me feel good to hear that. Makes me also
it's
feel
true.
old. So
We have an amazing panel today. Jarret, I'm from the south side of Chicago as well.
Me too.
I saw it on your site.
Yeah.
So shout out.
Shout out.
Yes. So I would like to get the conversation started. And I'm really interested in how just a few months ago, the Black Lives Matter movement really kicked off a lot of changes with a lot of brands and how they are hiring and displaying Black artwork and promoting Black artwork and hiring more Black creatives. And I wanted to know if that was something that you've seen in your industries as well, and how that's changed in the last few months.
For me, there's certainly a heightened awareness, and I've gotten more calls for projects that have BIPOC themes or are featuring Black artists. So it's been an interesting time, certainly, and a time of companies examining their practices, whether it's hiring or their product development and advertising. So it feels like a time that we can really have a voice. We can really have a seat at the table, and we should be taking advantage of that. So I'm really curious what you're hearing as someone so much younger than me. What's it like for you?
Yeah, I would say I definitely, from my perspective, I have gotten kind of similar. I've had a similar experience as you. I've gotten kind of a new wave of interest and kind of like questions about my work, about, you know, potentially bringing me into projects later down the line. So from my experience, I could definitely kind of agree with that. And I mean, for me, I really do mean it. Like, my kind of path of development as a creative has always been through the work and support of other Black creatives. And so a lot of friends and kind of amazing kind of creative Black people who I've known for a while at this point, I'm also seeing them start to get some really, really cool opportunities. And so I would definitely say there's an uptick in terms of what's coming across the table for a lot of us right now. And yeah, I mean, from just kind of looking around at different companies hiring, and I've been reached out to on behalf of some companies about, hey, we have this position, they want to offer it to you know, a person of color or a black person. And so yeah, I definitely kind of see the tides shifting a little bit on that front as well.
You know, so what do you do with that? You know, do you embrace it? Do you say like, really? Like, so you have, do you end up having mixed emotions about it, or are you like, yeah, let's go for it?
You know, I'm always pro Black people, Black creatives getting work. So, you know, I'm gonna say, hey, if this is what it took, like, I'm happy that I'm seeing people getting these opportunities. But I mean, of course, I do think there's an element of frustration because, you know, we've been doing this for such a long time. Like, nothing has changed. Our creativity has been flowing, has been flourishing. And, you know, this is what it took for people to actually step back and realize that we belong in these spaces that we've been kept out of for so long. So I definitely think there's an element of like, this is what it took, y'all. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm gonna, you know, let's go. Let's run
go
it.
with it.
Do our thing.
Yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Any hesitation you might feel or any questioning, it's like, set that aside for now and embrace it. Like, this is our moment. Let's go for it.
Yes.
I needed to hear that. I was sitting on the fence and I wanted to figure out how much of the interest is genuine. Is there a lot of longevity? Is this right now a trendy thing in the moment? Are we just inviting Black creatives to the room because it's what's happening right now in the light of the clip? But no, Gail, I hear you. I hear you. Embrace it and take this moment and make sure that we, you know, capitalize on, you know, the fact that we're finally being seen.
Yeah. And always think of it as it may be a little awkward for you. You might have, but you're moving it forward for the next generation. You know, that's what you're doing, is you're making it easier. I think of it, I'm making it easier for my students so that they won't have that moment of like, wait, really? So just, think of it that way. And know that there's so many incredibly creative people out there. So many of us that let's just go for it, you know, that we're not like, oh, it's just because. It's like, it's because we're really good.
Right.
You know? So
a question, are there any spaces that we're still fighting to be a part of? I feel that, like, you know, I've seen an uptick in hiring a lot of Black photographers, illustrators, and forward-facing media, but are there any spaces that we still need to like knock those doors down, or, you know, try to fight a little bit harder, or any other spaces that we're still trying to fight to get into?
I have a point to pick up on that. Especially, I'm so curious to hear about your perspective, Gail, as a teacher or as a professor to students, because as I said, I went to UCLA. I graduated from the Design Media Arts program last year, and across all 4 years from all grade levels, I was the only Black man that graduated from that program, and I was one of there were 3 other Black women two were right behind me, and then one was 2 years ahead of me. And so I think being in that space was very strange, because on one end I'm as I said, like I'm a creative because of Black people who taught me, who inspired me throughout my life, and all of a sudden I'm thrown into this academic space where I don't really know much about design. I had never done any form of graphic design. I was only photo and drawing and sketching, and I was in this space, and I'm like, how is it that my own, like, kind of the reason I'm here is not represented in the professors that are teaching me, in the curriculum, in the course materials. And so I think how I approached it is I had to start kind of creating representation for myself in that space, as well as, of course, kind of having communities outside of it that I spent a lot of time in, that gave me what I needed. But I definitely think from an arts education standpoint, Black people are definitely kind of fighting to be a part of that and be a part of kind of creating the next generation of creatives that can run the world in their own unique way. And so I wish that I had the opportunity to learn from Black professors and Black creatives such as Gail, truly, because it was very strange being in that space.
Imagine it for me in college in the 80s that, it was non-existent. So your parents weren't pushing you towards a career in design. So certainly something for me that would have been much more practical and not as much of a risk as an art career would have been perceived back then. So the people I went to college with were suddenly very different from the people I went to grammar school and high school with. And, I was like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm this kid from the Bronx. And it was a very different population that I was dealing with. And it was a great education for me. And yet, and I still see this now, 30 years later, that I, in my time teaching, I've had a handful of Black students, maybe a dozen, maybe a little bit more than that. And it's not like it's someone's fault or anything. It's just, where are these students pursuing design and illustration and photography and whatever else? And how do we start to bring them in and let their parents know that your kid's going to do okay? Your kid's going to get a job, so you're not going to have to worry, that there are viable careers. So that's our goal now at SVA, to really invest and work a lot harder on that. Because it's, whenever I still find now, whenever I have a Black student, I'm like, hey, like, I got you. So,
that representation matters so much.
Yeah.
Because even to get to art school as a Black creative, like, you had to get through your parents telling you, that that's not really a career, or not even knowing that, being a photographer or an art director, working for print or in advertising behind the scenes is a real job in the first place. And then when you get to the spaces, they are, there's not so much representation there. And I think it's so good that you're a professor, that you have, students can look to you for help, for mentorship. And it's just so, it's, the very first step is so important.
It didn't even occur to me that it was a possibility when I was in school. It wasn't like, it was like, oh, well, where are the Black instructors? Like, I didn't think there would be. Why would there be? So that would have been such a shock to have seen that back then. And it shouldn't be a shock for you. You shouldn't be saying that at your age. That's okay that I was saying that back in the 80s. But, to hear that that's still the case, it's like, oh, like, what aren't we doing here? What do we have to do better to make this possible? And then try now, I'm sure, trying to commission illustration and photography and trying to find Black artists. You have a very small Rolodex, it feels sometimes, when you're like, okay, like, how come there aren't more illustrators? How come there aren't more photographers? Maybe there's this many more designers, but where are we? So, you've got to make a point to get out there now, because you're both kids, and let people know that, like, look, I'm doing this and I'm doing well. I'm a grown up with a life and a job, and this is for you guys now to get in the front seat and do that, and I'll sit in the back seat and watch you do it.
So the next question is, what can we Like, what can we do to help mentor students, and what level? Like, do we need to be in high school?
You need to be teaching, first of all. You know, you have enough experience a couple years out that you should be giving back to the school you went to, or some other school, or you should be working with your high school. All that sort of stuff that takes time and doesn't pay very much, and all of that, but is so rewarding. I'm part of an advisory board at Art and Design High School in the city, and there are all these great kids. I'm like, oh, there you are. You know, so that's the stuff that you guys should be carving out time to do. And exactly what you're doing now is conferences like this.
Yes. I've seen since like Black Lives Matter movement has kicked off over the last few months, I've seen a lot more directories and a lot more sites. And I think that there have always been a lot of illustrators out there and graphic designers. But how do you find us? And so now people are asking me all the time, I'm looking for a Black photographer for this project. I'm looking for a Black stylist, a makeup artist. And how do we find them? How do we find them?
I think for me, at least, it's always been through word of mouth. Like, especially since I'm out here in LA, and obviously there's such a, huge amount of creatives across all different pursuits. And so, I think for me, yeah, I'm just constantly, well, prior to COVID, mostly I've constantly had like, yeah, I mean, it's a good, but, I think I was definitely just going to some really cool art shows, really cool events. I was featured in a couple of them, and they're not, like huge productions. They're just people similar to me who want to create spaces for Black people to share their work and connect with one another. And so I think, just for me at least, finding those spaces, kind of keeping those relationships, and then passing down the work or passing along the work when it comes, and maybe I can't do it, or I truly think that somebody else would be better for a specific job. I try to like go to my little Rolodex of, Black graphic designers, Black photographers, illustrators, and just give those jobs to them. And yeah, I think that's important, not even only within our industry, but across all of them. Like, I worked in production for a little bit. It's the same thing. Like, some friends that, want to get involved in production work, pass that on. I'm not trying to do that anymore, nor, and obviously we want more of us in these creative spaces and to run it. So yeah, just meeting people and having conversations and just keeping them in mind.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And creating the directories, like you're saying. Mm-hmm. When people did that years back, it felt like, really, like, this kind of felt a little weird, but it's really helpful. Have the directory, let people use it and find us, whatever it takes. So
yeah,
I've been using hashtags.
Oh yeah.
Black creatives, Black illustrators, Black photographers. I've been using the hashtags and telling everyone else to use the hashtags so that you have your own directories and your own resources, because it becomes exhausting sometimes to continually have to tell people where to find us. We're everywhere. So so I wanted to just break it down just a little bit about why, and it seems so common sense, but why is it important that we're in the spaces at all? Like, why is it so important for us to just have a seat at the table? I think that where you're talking about giving us a seat at the table, but there's not a lot of conversation regarding, like, what is the benefit? Why are we pushing so hard right now?
Because we are a tremendous part of the country.
Thank you.
We've got huge numbers. We are not a minority. So yes, of course we have a seat at the table.
Yes.
Like, well, that's not even a question. I mean, it is, obviously, but it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. Correct.
Yeah.
100%.
And Jarret, as an illustrator, like, talk to me about how you're like how you're intentional in your work. Is there anything that you do to help to, further the cause, or, as an illustrator, when you get a project, like?
Yeah, I'll say I do a little bit of illustration. So I would say I'm mostly on the kind of the graphic design side of things. Okay. But in terms of my work, I definitely it's interesting because you know, in June when kind of things were popping off again, and people kind of some people had their own awakening. You know, what I was noticing is a lot of the work that I was getting was for friends that were kind of supporting the cause by doing Instagram lives or kind of participating in different rallies and trying to create content for that. And so what I've just been trying to do is basically just tell people, hey, if you need anything, if you want me to be a part, if you know want kind of a nice little graphic to kind of share or share your ideas or whatever it may be, hit me up. And so I think just trying to lend my craft to the cause in the way I can along with, you know, donating and promoting and things outside of the design world that are super important to keep this moving. I think just recognizing where creativity and maybe our artistic kind of eye could aid in basically just spreading awareness and kind of holding people's like making sure that this keeps moving forward. And so, yeah, I would say definitely just kind of designing, sharing content and doing what I can.
I love it. All right, so we are going to start taking questions in the next 5 minutes. But just to wrap up this section of the panel, what is our advice for the next generation? How can we tell them, like, what is our advice? How do you get here? How do you get a seat at the table? It's a different story for everyone and every different type of, you know, agency, publication, digital. But how is there any one nugget of advice that you could give to those who are coming after us?
Be flexible, be understanding. It's still baby steps in ways, sadly. So try to be forgiving when people make mistakes, when they appear to be trying too hard. You know, make it known that you're up for all kinds of projects and not just the Black projects. You know, that you want to be called for everything, and that you don't have to be in this one lane. I think that's important. If it is to you, I mean, it is to me to know that I can do a lot of different things. That I'm not that focused. But yeah, I think to be open and be patient.
I agree. We don't want to be pigeonholed as only being hired for the Black projects and only being hired for the Black Lives Matter. You know, we've been here, we've been doing this in all different types of spaces, and we do it across the board. It's not have to be. We don't want to get pigeonholed.
Yeah, and I mean, when we're talking about you know, why Black voices are so important in design spaces, you know, design exists so much further than design is the way we live. It's you think about communication design, for example, you think about the way that design literally controls the way in which we function as human beings. Like, of course, Black voices are necessary in that conversation. Of course, you know, we need to be designing things that, you know, help our own communities flow and move in their own unique ways. And so I think, yeah, as what Gail said, just kind of keeping your mind open to all types of projects. Most of my jobs are in entertainment, but that's definitely not, you know, where I want to end or even where I necessarily want to be in a year. So I think, yeah, just really recognizing the power of design and how important our voices are for what's possible with it.
And I want to believe that people's hearts are in the right places with this right now, you know, that it's genuine and not just reactionary. So I'm trying to, you know, have an open mind.
I agree.
What do you think, Jarret? Do you feel the same, or you go you like, I don't know about that?
I will definitely say, because this is I think for all of us who have been kind of committed to bringing more Black voices, more Black creatives into the spaces that we operate in, this has not been new to us. So we've been doing this in our own ways for a very long time. We've been having conversations with people. We've been, you know, in certain meetings. We've been doing it, and so I think I will say straight up, like, I have definitely seen a couple institutions, couple spaces all of a sudden make a change after 4 or 5 years of having conversations with people at the top. So I have the same kind of hesitance moving forward, but as you said earlier, like we just gotta keep our eyes open, keep applying the pressure, and keep delivering in the ways that we've been delivering.
Exactly. Yeah. The delivering, it's been happening for a zillion years. We're good. We got this.
Yes.
So
agreed. I always want to make sure that it's genuine, and I feel that and make sure that it's not trendy. I saw a lot of social media feeds just literally switch. Like it's like they turned a switch and it was like, oh my God, there are Black models. Let's include all of them. And so it's amazing to see myself represented, and my daughter, I want to see when I'm scrolling through Instagram, when I'm flipping through magazines, when we're watching commercials, that she's represented everywhere, but also that it's genuine and that it's done well. And I think that's why it's so important for us to have a seat at the table, so that you have a checks and balances of making sure that your content is on brand and so appropriate, and you're not missing the mark.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have some questions if we're ready for those. Stephanie's question. Thank you, Stephanie. She wants to know, what is the best way to work with a graphic designer? She says she doesn't want to underpay anyone, but at the same time, she doesn't have large funds. What's the best way to find someone who's starting out and help to grow them? So I guess the first question, what's the best way to work with a graphic designer? I get it all the time. People who have smaller brands, no matter what size your brand, they don't know at what stage do I contact the graphic designer? How much does it cost to do my branding? What should I be paying? Is it an hourly rate? What is the best way to find a graphic designer first? I think that would be helpful.
I would say I'm very much through word of mouth personally, or I do get a lot of hits on social media. People come across my website, and I mean, for the main question, I would just say straight up, just be open and honest about what you're trying to do, and what you can afford to pay. I like to work with people as much as I possibly can. Like at the end of the day, I want if we on the same page, if we're cool, I want your stuff to look good. So I want to be a part of that. And I think a lot of graphic designers are willing to work with you. I definitely think as a graphic designer, it's important to have a standard for yourself and be like, okay, if I take this project and it's a little lower than what I can afford to do, I'll have to take on another project that might be a little more intensive. So I definitely think you have to be aware that there's a balancing game on our end when you do ask for work. But yeah, I would just say, just be open and honest about where your budget is at. What you
just tell us what you have. If you're starting, you know what you've got to spend. If you're starting your business and you don't have that much, tell us and we'll try to work with you. But don't say, well, what do you cost? Because just tell me. And if it is something that you take on because it feels like the right thing to do, or it's an interesting project and you want to support the person, then please respect what we do and don't come back with 10,000 little changes. If we're trying to do this at a reduced rate for you because it's a new business or your pet project or whatever, please know that you may get a more limited amount of our time at the beginning. And I don't think that you're saving money by saying, I'm going to find somebody right at school who's going to do it for me for something for very little, or do it for exposure, which is not what we want to hear, that we're doing this for exposure. So, but if you want somebody who's a bit seasoned, you'll have to compromise a little bit on your end to let us do a project that isn't going to be 10 rounds of revisions and, all that sort of that, right. That kind of.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think
this is how much time I can carve out for this. So please respect what I'm able to give you and trust my expertise that I'm actually trying to find good solutions for you.
Yep. I agree. The clarity on the budget is key. Whether you have you know, $500 to manage your social media post or create your logo, or $5,000. Just be very clear about that, so that, you know, we as graphic designers know how much time and energy we can devote to the project. I think that's so key. I think that finding the graphic designers sometimes in the first place is very difficult also, because this can sometimes be a thankless job. Credits aren't there with like the photographers all the time, and your credits aren't always, no magazine is publishing, designed by, or so sometimes very difficult to find us. So again, like using those hashtags and those directories and networking and word of mouth is always a great way to find great graphic design talent. So,
and if somebody is too busy or really can't come in at a price that's workable for you, we will almost always recommend somebody, a colleague, a former student, whatever. So just ask. We're happy to recommend people to help you.
Okay, let's see the next question. What do you think about making your own table? If you can't get a seat at the table, what about making your own seat at the table? Listen, yes, I advocate. I will say personally, I worked for a very long time. I've always been editorial based and working at publications and in print, a little bit of marketing. And, for the last 20 years, this new movement is very different from what I've seen over the last 20 years. And I struggled with going in and out of the industry. And most of the time it was because I didn't find a safe space, a place where I felt very comfortable working. I've worked in places where I was the only Black creative that have ever come to that publication ever. And it can be difficult and not feel always so safe. So for a while, I started my own business. I decided I was never going back to those spaces. The design company, and, thankfully Essence called, and that was how I came back into the industry. And I don't necessarily, I definitely promote us making our own seat at the table, but also don't leave the room. If you have to fight to stay there so that you can, mentor for the next person, so that you can help and push to bring more Black creatives in after you, absolutely do that. And also do what you need to do to manage your own sanity in light of the fact that some of the spaces aren't always so accommodating.
What's it like for you working in a space where you are with all people of color, or mostly? That must be so, I've never experienced that. What's that like?
Listen, it's been 2 years since I've been at Essence, and I have to say, it's so freeing. I have worked in spaces where I was just terrified to pitch a photographer of color or a Black photographer, not because they weren't qualified, but because I was afraid that someone would think, oh, she's just trying to bring in, another Black creative, or that person's not really qualified. That's just, and so, I mean, at Essence, it's what we do. Like, we serve Black women, where Black women come first. And so I don't ever have to think about, pitching the Black makeup artist, the glam teams, the stylist, the production assistant. We hire for talent for sure, but I always can put my Black creatives first, my creatives of color, and I don't have to think twice about it. I don't have to be afraid about it. So for right now, it's what I needed. I needed to be in a space, especially through the Black Lives Matter movement. I don't remember where I was when Trayvon happened, but it wasn't a place where the next day anybody felt what I felt. And so now I just love it.
Yeah.
But I would love to hear what it's like for you guys to still be working in, we said corporate America. I know you're in the music industry, and I don't know if your spaces have been, it seems like to me the music industry is a little bit more diverse, but, okay, so what is it?
I definitely will say straight up, I have for sure been in spaces that were full of Black people, and I was so thankful for it. Like, there were a couple of, I had like some experiences that, were music companies that were, pioneered by Black executives. And so I think in those spaces, it was very freeing as well to be able to kind of just be surrounded and not really have to worry about like my identity as the Black creative in the room all the time, because I was never the Black creative in a room. But yeah, I will completely say straight up, like I've been in many music spaces that weren't like that, and all their artists were of color, but behind the scenes it was a completely different story. So yeah, from the creative standpoint, from the from the whole, because at the end of the day, these are large corporate entities that, you know, are primarily white or primarily non-Black, even if they're profiting off of Black artistry 90% of the time. So I think it's been an interesting experience for sure, and I'm glad that I've kind of had both sides of the coin. But yeah, I wouldn't say that in music specifically it's any better at a whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Gail, talk to us, please. What has it been like for you? You've been working for so long, and I know that some of the places you've worked have not, you know, necessarily been so diverse. So
where I am now at SVA is the most diverse place I've been in my whole career. That I'm in a monthly directors meeting, and I remember when I started out a couple of years back, I am creative director at the School of Visual Arts Press, which is their design studio. And I remember going to a directors meeting when they were introducing me, and I looked around the room and it's like, I've never seen this before. Like, and I thought, well, maybe it's like, because it's, you know, it's New York and it's all sort of New York local people at the school. But no, I've always worked in New York. So like, what's different here? And I just thought it was so cool for the first time to be in a room of the people who had the power at the school. And it was sort of a nice swirly mix there. So that's been wonderful at school. And what we have to work towards is more faculty now, to get more Black faculty and more faculty of color. So that's our big charge now, and to work harder at more students. So, you know, and now with all this COVID stuff, like, you know, now it's all up in the air for everything with education. So,
I thank you for opening my eyes, because I'm always wondering what I can do more to reach out to more creatives and, you know, kind of unite us a little bit more. But starting at the collegiate level, working on more panels and speaking to people to let them know that this is a career and that, you know, I love it.
You'll do okay. And when I speak at Accepted Students Day and orientation, any event where there's a parent around, I'm like,
yep,
you know, like,
yeah.
I did okay. So your kid will too. So.
And I gotta say that stuff is so important because, excuse me, I do like the recruiter who even inspired me to apply to the design program at UCLA was a Black woman. And she's basically the main reason why I'm here today. So those types of things really do matter from my experience.
Okay, so I have a question from Bianca Brown. She says, COVID's transformed our everyday lives. That's so true. But how has it affected our access to jobs and opportunities as Black creatives? And second part to that, how do you all maintain work opportunities during this time?
I mean, I feel like I'm more focused now. I thought I'd be, you know, just watching TV or something if I was home all the time, but I'm like, you know, from one meeting to the other and one project to the next. And I've seen everybody around me that's the same, that we're all sort of really bringing our A game to this. So I'm lucky that I do something that allows me to work from somewhere else, that I'm not on the subway coming in. So I'm very grateful that things are good on that front, and that there've been some interesting new opportunities that have come up that I'm trying to take advantage of. I don't know. Yeah, but it's scary because for me, education, everything's just such a mess right now, you know, because it's just, who knew when I took this job as chair that a year later, all of education would be upside down. So there's that.
it's so important as creatives to connect with people and to, you know, have these conversations. Well, I at one point thought that it was so important to connect with people and have these conversations face to face and one on one, and, you know, bounce ideas. But you know, we're learning to do it through Zoom.
Yeah.
We're learning to figure out how to find inspiration. Like, I can't get my inspiration by hopping on the subway and, you know, riding uptown and taking a look at typography on signs, or, you know, running through Bloomingdale's and taking a look at like their, you know, I used to pull creative from just so many different places and so many different people, and looking at photographers' portfolios in the office and talking to them and making sure that their energy was right for a project. And we haven't done that so much. But I think we're adjusting. We're in it. We've been in this for a while, and it's not quite. I'm not quite sure when we're going to get back into an office anytime soon, but we're adjusting.
Yeah. And again, these conferences are vital. You know, so keep doing them.
They are. And yeah, just to add on to that, for me, I was in like a crazy busy period right before COVID started. Like I was working with this cool like production company, and we were doing a bunch of stuff. And so luckily, kind of, they've really been a beacon of light for me throughout the pandemic, because as they've adjusted and started to do more digital events, like they've kind of brought me in. And so it's been a major point of stability that I'm like super grateful for and super thankful for. But yeah, I think I had a little bit of an artist crisis earlier in pandemic, where I was like, what is my work? Like, what am I doing? And so I think, yeah, it's in addition to doing this kind of new digital work, I've also had to make a point as a creative to make sure that I'm creating on my own and for myself, and like really investing in my work in a way that I didn't always have the time to do prior to the pandemic.
That's what I haven't gotten to do yet, because I've been in panic mode so much with school and other stuff. So I'm hoping that as the semester settles in, that I can sort of create a little room to reflect and do some writing and do some other kind of work that's just for me. So
I agree. One thing that's concerning to me is the amount of companies that are either laying off or furloughing employees, creatives that are out here out of work right now, and the number of jobs that are open for us. So not only is it all creatives, from even at Essence to Billboard and Oprah, you know, so many publications. Oprah, like, you know, her
Oprah, you know.
Yes. All of her billions, if she chooses not to continue on with her publications. And then, you know, so many companies have been hit by COVID and live events, and, you know, just trying to figure out a good balance and where we're finding work now. I do think that there's an uptick in looking for freelance work. So, you know, the suggestion that I have for so many people is to not always go onto LinkedIn looking for those full-time jobs, because there's thousands of applications for those. It's more the word of mouth, small one-off projects, and then they spiral into something to turn bigger, or you get a contract, or do become full-time. I don't have an answer.
Yeah, that's what we're telling students too. Yeah, it's like, this might not be the moment for the full-time job quite yet. It will come, but freelance, keep building your portfolio. Like, don't do what I feared, which was me watching TV. Like, keep working.
Right.
Yes. And I will say Twitter has so many cool jobs. Like, you would be shocked. Yes.
What?
I get like, people will just tweet, hey, I'm looking for a graphic designer, and I'm always getting tagged in that type of stuff. And it's from, you know, some really cool things. So I would say if you see something come across your TL, look up the hashtag on Twitter as well, and just follow that. And I'm telling you, I've passed along some things, and it's come through. So Twitter's popping, y'all. Seriously.
Jarret, I'm not even on Twitter. I'm a little bit old for Twitter. Listen, that's a gem right there, because I had no idea.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I'm so afraid I'm going to say something stupid that I don't ever tweet.
I'm like, who am I speaking to? It feels like it's going into a void. But yes, that's a great tip, and I think I'll pass that on to a couple of mine.
And people I know are getting work through Instagram, definitely.
For sure.
Oh my goodness.
It's definitely one of the first places that I go when I'm looking for, again, like I can't be out in the world. I don't feel comfortable just yet, like around New York City, but I can see the city. I can see so much more creative through the eyes of everyone else who is out there. Photographers who are still shooting, and like, you know, social media is probably right now my number one source for creative.
Yeah, you know, it's been my main inspiration. I'm sure this is for y'all as well in New York. Seeing wheat pasting recently has been, there've been so many cool wheat pasted designs like all around Los Angeles. Every time I leave the house, I take pictures, and so that's been such like an unprecedented form of like design inspiration I've received.
Okay, I think that's answering one of the next questions that we have. Do you have a routine or a ritual to complete your work? And, you know, what motivates you to keep creating right now when, you know, we are stuck at home?
Deadlines for me. Always a deadline. So I'm like fear, panic, all of that. That's what motivates me.
I have to agree with that. I do when I'm up to the wire.
No, same.
And I think music has been a big influence for me. Like I have tapped into finding a lot of different artists and updating my Spotify. And, you know, we work with a lot of artists and have to do creative mood boards. And so, you know, I put on that artist work and then, you know, get inspired a little bit more. But I'm not going to lie. It is very difficult when you are looking at the same four walls. And, you know, I think a lot of creatives like to switch their space in order to become more creative. I used to work at, you know, from so many different places, take my laptop and go sit by the water, or take my laptop and sit, you know, anywhere where I could shift my environment. And you know, it's very, very difficult.
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah, now I switch from where I am now by the washing machine over to the couch and back and like the bed, sometimes the bed. So
maybe turn off a light, turn on a light, freshen it up a little bit, open up a window, light a candle.
Light a candle.
Let me see if there are any more questions in the chat. Okay, so from Erica, we have, what's the best way to notify a partnership that it's time to transition a project from a free project in the project, and you're doing a favor for a friend and they love your work, and then they're starting to make money on the side, and it's, you know, ballooning into something where you feel like it's time. How do you start that conversation? It's not that difficult, Erica. It's not that difficult.
I mean, listen, if you have enough of a reason to believe that they're making money off of your designs, or that they're in a place where they can afford to pay you after you're already doing a project for free, be like, hey, you know, this is my career. I appreciate you as a friend. I appreciate the work, but you know, I can't, I think we're getting to a point where we might need to discuss, like, you know, paying me.
Yes, it's the moving forward conversation.
Yes.
You know, moving forward, let's talk about and they know
what's up next.
They know what's coming. Yeah. So
I encourage.
They're waiting for you to say it. So
I also encourage you to have that conversation very early, like even before you take the project on for free. Maybe there's a discussion about some type of compensation, and also what will possibly happen when the project does become more. And so you set that groundwork at the beginning, without making it uncomfortable, because, you know, always talking about rates and budgets are sometimes can be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's a good opportunity to discuss it early on. Even if someone can't afford to pay you when they're launching their brand, it's, you know, well, what happens when, or, you know, maybe we do this for a month or two and then reassess on this date. All right. I think that is it for all of the questions that we've had. Joy's back.
Hello. So I have this big banner across my face that needs to come down. How is everyone? This was such a great conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. It was just like all of you guys seem like you're like friends. Like I know you guys just, but it's just like wow. So first, let me just say really quickly, I was so anticipating this conversation that I actually started the convo, the panel earlier than I originally said.
I was like, wait, what?
Not 2 to 3. So I have to apologize to Miss Gail Anderson because I was like, oh my gosh, I know.
So I was like, oh, I'm going to 215. I'm like,
I want to hear everything. And I was like, okay, we're on now. Like, oh my God. But listen, I wanted you guys to know that you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also wanted to let everyone know that Jarret Lampley has created some of the graphics for the All Black Everything Summit. And they are super, super, super dope. If you guys have not seen the video that we have, the We Are the Clout video, or also our fireside chat graphics, he's done those. They are beautiful. I love them. And one of the ways in which we found Jarret was through a directory that I partnered on.
Yep.
It was called
Works
Directory. Yes, and it's through Many Hats, and Many Hats and All Black Everything partnered on this directory, and that's how I had a chance to find Jarret. But also we found another designer named Colin Robinson. Hopefully I said, or rather CJ, on there as well, and he's with GQ. So we've so I was like, when I was looking for these roles to fill, I was like, you know what? I got a directory I can go to. So yeah, so that was really, really dope. I love that. So I want to say and thank you all. Mia, you did an amazing job. I know that you, like you said, like this is your practice, but just know like you did an amazing, amazing, amazing job. And so next thing I'm going to see you on your own show. So, thank you, Nicole. My lips are banging. Thank you. I have to So look, everyone. So because of my mistake, we now have an hour break coming up. I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to say goodbye to Gail, Jarret, and Mia. I want you guys to know that I appreciate everything. This conversation was great, but I will say goodbye to you guys. And I just want to say goodbye to the audience members. In the meantime, bye, Gail.
Bye.
Good to see you. So look, everyone, we now have an hour where we can now get our grub on. So we're going to start back at around 4:00. So the next panel is with Jada. She is the founder of by Amy Cole, which is a cosmetics brand, and that's going to be another one. It's called how you want to get your point of view. How do you put your point of view out there as a Black creative? And as all of us know, we need to start having a point of view, because when you start to just throw everything into the mix, who are you as a designer? Who are you as a makeup artist? Who are you as a designer, as a fashion designer, hairstylist? Do you have a point of view? And if so, what is it? We need to channel that. So I think that is an important conversation to have. So with that conversation, we originally had Danae Baptiste, Beyonce's amazing, amazing, amazing dancer. However, Danae is booked. So, and I think, I'm not sure, well, I'm not gonna put it out there. I'm like wondering if she's gonna give us some more dance moves for Miss Queen Bee, but I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to start no rumors. But anyways, because of that, we have replaced Danae with Olivia Pope, DJ Olivia Pope. If you guys have never heard or have not heard of Olivia Pope's music, she is exactly her name, Olivia Dope. So she is dope. So I can't wait to have her in the room. I can't wait to have Miss Jada in the room. And then we also have, let me see, who else is on that panel? I'm sorry, Sloan Monet. We have, listen, this is going to be a really, really, really great panel. I'm so excited. I have so much going on in the background, so as you can tell, it's a lot. So now it's time for me to go eat as well, because it's that time. So I will see you guys at 4:00. See you guys soon.
request, man.
All right, welcome back. Hi, everyone. I hope you guys went to go and get some lunch. Okay, because we had for an hour, we were able to walk away for an hour. So I'm happy to be back in space. I was like, you know what? It's time to get a little grub happening. So I wanted to say thank you guys so much for tuning in to the All Black Everything Summit, second edition. We had the panel so far, in my opinion, have been amazing. You know, they have been amazing in my opinion. I loved everyone and everything they had to say, everything they had to bring to the table, everything. So I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying everything as well. So listen, we're gonna hop right into our next panel because this one was a really so one of the things I was saying to myself for the last summit was that I really want to know how do we get our point of view, or also just being in the industry, you have to have a point of view, and I wanted to know what it was. Otherwise, people will just kind of do whatever they want to you. So what is your point of view as an artist, as a creative? What stamp are you putting out here? What mark are you making? So makeup by Fana, hopefully I said that right. So you tend to see your dog, I love it, and answer some work emails. Hey, that sounds good. Work emails are always the best. As long as you gotta get them coins now. I know that's right. Well, not even just coins. How about dollars? How about hundreds? How about millions? Even billions. Let's do this. Let's do all of this. So listen, I want to get right into it. These young ladies that we have on next, they are really, all of them, doing their thing. And I'm so proud to know them. I want Jada. Jada is someone who's moderating the panel, by the way. Jada is someone that I've known for a while now. I don't know how many years, but I met her on set a couple times, and her energy is just so infectious. Let me tell you, okay, not only just the energy, but how about when you see her, how about the skin? You guys better drop in the chat and ask her what is her skin routine, because she is freaking beautiful and her skin is amazing. So I'm going to bring Jada in, and I want to tell you guys a little bit more about Jada when she comes in the house.
Oh my God.
Look, see, glowing.
I'm already blushing. I'm like, oh joy.
Blushing. Oh my gosh, she's beautiful. So Jada is the one, she owns By Nicole, which is a new cosmetics line that you're coming to market. And I love it. And one of the things, Jada, were you like a social media person, or that's how we met, correct?
Okay, so I was a social media manager working at L'Oreal Paris.
Yeah.
And we were on set with Sir John, I believe, for one of our, content, creation moments.
Yeah.
We just clicked, and it might actually been a lipstick that we clicked over.
Oh, okay.
I don't even remember what it was, but I remember, again, the energy. Energy is everything.
Yeah, energy is everything. So Jada is a first generation American Senegalese. She's from Harlem. Yes, Harlem represent. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So I just thank you so much for doing this. I next want to bring in Salome Monet. So Salome Monet owns a shoewear line that's inclusive of all colors. Okay, so when you think of nude, a lot of people don't think about Black people or people of color when it comes to nude colors. It's like nude for us is not the nude for everyone else. So Salome Monet has a line of shoes that are just amazing. So all the A-listers have been wearing her shoes and calling her out. So let's bring her on into the room.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for attending. I appreciate it. I truly, truly appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here.
Yes. So the last person I want to introduce is Olivia Dope. So I wanted to I've been wanting to call her Olivia Pope because honestly, I want to call her the Olivia Pope of this situation. Because if you guys don't already know, Danae Baptiste was originally supposed to be booked, but Olivia Dope came through. And now I am so happy to welcome her to our panel. I really appreciate it. Let's bring her on in to the room. Hi, Olivia Dope. How are you? Hello. You're okay, ladies. I'm loving all of the backgrounds.
Thank you.
All the colors. It's like an interior design magazine going on right now.
Yeah, this is my quarantine project, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
I wanted to incorporate my record into my living room. So yeah.
Smart. Well, listen, ladies, I'm not gonna hold up this conversation because I want you guys to get right to it. But like I said before, having a point of view as a creative, as a Black creative, is really important. So let us go ahead and get started. I will see you guys in a little bit. Enjoy.
Oh, thank you.
This is so organized.
I love it.
I know.
I love it.
I've been like running around, quarantine. It's just everything is not normal.
Not even close.
and I think it's okay to go with the flow. As we learned today, new programming and new kind of the spot moments. But again, I'm just so grateful and feeling so like gracious to be around you guys. I am Dot Jai. I'll be the host for the hour and a half. Bear with me because today was absolutely insane. And you guys all know this as CEOs of your own companies, starting new projects, it's always madness. So I'm going to introduce myself, and then I would love for you guys to give your own version of an introduction. Of course, Joy came through with the professional bio that we got to think about for 3 days and put together. But according to you, like, what do you represent? So Simone, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I'm Salone Monet, and I have a color-inclusive nude shoe line, and Joy was really great to mention that. The reason that nude heels are so important is because it's kind of this overlap of utility and fashion and function. So it's not just like, it's wonderful to have beautiful shoes, but nude heels, when they really match your skin, serve this kind of utilitarian purpose because they match you and not necessarily your outfit. So you can put them on with anything. So from a big picture standpoint, they're almost like a pair of blue jeans that you can, style many different ways. And in fact, you can wear them with like blue jeans and a t-shirt and make that a really chic look. Or if you're like more of a fashionista and you have like all these crazy, different pieces that are more funky or more unique, nude heels are also a great accessory that you can pair with that. Or if you're someone who maybe, travels for work and just doesn't want to carry or pack a bunch of heels for multiple outfits, nude heels are going to carry you through a lot of different aspects of your wardrobe. So they truly are the staple that should be a part of every person's or woman's wardrobe. But if you were to Google nude heel right now, you basically get that like one color fits all shade of nude. And obviously you all know, I don't have to tell you, that's not for us. So I do it in 6 different colorways. And that's kind of my spiel about my brand.
I love it. Olivia, what's going on? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Absolutely. Like this is a nice boost to my already awesome Wednesday. So I'm Olivia Dope, DJ first and foremost. Been DJing for 10 years now. Just a lover of music, lover of creating content. I also professionally danced for a while before starting to DJ. I danced professionally for Chris Brown, Mac Miller, a couple of other artists, and then I found my way into DJing, and it just stuck really well. DJing allowed me to be in the rooms and DJ for artists such as Lil' Kim, Missy Elliott, Cardi B, on tour with Sweetie, just finished touring before everything happened with Ciara. It just allowed me to work with not only amazing artists, but amazing women artists that I've always appreciated and admired from afar. So it's been an awesome ride. And now I'm in a space where, a shift happened, such as COVID-19, where, DJing, I can't tour and all that stuff anymore. So now I'm in a new venture in my career where I am a podcaster. I am 1/3 of the See the Thing Is podcast on the new Joe Budden Network. And it's a new venture. I'm loving it so far. It's a very, very uncharted territory for me speaking, because usually in my space of career, I don't have to speak.
Right.
For the most part, I let the music do the talking for me. So this is definitely a new venture for me, and I'm loving it.
That is so interesting, especially music. Music is a language in itself, but it's literally all about the beat.
Right.
But it's funny because even with dance and even being a DJ, you have to find your own style, your own niche, you know. There's a reason why people come to your parties or want to listen to you or hang out with you, you know, or or your friend knowing, okay, I know to hit up Olivia because this is my my girl who understands my language. I guess we could start with the idea of voice. I think voice, similar to many other words like inclusive, like community, it gets thrown out there, but no one really knows. Well, everyone knows, but no one has an exact finger on what voice means. So I want to set the tone while we're here for an hour and a half. Ladies, I hope you have your water. If you're starting early with a drink, go ahead. Not nobody. But let's set the tone on what voice means. And I think for this panel, we really want to focus in on how do we present ourselves, whether that is through music, whether that is through fashion. And for me, that's been through beauty for a lot of times. You know, just a little background on me. I'm not a random person, but I'm an up and coming and emerging entrepreneur myself. So I'm super excited to learn from you guys. But I'm creating a makeup brand that would be inclusive and definitely celebrate women of color. You know, when we hear nude, I mean, I think the first thing you think of is like a nude lipstick or nude like makeup or foundation. Right. Lord knows that has been a struggle. And funny enough, this is how I met Joy, again, on the set, you know, of makeup brands. And, you know, you find your little pockets and your tribe within the journey. But I'm curious how you both have been able to bring it to the internet, where everything is super loud and voice, again, means everything to everyone. So, Salone, I want to start with you when it comes to finding your voice in designing shoes. I know that you always had that kind of in the background. You work in retail, working on, you know, selling shoes to people. But it's interesting finding your groove and your step as not only a shoe lover, but a shoe designer. You don't hear that all the time, and it can't be an easy feat. So let's start at the beginning of the mountain, like what it took for you to say, I'm going to listen to this voice and I'm going to go ahead, the voice within, I'm going to go ahead and pursue my love of shoes. So just walk us through how that journey was for you.
Thank you. And I love that you're mentioning kind of like, you know, starting with the macro kind of view of voice. It doesn't necessarily always come down to like the copy on a photo or, you know, what you say in one of your ads or one of your, you know, digital, you know, videos that you post. I think that it definitely does start with like that voice inside you, like you say. And for me, you know, I think that the light bulb moment was when I was working in retail. I was working at a shoe store, and one of my managers actually told me that I should always try to offer a nude heel because it's something that everyone can wear. And we were in DC at the time. The store was actually in a neighborhood called Friendship Heights. So like DC, you know, at one point was called a chocolate city. I mean, there's people of every shade, of every ethnicity, specifically women who, you know, are that worked, you know, had wonderful jobs, that are, you know, that have great education, that are like living and playing and going out to dinner and going to happy hours and day parties, you know, in DC. And we only offered this one color nude. It just seemed like totally, you know, a mess. And on top of it, they were suggesting it in a way that said that we should bolster our sales like this. And so it was like clearly an oversight. And I went home and I started working on putting together a business plan. And so for me, like I've always just focused on the fact that, like, you know, I've been wanting to redefine how nude is defined. So, you know, I'm thinking about it from like everything that I do, I'm kind of always activated from this place of redefining nude, of saying that my slogan is nude is not a color. And that's always kind of been like, if everything I put out there is supporting my overall goal, I think that it definitely helps with my voice and keeping like a consistent message. But it's also, you know, it comes from within, like you were saying. I just always felt like if this isn't something that I put out into the world, for sure someone else is going to do it. And so I also have to, you know, live with myself if I have an idea and I don't pursue it.
I feel that. Olivia, so when was the first time, I know for you, it might be a little bit more internal, like in your mind and your beat in your heart, like moving towards something that's music. So were you always the baby that was just moving around and dancing and entertaining? Like walk us through the journey of music and dance for you.
From the time I walked, I danced, classically trained, ballet, tap, modern, hip hop, jazz, all of the genres of dance that you could possibly learn. I was going to learn it. I was learning it. Ballet Hispanico, we took class at Alvin Ailey. I was that kid growing up in the 90s that you heard about. We're going to go audition for the Fame School, all that stuff. So it was just embedded. Like, this is what the journey, the path is. I'm going to be dancing background for Janet, Michael, all them. Like, that was what the goal, that's where my heart was, because I just love dance. That quickly changed.
Yeah, I want to know about,
That quickly changed because, going on auditions, actually the original panelist, Danae B, I met her, our first job together was with Chris Brown, dancing for his, Small World, dancing for his MTV episode of Super Sweet 16, where he had his 18th birthday. Yeah, we were both dancers for that. So meeting Danae and pursuing dance, I became pregnant with my daughter about a year later. And once I had her and just trying to get back into the thick of things, I saw there was a shift. And I'm pretty sure if Danae was here, she would speak on the same thing, where around that time of 2007, 2008, where it was really colorist. Music videos, a lot of artists wanted a particular look. And it looked like me and it didn't look like Danae. So it was really a struggle. And I said to myself, I don't have enough fight in me to fight this particular fight. So I want to go another creative route. And that's how I started building my craft with DJing and building my love for it at the same time.
Right.
It was definitely all an internal battle for me, or a journey rather.
Journey. Yeah, I was going to say that. It is a journey, because as much as it feels like a battle in the moment, once we do get past it, it kind of shifts us to do certain things that we find out later that we love. And it's terrible that we do have to go through these things, right? Had there not been a problem already, if there were tons of new shades available to us, we wouldn't have our Salon Hills. Or, we wouldn't be able to stand out and really have our craft speak for itself. So I hear you on that. And there are times when, you know that you love this thing, but sometimes even your voice wavers, right? Like the inside voice of yours, like, do I really want to do this? Or, do I really, do I trust my voice? So I want to spend a few moments, because it's always a journey, right? People think that you just come out of nowhere and then like, oh, you suddenly, the next the showing the work, So I want to talk about those moments where you felt your voice was challenged, and we'll talk about this later when your voice is silenced. But what did you do as an entrepreneur, as a creative, to remind yourself, no, I am made for this job, and this voice was given to me by whichever power you do believe in for me to fulfill. So if you could just show us like one classic scenario where you almost went the other way, but you trusted your gut and it actually propelled you forward with your journey.
Yeah. So one of the things that I do when I'm feeling like, immediately when you bring up this subject, I think of imposter syndrome, how oftentimes we feel like, especially, being Black women, that you have to talk. There's very few industries out there where you are not going to have to interact with, someone who doesn't look like you, who is a man, who doesn't understand at all, like what you're trying to do or get that I'm trying to make shoes to sell to other Black women. And so oftentimes, like one of my first things is I call my mom. And she's the one who tells me, like, this is, you've been talking about this for like the better part of a decade, like this is your time. It's time to lean in. And even though you often feel this way, it's it's something that it's because of the way the system is set up. It's not because of something that you're doing. So like that's one of the first things that I think of. But I also think about something that I've really been resonating on is a friend of mine, Ebony K. Williams, who was recently become casted as the first Black woman in the Real Housewives of New York. And so in an article that she recently did, or an interview, she said that she seeks to represent Black excellence, not Black perfection. So I often feel like one of the reasons we feel imposter syndrome is because we're expected to be perfect. We're always expected to be 100 times better than everyone else just to get a little bit ahead. And so I think that there's a certain, like solitude and a certain like peace that comes when it's like, no, I can just do my best. I don't have yes, we understand that the system is against us in a lot of ways and we do have to be perfect. But if you can really just think about being your best and being Black excellence, which is doing what you were set on this earth to do, and not trying to be these versions of Black perfection that somebody else is trying to tell us how to be. So that was something that like just recently I've been really resonating on. And I was like, that spoke to my soul, Ebony.
You need those moments. You need those moments.
Yeah.
Momentum. And we'll talk about the journey of entrepreneurship because we already know that it's, again, we're wearing so many different hats, and Olivia being a mom as well. Like it's a lot. It's a lot of different jobs that we need to be excellent at, right? Especially when you're hard on yourself. But Olivia, I would love to know like a specific moment for you too, where you're like, I don't know. And something in you told you to keep going. And then you're like, wow, I'm so proud that I did.
Joining the podcast space. I had my doubts of just, do people really want to hear my perspective as a DJ? Because no one's ever asked me before. I've been doing it for 10 years. No one's ever asked me before. What can I possibly say beyond, okay, I'm in this musical space. I work with artists. I DJ a lot of high profile events. Like, what can I say? Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
My phone is connected to my MacBook. Sorry.
We know. We get it.
That's baby, we get it.
And usually nobody calls me during this time. What can I, say beyond, okay, I'm a musician, so to speak? Like, what can I talk about because podcasts go on for episodes and episodes, 300, 400. And what can I bring to the table? And I kind of had to remind myself, you're not just a DJ. Yeah. You're a mother. Yeah. You are first generation American. Like there's so many different spaces that you can speak on as a Black woman living in America that, you could speak to, and not only speak for yourself, but there's a bunch of other women who don't have a platform that you do that can speak on and react and feel and vibe and relate to the same way you do. And I'm so glad I did, because we're only 3 episodes in and I'm receiving so many messages, emails from women. Oh my gosh, I feel the same way. I'm going through the same thing. I'm also Guyanese American and my mother says the same thing. So it's something, even though we're still in a new space with the podcast, I'm so glad that I said yes, because I definitely at first had my big doubts hindering me from going forward.
It's a real voice. It really is like a challenge between, I guess the evil angel or the evil, devil, whatever. I know what I'm talking about, but
yeah.
Some people,
you know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? But no, I feel like similarly, especially when you, and I think both of you guys are pioneers in your space, not only from, as an entrepreneur, but generationally speaking, I too am first generation Senegalese American. And, I grew up in Harlem, you know what I mean? And it was so many different versions of no that you literally almost had to be crazy to pass through. Like, you know what I mean? Like going to Harlem school and like graduating 15 out of 80. Like, what happened here? You know what I mean? Or like going to college and never even being in a classroom with other, Caucasian and other multi-ethnicities. And then you're like suddenly like, wow, like you have to find your voice. And when you're in these spaces, there's something that happens that is pretty lonely when you're the only one, working corporate who has your hair texture, your voice, your background, your vision, or, you know, being the only dancer who happens to be a little bit deeper than tan, you know what I mean? But in that solitude, you get to hone in on your voice and you know exactly who you are. And when people come to you and try to put you in these boxes, sometimes you understand, no, I'm not going to get here. I'm not going to let you do that to my voice. So I'm just curious about, you know, some non-negotiables when it comes to either, you know, clients that you work with, whether it's celebrities, you know what I mean? Because sometimes when you are the, I guess when you have clients, you have to meet their demands, or if it's advertorial or certain spaces, if you want to be there. What are some non-negotiables when it comes to, like, you know, not wavering your voice or your vision? It's a broad question, but I'll let you answer it either way that you feel moved to.
Yeah. So one of the things that, you know, most of my customer or my business is direct to consumer. I do most of my sales through my website and different pop-up events. And just recently I started having conversations with retailers. And so the margins that you have to have set up to go into retail are very different from direct to consumer. Mm-hmm. And so you have to be prepared to be able to discount your product by a certain amount once you go into retail, because you don't know exactly, like, you know, what their customer base exactly is. So they may end up expecting a certain amount of discounts before they purchase. Mm-hmm. It depends on what who they typically sell to. So one of the things that I had to very recently say no to was a potential becoming a vendor for a retailer that I just didn't think was going to be right for my brand. And it was difficult because at first I was super excited and I thought that this was going to be a huge breakthrough. But then when I went back and discussed it with some people that whose opinions that I really value, it became very clear to me that this could ultimately, just to get into the store, I would probably have to lose a lot of money. And then also, if people see the shoes on sale at on another store or another site, they're going to come to my site and expect those same discounts. So then you're also going to be losing sales. So your positioning could potentially be devalued or changed. So it's something that was really difficult for me to think through. But it's when you think of things big picture, you have to know does this align with my overall goals? Does this align with my brand, my voice? And the answer ultimately was no.
Good for you. Yes.
It was difficult. I'm not going to lie.
It's not easy. Yeah, because I'm telling you, number one, and then it's so easy for the corporate, giants who, and we'll talk about the Black Lives Matter movement and everything that's happening since, unfortunately, the very tragic months that we've been enduring. But they dangle these carrots of inclusivity, mm-hmm. affirmative, and all these things that are oh no, we got you. But really it's to cover them. And sometimes at the expenses of us, as creators, kind of watering down our voice and our brand. So I'm curious, Olivia, too, how that's been going for you in instances like that. I'm not doing that. That's not me.
I learned that lesson the hard way. In terms of my rate is my rate. Mm-hmm. There was a big lesson that I learned about 2 years ago. Meanwhile, at that time, I was already doing this for 8 years, and somewhat being able to be what, this is a rate. All right, cool. But when it came, and it's a tricky situation in this particular situation, when it came to charities, when somebody says we're raising funds and we're doing this, we need you to DJ, can you do it for free? We only have in our budget. You know what I'm saying? And it happened to me where there was a well-known charity that wanted to have me DJ and do it as a tax write-off. And what happened was their assistant mistakenly sent an email.
Oh no.
And CC'd me on it, and I wasn't supposed to be CC'd.
Oh no.
And I saw
that
they were paying all of the other performers.
Oh no, they didn't.
At least 6 figures.
Oh.
It's not right.
That is so not right. And then imagine all the stars aligning for you to see that. You know what I mean? You could have easily been left off that email.
Yeah, but right, exactly. And it would have been me going and spinning and we're doing this for such and such charity, a kindness of my heart. Meanwhile, the other performers, because at the end of the day, and I tell other DJs this, you are talent. The same way a singer is talent, the same way, because we got to think about it, go back to the 80s.
Right.
The MC was nothing without the DJ.
Right.
Jazzy Jeff is just as important as Fresh Prince.
That's
So
right.
you gotta think about it that way. I tell a lot of DJs, like, you are a performer, you are talent, and you need to treat yourself and have others treat you as such. So me coming in as talent and doing my talent for free while others are getting paid, it's absolutely ludicrous. So I'm glad the assistant made that mistake, so I was able to catch that. But it made me really think, like, you know what? This is another way to think about it. They can't go to the venue and say, we're doing a charity event. Can we do this for free?
Right.
They can't go to caterers and say, can you give us free food, a hors d'oeuvre for all of these investors that we want to spend raise millions of dollars, because they raised at least $1 million that night.
Right.
We can't go to all of these people in these spaces and these servers they're not all doing this for free. So why are you taking this as a tax write-off? So that was a big lesson for me, knowing my worth. My rate is my rate. There's no negotiation in that realm, especially if we're working with major brands that have the money.
That's right. Oh
my
God.
It's a great way to look at it.
It's like, understand your brand and the power of your social media pages, especially if you have a lot of following. Do not go ahead and say, just because you want to work with such and such brand, I'm wearing this and I'm tagging them, and people are like, well, where'd you get that from? That's free. You're doing that for free. When they pay for branding, they pay for billboards, they pay for ad space, they pay for those little blurbs that come on the bottom of the YouTube. They pay for that. So why are you on your page that you've spent your time and effort and energy building to do that for them for free? Yeah.
Touche. And I've worked in social media marketing, and I've seen the rates. And, you know, to be very frank with all of you guys, I think that was one of the reasons why I left. I couldn't, you know, brand integrity, but then also personal integrity, especially looking at, you know, how there are these blanketed words like, oh, macro, micro. You stumble upon one of those sheets, and you see that one of these micro influencers who happens to be in North Charlotte, you know, who happens to be a woman of, you know, a blonde woman, blue eyes, she's getting more money than someone who is a woman who has a way more engaged following. You know what I mean? So it was these small little nuances that create systems that end up, you know, holding us, you know, kind of shackled to these, just keep doing you. So I'm glad you brought that up. It's such a difficult thing to navigate sometimes, and especially when you're younger, when you don't know any better.
Right. And they do it to us, us so often, because we really, really think about it. We are the creators.
Always.
Anything in pop culture, fashion, that you can see, oh, that's really, really popular. You take a couple steps back and you see a Black woman innovated that, created that, made that a thing. So we really got to hold tight and true to what we bring to the table, and understand our worth, and let people know,
we're not doing it.
Yeah.
We're not doing it. And number one, and I think it's important for us, even as a unit, to continue having these spaces like summits and keeping it real and very transparent. Like, you know what? Nope. I met with Barney's. They told me this rate. Don't fall for it. No, that Carolina Herrera has been making $2 since 2017, but she's still getting this rate. You know, they don't dare go to her and ask her to lower a brand or anything like that, because she's legacy, etc. But if you discount yourself very early on, and you pigeonhole your future. So I think,
and they will ask you for a discount, and then after they get the discount, they'll sell whatever your product is at whatever sells for their customer base. They're not going to ask you after they get the order. They're not going to ask you what the discount should be.
It's like consignment stores. They buy your stuff for $20 and sell it back 1,000.
Yes. Oh, I can't even begin to understand the ecosystem of wholesale and everything. I mean, I'm starting that now, and my intention with Amicole is definitely to be D2C. So selling beauty products designed for us from very beginning. I worked in product development at brands like Glossier, and I've been in the studios working with these chemists. And it's surprising that, you know, they don't like, you literally are an afterthought. You know what I mean? And it's not even something the brand's fault. They're just, again, going into these systems like, okay, here's what I got to do. Here's what I got to talk to. But when you go to the root of it and you really ask why, it's like, well, here's a factory. There's 27 people that work here. 20 of them are white women. 3 of them are from Bangladesh, and they're literally in this sector, and we don't really allow them the creative, control or flexibility. So again, you into these systems again, and then you're trying to understand, like, okay, now that it's ready to purchase, why is this ashy on my skin? And you have to go all the way back to the people that actually made it. Don't even understand your skin language or like the way that you would use this.
Yeah. I mean, just when I was also going through product development for my brand, when I was looking for vendors and factories and manufacturers, that was a huge hurdle. And you would think that like once like you got my deck, you have my tech pack, I've explained it to them in depth what I'm trying to do, you know, like color skin matching heels for women of color. And they still like, it was literally going over their head, and they would send me swatches for all different fabrics. Like at one point, like seriously, a factory sent me fabric of leopard print, and they were like, Black women really like leopard print. And I'm like, you're not wrong, I do like leopard print, but that is not at all what I'm trying to do. Like, it just didn't get it.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's wild. Like it's very true. Like it's just like none of their other clients are designing for Black women in mind. None of their other clients are they even working with Black people? So it's just like, it's really wild, especially because it's like when you think of, like you were saying, Black culture, it's like ubiquitous, like it's everywhere. Like Black culture permeates every facet of pop culture all around the world. Without Black people, like I don't even know how people would dress.
Music? I mean, shall we go on?
Yeah, everything.
Literally.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting. It's so difficult. So many things were just flashing through my head, like, oh my God. You know, I think this generation, we're not having anymore. We're using our voice, and we're having this platform to share our voice and bring in our little tribes, you know what I mean, and nurture them and be able to change and incite change. I'm so excited. Like, you know, I think we're doing an amazing job, but the generation after us, when they grew up, you know what I mean? They grew up in this, they're like, oh no, we don't do that no more. We're changing that. So I guess my question to you is like, what would you bestow upon them? You know, and the classic question is like, what would you tell your 15-year-old self? But like, we know that's a different time. What would you tell the 15-year-old right now who wants to design shoes, and perhaps, you know, they might not be able to afford satin at the moment or understand the technicalities of dyeing a shoe, or, you know, again, segueing these different beats like music, podcasts, all these different vehicles of entertainment. Like, how do you tell somebody, go?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And I think that like what I would have told my 15-year-old self is different than probably what I would tell a 15-year-old today, because things are changing so quickly. But I think, you know, one is definitely like find your crew. Like if you go to a school where you're the only one of you, you know, like keep like working until you can get to a college or a larger city, or, you know, find people in where your cousins live or whatever it is. Like definitely find your tribe, find your crew, like find people that are like-minded, because I think that is definitely like going to help you feel better, more confident when you do go out into the world with your ideas and you're presenting them. It's not just you that's backing them up. You have like your entire family, your friends, your network who also believe in you. So you can kind of like, you know, stand on their shoulders and speak more confidently. But like, it also like, it makes me think of a story, and this is a tiny bit of a segue, but when I went to an all white high school in Wisconsin of all places. And I was like, I don't know if I feel like I could confidently say I was probably the first Black member of the Pom and Dance Squad. That information was not like something that they kept track of, but I had never seen anybody who was Black or of color, who was non-white on the team the entire time I was there. And I can't imagine that, you know, there wasn't any diversity happening. I was one of the first Black families that like moved into that city. So when we were like going through practicing and talking about like going to these competitions and performing in front of like the football games, one of the captains told me that I was actually supposed to wear like the same color tights as them, because when we did the kick line, they didn't want my legs to show, like they didn't want my legs to stand out. And so like at the time I was like really thrown off and hurt by it, and really didn't even have like I didn't have the ability to really like think through like why she would have even come to me like that. I just basically quit the team and I was just over it. Right. But I really think that was probably one of the reasons that I ultimately pursued my brand, because I was like, this is wild that someone not only thinks that like everybody's skin color is supposed to be the same, but that your skin color is like a distraction or a like somehow going to be detrimental to the team. And it's like, this is really like, if this is happening at high school level, but it's also happening, like you were saying, in the development rooms and makeup, and the development rooms when it comes to undergarments, and all throughout fashion. Like they, until recently, also weren't making jeans that fit Black women's hips. And it's just like, it goes on, and it's unfortunate, but it really is just like a symptom of an overall issue. So that's why I say like what I would told myself is a little bit different. And I think that now the zeitgeist has changed. And so the perspective of, unfortunately, still deemed other, but this perspective of, you know, Black Americans is a little bit, it's brought to light, and people are at least a little bit more cognizant of it, even though obviously still very blind.
Oh, Salone, I can't even imagine. Olivia, and I'm sure this was probably very, you know, true to you too, being, you know, classically trained. I wanna know all about those those tights and the leotards that you had to wear, and the bun. Don't forget the buns.
Right, the bun. And you're supposed to press your hair down every day.
Every day. Okay, you want to be bald? That's cool.
Right.
All the edges gone. Thanks. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. Well, in terms of telling my 15-year-old self, I mean, we can't. It's such a big difference between what it was for a 15-year-old pre everything that's going on right now. But I can say I have a 12-year-old, so we're not at 15 yet, but we close, and I'm scared. So I actually had a conversation with her the other night. We're driving, and every once in a while I try to just slip in the question, what do you want to be when you grow up? Mm-hmm. I never get an actual answer. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
This time around, I wanted to just push a little bit more. She said, I don't know yet. And I told her, you know, all the hobbies that you have with computer and all the gaming that you do and all the video editing that you do, those are actual careers that you can make out of it, right? She's like, yeah. I was just like, really keep that in mind. I think for us Black women, the Black girls, the Black teens right now, the future is completely digital. Mm-hmm. So it's important for them to learn coding. It's important for them to learn, you know, really take advantage of the YouTube space.
Right.
A lot of these spaces for influencers. I mean, everybody can't be an influencer, but dang, if you look on YouTube, there's a whole lot of them making a whole lot of money by just doing what they like. Their hobbies, their plain old hobbies that, oh, I unpackaged a game or a new toy, and now that has flipped and turned into $1 million corporation from a little boy just unpackaging and opening up toys and trying them out. And now he's his own brand. Like, just letting them know that the sky's the limit when it comes to this digital thing. So I told her, you know, we can start coding classes. She's into Adobe After Effects. She likes video editing. A lot of the influencer girls, then when they put their pictures, she takes them and edits them like fan edits. Cool. There's money in that as well. So I'm really encouraging her, like, YouTube University.
Yeah.
You want to learn these, okay, you want to have the video editing app. You want to learn Final Cut Pro. I'll take that money and invest.
Yes.
If you want to use that on a regular basis, we learned from the book. I don't know if anybody's ever read The Outliers. It takes 10 years to master something. So if we start now at 12, sky's the limit at 22.
Okay. Right.
So let's get it. And I think that's what I would definitely tell the 15-year-olds. We're in a space where, you know, COVID hit, and now we're all learning remotely,
right,
in some way, shape, or form. So take this time and opportunity to understand where we're going in the world digitally, and take advantage, especially as Black people, where they can get a scholarship to MIT just for being Black.
I know.
So let's take advantage.
That's right. I love these little things that are popping up. This is self-obsessed. I'm such a fan. I would hate to ask you, like, what was your aha moment? Because I think those aha moments throughout our our extraordinary careers, they fuel your voice, and it adds to, like, you know what, I do know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I am mastering my craft and my faith. So I just want to know, not your aha moment, because Olivia, again, you've been doing it since you were, like, you know, out the womb. But, you know, what was the moment that you was most proud of yourself? And I'm not even talking about, like, you know, maybe accolades. And if it is, it's totally fine. But it's those moments that you are just like, I really did that. You know what I mean? So describe that moment or two of what that was for you.
For me, my aha moment, I got to speak on this one. The aha moment I had was when I first started DJing. I was DJing at Moe's Tavern. If anybody from Brooklyn knows where Moe's is, it's like a little hole in the wall bar. It's barely all of 5 steps, and you're in the back.
Yes.
But it was always popping.
Yeah.
I used to DJ on Mondays, and Mondays was like their dead days. I'm a new DJ. They're like, okay, well, you could have Monday nights.
Right.
Nothing happens here, but, you know, give it a shot. Have fun. We'll give you $20.
Right.
I was DJing there one night. It was really, really dead. There was all of like 3 people at the bar on a Monday. And if you're at the bar on a Monday night,
something went down. You had a bad day. Economy's down. What happened? Not judging here. Not judging. Just saying.
I'm not judging both.
Yes. I feel you. I'm here for you.
So it was a Monday night, and that's usually the day where I'm just practicing. I'm doing whatever I want. And I was learning at that time how to read the crowd and kind of just, you know, stereotype somebody or survey somebody by their looks and their parents, and figure out what they want to hear.
Wow.
And there was a woman sitting at the bar by herself, and I started playing I Want to Be Where You Are by the Jackson 5. That woman got out of her seat, closed her eyes, and danced for all 3 minutes and 40 seconds, however long that song is, with her eyes closed. I knew right then and there, I have a gift. I have a beautiful gift that, like, I have to share with the world and keep sharing with the world.
Oh.
Yeah.
Goosebumps. I don't know if it's because my window's open or
it's wild out here in Brooklyn, you know. People get irate. It's good old fashioned Brooklyn.
I love it. I'm in Brooklyn too, so I hear you.
But you literally hear me. Yes. That was the moment. You just really learn and realize the effect that music has on people, and be really aware of what I should play, what I shouldn't play, what speaks to people's spirits, what lessens and is low vibration. DJs have power, musicians have power with their words and their lyrics, and that was the day that I learned,
Yep.
This real, y'all, is live.
Live.
But that was the day that I learned, you know, there's power in music, and I'm gonna stop talking so you guys can talk, because, like, this car is going crazy. Yes.
I love that though.
Yeah, I love that. I think that for me, like one of the things there's a few different moments, but I think, I really have always worked to the idea of that I was creating a shoe for myself because I felt like this is something that I would personally value. So I think about the day that I first got my samples in the mail and I tried them on and how just like so exciting it was to have a pair of shoes on my feet that had my name on them, that came from my brain, that were my ideas. And I just like was walking up and down the hallway, in my building, just like to see how they felt. And I didn't have a fit model. Like I ordered them in my size. It's like, well, if I know I'm a 7.5, they fit me, then I know that they're good. So I think that's probably the one that sticks out the most, especially if it's thinking about from something that motivates me from like myself. Obviously, it's always wonderful to get, those accolades and to feel validated by people who are well respected. And so, that's obviously wonderful too.
Oh, you mean when Beyonce wear heels? That's just
Maybe.
Okay,
that was a big deal because at that point I really had like a handful of customers. I was basically making custom order shoes. Like I didn't have any inventory. So like that was really huge for me because I was still begging people in the industry to pay attention to me. And so like that, when she wore them, people stood up and paid attention. So it felt like, it's like, oh, I'm not the only one that is vouching for my brand anymore. So that was like, I'm not going to lie, that was incredible. And it still is.
I can only
appreciate Beyonce for looking out for us Black women entrepreneurs.
Yes. And her stylist, Serena, she looks out too.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, she was also on the summit this weekend. Yeah. She looks out. Yeah.
But that's funny. It's going back to your original point, Salone, about having your tribe, right? And knowing your people and having your corner tight. Because, I'm learning that now too, especially when you are born and raised. I'm not sure where all of you were born and raised, but when you're in your neighborhoods and you still have your friends, but then it's okay to transition into new echelons of life. Without feeling so shackled and feeling bad almost for growing. That means your voice, that means your point of view, that means your craft, and that means taking that and being so sure and moving elsewhere too. I think that's super special too.
And your crew's going to be excited for any kind of growth that you experience. Like people that were there when you didn't were just an idea stage, or, if there's someone who's supposed to be around, they're going to be excited when it comes to fruition.
Yes. And then I think the rest just melts off. You know what I mean? When your vision is really clear, sometimes people don't even bother like, oh, she on something else. And that's fine. And that's completely fine. But it just pours into your progress. Just you gotta keep it moving respectfully. I see there are some questions that are bubbling up, but I do know that we're taking questions at 5:00. The floor will be yours. No questions off limit. Before we get to that, I want to know, because I think this happens a lot when you're on panels, what is something that I didn't ask that you would love to share? You know what I mean? It could be a wild card, no matter what you're wearing today, or, how to create a business deck. It can definitely be anything, but I would be curious what you want to share.
Oh, wow. That's a wide open question. I think that like the first thing that kind of comes to mind is like, don't get bogged down by like the details, and also don't get bogged down by like having everything perfect. If you're a creative, I think it's really difficult to get bogged down by like the perfection of the item. And if you're more of like, a business-minded person, it's easy to get bogged down by the details. But I think that it's just about like moving forward and doing what you personally do best and finding people to kind of supplement you, especially at the beginning, but even as you grow. Like, I don't think that just because you're not good at every single thing, nobody is, doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep going and, try to get more people on board with your ideas and your projects.
I love that. But Olivia, before I get to you, I'm curious, when did you start growing your team? Like, you know what I mean? It's one thing to be doing everything and like your hustle, but finding people as hungry and see your vision to join your team is so special. So I'm curious when that came for you.
So I still, I'm still very much a small business, but I do deal with like a lot of, vendors, and I have like a lot of consultants that I work with and contractors. And so that's a very difficult question because I still obviously work with people that, that's okay. That's a contract only. Like that did not work out. We didn't work well together, moving on to the next person. And then there's other people that are like, oh my God, like I can't wait to be able to have enough money to give this person a full-time job. Like they offered their worth plus added more,
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's hard to say. I launched my company in 2018. But there was years and years of work that went in before that, of taking, shoemaking classes and putting my deck and my business plan and finding vendors and sampling that went on before I launched. And then now it's, I don't have any other full-time employees. Everyone is, like I said, part-time. But it's definitely difficult. And I wish I had a better answer for that. I would just say start out with contract work because you don't want somebody on board full-time that doesn't work well with you and also isn't giving their 100%.
I hear that. I gave you some time to marinate. I gave you time to think about it. No pressure. But what's something that I probably didn't cover that you would love people to know about you?
Being a first generation American, I feel like that isn't discussed enough in these spaces.
Yeah.
Especially from us first generation American entrepreneurs. There's a big hurdle that a lot of us have to overcome in terms of not meeting our parents' expectations.
Child, let me log off. Yes, please elaborate. Please, talking about voice, go ahead. Yes.
Talking about voice, there is a battle, a struggle. Sometimes there's a lot of us that go to therapy. I recommend everybody goes to therapy.
Word.
But a lot of us that go to therapy for this particular situation where we have imposter syndrome double time because we have parents that raise us up to be doctors, lawyers, et cetera, of that top tier. And then when we say we want to go in these creative spaces, we beat ourselves down because when we start and we're building and they see it and they don't get it, not embracing us, and we're doubting ourselves because we're not the picture of perfection that we wanted to be in our parents' eyes. And that was a big battle for me and a lot of other first generation American kids that I know, well, adults now, but the first generation Americans that I know that are entrepreneurs and creatives, where they fought themselves internally so bad. And y'all gotta fight the good fight. They'll come around.
Yeah.
Y'all will battle.
Yeah.
Y'all will not speak. I literally lived down the street from my mother at this point in time. Spoke to me 5 years ago. We weren't speaking. And now our neighbors calling each other every day. She's like, how's the podcast? I saw that a totally different person from who she was 5 years ago. Was like, what is this DJing nonsense? Meanwhile, I'm DJing for celebrities at the time. She's still like, I don't get it, because growing up, when we went to parties, the DJ was like your uncle. And he just did it because he just had all the records. This is not a job. Like, what are you doing? And as a woman doing this, what are you doing? So I say to all my Caribbean, all my African, all my first generation American entrepreneurs, and they'll come around.
Yeah, they will come around. And sometimes there is a lag with the come around, right? Because in the beginning, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And again, mind you, you're trying to figure out what you're doing too. So like, I don't even know yet. Let me just get there. And it takes some type of, unfortunately, an affirmation from elsewhere for them to be like, oh man, I heard your daughter's doing this. Like, oh,
right,
what's my daughter doing? But that in between that, I don't know what I'm doing, and now I'm shunned from my family, and I have not given them ROI. Like, I invested so much in you, I've raised you, all these things that you're carrying in, and you feel so bad and so heavy and sometimes burdened that you don't want to fly, you don't want to try or have the courage to kind of, leave the hen. I definitely understand. I'm from Senegal. Me leaving the house at 27, mind you, not even like, 18, 27 was a battle. It was a battle. Me explaining right now, my dad understands what I'm doing. My mom is like, why do you have so many calls? Like, why do you choose this? And for her, I know she won't understand until there is some type of fruition or some type of tangible thing.
Yeah.
And I'm in it right now, and it's difficult. I don't have my Beyonce moment just yet, but I'm envisioning it. I'm envisioning something happening.
It'll come.
It will come, and I will have these customers that will be able to go to my mom's salon and like, hey, by the way, your daughter created this. But you know what's funny? I named my brand after my mother to keep me going in that way. She's so simple, and she's so like, why did you leave L'Oreal again? Like, you had benefits? I'm confused. So I named this after her to keep reminding myself of her legacy. It's not even about me anymore. Right. It's about, all the sacrifices that you did put into us as a family unit, leaving your family. I know it wasn't easy. So now that I'm an adult now, I can understand why they do this, because they don't want anything bad to happen to you. But I try to flip that, and again, to re-inspire myself to go extra hard the way that we have to do, regardless, because we are women of color. We are fabulous Black women.
And I see the comments coming in about, they want to brag. They don't really see it until the money's coming in or whatever. And one thing I had to learn to take from that aspect of how they, I guess, equate what our success is. It's about legacy. There's one legacy. It's about, your family name, because when we were younger, what was the first thing when you go outside? Don't embarrass me. So it's about you. Right, Ellie. They mean well. They want you to succeed, because it's about, what you're going to do for your children and your children's children. They just don't see the vision that we have, because it's super new to them in terms of career choices. Yeah. It's not the norm.
It's not. Yeah. Amazing. So I know, and I think Joy might pop back in, but I think there's a moment where we will begin the Q&A, or maybe that's right now. This is so interesting, this formatting, but let's say, so what questions do you have for Amazing? Okay, great. So we're going right into it. Let me scroll up to see if there's any questions. Ladies, if you see anything. I see one from Daria. Hello, Daria. Hi, ladies. As 2020 has been a very rough year, to say the least, as a Black woman CEO and creative, what self-care things do you do when you're not feeling creative?
That's a good question.
Great one.
So one of the things that I do, and I've done this like pre-COVID, but I still have carried it on through COVID, even though it's difficult because we have a tiny, tiny bathroom, but I like to take baths. I like to soak a book, candle, and I do some salts. And that's my thing, is I feel like it's an oasis. And so it's always nicer when you travel, you go to somewhere that has a nice soaking tub. But even though we have this, we live in New York, we have this small situation, it's still nice, I think, to just have that peace and quiet and be able to read and escape kind of, what's happening out in the world. Because that definitely, if you resonate too long, it can definitely get you down and really truly affect your whole person. So that's one of my self-care traditions, I'll say.
Love it. Let's do what about you?
Self-care, it always comes back to creative. I dance around the house in the dark.
Nice.
That's my thing.
I love it. I love that.
If you got neighbors that blast the music, just dance around and just get the adrenaline pumping. And once the adrenaline's pumping, the same thing when people go for a jog and you get your best ideas jogging.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just getting that adrenaline going and just keep moving, keep staying active, because there was a couple of weeks during COVID, I just slumped on the couch and it felt dark.
Yeah. I definitely feel that, because now that you talk about movement, I have been able to, I do a once a week yoga class. And even though I would love to do it more, sometimes once a week is all I make it to. And that definitely, I always am so appreciative of it. It's one of those things that you just feel centered and grounded. and like kind of focuses you. So I definitely feel you in movement. I'm not a huge cardio person, but I definitely do appreciate the movement and like feeling like in tuned with your body.
And the breathing exercises that has inspired during yoga, you forget sometimes to really focus on breathing and how that changes your mind.
It's crazy. Or just like being in such like clench your jaw, like, oh damn, I was clenching my jaw. How was I doing that? You know, it's like little things.
Yeah, like little things like that to just kind of shift and focus, straighten up and really take notice of.
Now you got me like, let me check in.
Yeah, movement is my thing for self-care.
Okay, I love that. So for me, it's been really tough for me because I'm very much a girlfriend's person. Like I need to see my girls and like have that hearty laugh. You know what I mean? Like everything is so serious, so dark. Our president, it's a lot going on. So like being able to be around, and I think that was the next question around like-minded people, that inspires me so much. So it's been tough for me because I'm not able to see people or connect with people, or your Zoom fatigue is a thing. So I just try. I have this little Apple, watch or whatever, and it does remind you to breathe, and it actually helps you, and it's like buzzes with you. And then I do my calm app whenever I'm feeling really anxious. I'm very blessed to have a little patio situation, so I just go out there and I literally look up in the sky, and you remember how small you are, and like, girl, it's gonna be okay. It's fine. If you didn't make that order or if you didn't make that deadline, it's gonna be okay. So yeah, those are things that are helping me. But the next question was, how do you find like-minded individuals? I believe there we go. Tips for connecting with like-minded people online.
One of the things that I recently connected on is Clubhouse. Are you guys familiar with that?
I'm on Clubhouse.
So I just recently started getting in on it, and it's really interesting. And it's a way, I feel like there's a lot of different rooms, and it's basically kind of like a chat room, except it's people talking. And so you can literally just like jump in and listen to them talk. And I guess it's like podcasting in a lot of ways, but it's like people that you could actually like connect with, like on Twitter or like DM separately. So I like lately that's kind of been something that I've been looking at. And so like, that's the first thing that kind of comes to mind, because it's like, because the Clubhouse is separated in such a way that there's different like events or rooms, I think they're called. You can kind of find people that are already interested in what you're interested in, and then like hear what they're about.
That's so interesting. I keep hearing about Clubhouse. I'm on Twitter. I'm some semi-active, but I need an invite. I'm not that exclusive yet, so
I got you. I think I have an invite. I'll send it to you.
I think I like.
I keep hearing about Clubhouse though.
But yeah, I think I took a little break from Clubhouse because you'll be on there until 3 a.m.
Right.
So they're not timed sessions. They're just actively going all day.
As long as people are in there wanting to talk, you can be on there talking. It's like Twitter. Like at any point, the president knows you tweet at 12 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Just refresh. Oh my God. Okay. So interesting. How do you respond to women in POC, people of color, who reject your work? Ooh, what a question. Ooh.
Yeah, that's always timely like discussion and feeling. I'm feeling that a lot right now. It's always happens. I feel like what happens a lot. Anytime I feel like I'm kind of in a season of yes, I'll say. I was years of me applying for like grants and incubators and accelerators and, pitch competitions for years and just hearing no. And then recently I got awarded 2 pretty significant grants. And so like I was posting about them, and it's like when you start to kind of come up, I feel like it's the people who are silent. It's more deafening, that silence, of people like, oh, I thought we were cool, but I'm not hearing anything from you. I was like, okay. But I think I was having this discussion actually just recently with a friend of mine, and she actually works in finance, so totally different. But it's just like, you can't be focused on people that don't want to understand you. Right. If there's going to be a lot of people out there, that just have no interest in getting what you're doing, and that it's hard because it's something that I have to tell myself, and I'm working on myself, but they just cannot be what you focus on, what you spend any energy on.
Yeah.
that was a big question.
It's a big question.
Loaded. It was loaded.
It's a super loaded one, and I can imagine this being the case, especially when there's literal competition, especially like in a dance room or anything like that. I can imagine that, but you know, in this season of Yes, we do have these celebratory moments, and I think I was just talking to two people. One was an investor who was saying some things that hurt my feelings at very first listen. But when I thought about it, I'm like, wait a minute now, he might be on something. Where it's like, you know, when you do become big or successful or enough to stand on your own 2 feet, and this is what you pray for, this is what your tribe is kind of being pushing you for. When you get there, you still need that lift. You still need your tribe to continue to help you rise. But some people are like, oh no, she good. She got money now, or she doesn't need a dollar. She doesn't need my support. And then you drown. And for me specifically, I'm thinking about my beauty landscape, and like, you know, every time I go to an investor, you know, pitching my brand, it's very much so, but Fenty exists. So why do you need another brand? Or like, I'm like, there's Nike, there's Adidas, there's, you know, it goes on. There's different versions of this way to consume this product, and not alone this brand. But when it comes to us, you know, when we look at our legacy brands, like what happened to Fashion Fair? Like what happened to Iman Cosmetics? And like, why don't we have our own Maybelline? And all these other questions that we ask ourselves. And a lot of investors are saying like, you know what? Low key, it's white women sometimes who are carrying the Fenty legacy, white women that want to be adjacent to Black culture actually, and allegedly not really spending the dollars when we say we're spending the dollars. And that broke my heart, because I'm like, well, we're creating this for us. I don't have access to that data. You must know something I don't know. But if that is the case, that really is heartbreaking when you create this for us and then we don't show up.
Yeah. And I think too, like, I like the comparison of like there being Nikes and Adidas, because yes, like obviously everyone has competitors, but there are competitors that I can reach out to and ask questions to. And then there's competitors that like don't want anything to do with my emails, told me not to show up to their events. And I think that you want to be the type of competitor that's like, regardless of one of us makes it, you want to keep that door open. Because one, like it could be you, like best case scenario, it's Nike, Adidas, and we still have to respect each other in a way of like you respect your competition. But then there's also the sense of like, you know, God willing, or God forbid it doesn't work out. Don't you want to take what you learned and walk that straight over to a place and be like, I know you're going to value everything I know because I can tell you what not to do. And I feel like that's one thing that like it's that like I see a lot of, like I'll say it, other like cultures doing, where they'll be like competitive, like are two lawyers arguing against each other in court, but then we'll go back and have like, you know, a luncheon together and talk. And so like, I feel like we need to, you know, be comfortable being uncomfortable. And it's not, I don't love having discussions with my competitors, but I do. Like I get on the phone with them and I feel comfortable asking them, or I can ask them a question and I feel comfortable that they will respond accordingly. And it's not the best, it's not an easy thing, but I do think that like it makes you a better person if you can be in that position to do it.
It's humbling. It's a better business decision. And I think when I think from my career and like where I'm coming from, of the D2C darlings and all the, I rose in the girl boss, you know, the girl boss movement, where, you know, there were a lot of white women, to be very frank, who failed forward. Like Nasty Gal failed and she did another thing. But she kept failing forward. And best believe there's a group chat where they are all sharing
exactly
resources. And like, okay, this investor said no to me, but this investor might be interested. And that's how there's a connection. So when you do fail, and you fail all the way down, for them, you're failing for all white women who want to be in this space. So if you fail, you need to fail over here. So that way, when I want to go up, we all going up together. And I think we're a little bit.
And then if you do fall, you have people there to catch you and be like, okay, you know, that didn't work out, but like, let me tell you about something else that we're doing, or I heard about X, Y, and Z. And yeah, like it definitely, like you say, it's very humbling and it's not something easy, but I think that if you can regularly practice that, you know, engaging with people that are quote unquote your competitors, you'll probably be all the better for it.
Right. I agree. Oh, what do you want your legacy to be? Do you feel like you've made it, and what more do you have to do? Whoa. These are hard questions. I would start. I mean, I would love my legacy to be, you know, the girl from Harlem, the first generation, you know, darling from Harlem, who who dreamt up and really wanted brown girls like myself, and really thinking about the ages of like the very fragile ages of like 5 to 12, like that age where you're trying to figure out who you are and why my hair is cakey and why my skin is dark or why my skin is light. All these questions you're asking, to provide her or him with the inspiration to say, no, I am actually beautiful, and no one's going to tell me otherwise. When I was growing up, even in the age of, I'm rewatching like Girlfriends and Moesha, there still wasn't a lot of me. You know what I mean? There was always this one black girl, and she happened to be really sassy or really, extra. But what happens to the other women that we can represent? So I want to, with my brand and with my voice and my platform, be able to tell people like, no, melanin-rich skin is amazing, and we're going to stand in all of our grace, and we're going to take our traditions and pull it forward. So for me, I would love my legacy to be the person who is really inspiring these young women to feel beautiful as they are.
That's my legacy. I guess I really didn't really figure it out until recently, understanding and knowing that there isn't much representation in the media in terms of Guyanese women, or women from Guyanese descent. Like, there's not a lot of us being represented in media, in film and television, and I want to make a valiant effort of that, especially being Afro-Caribbean. I really want to make my mark and make my presence known and speak for us, because our voice gets a little mixed in with Jamaica and Trinidad, and I would like for the masses to know the difference between each country, because each country has their own history and background and culture that's very, very prominent and special to them. So I think I want to be that person to really speak for us Afro-Caribbean women in terms of, knowing the difference and celebrating each country the way we celebrate France, the way we celebrate Tokyo, or Japan rather, and celebrate all these different countries that have their own cultures, and understanding, yes, we're all Caribbean, but we also have our own unique cultures that we bring to the masses and bring to pop culture in general. So yeah, I feel like I just answered a Miss America pageant question, by the way.
That was a good answer. Especially when you talk about you hear that people talk about visiting Belgium and then visiting Switzerland. It's like,
right.
We should understand the cultural nuances of the Caribbean as well.
Right. So I think that's important, because like, just a perfect example is Haiti. Haiti was the first Caribbean country to gain their independence, and it was a long time before any of the other countries even got it. They gained theirs in 1884. Everybody else was in the early 1900s, maybe 1960s. Like, big difference. So you really have to respect and understand and really take a little bit more notice into, what these Caribbean countries that we love to visit, what they've been doing in terms of the culture and their history.
I love it.
I love
it.
Oh yeah, this is definitely, I guess, potentially a beauty pageant question. I think that's legacy is going to be something that like evolves for me. I can't what I feel like I would answer now. It's probably definitely going to change. I definitely want to feel like I had an impact in the space that I take up, especially in reference to bringing like inclusion into the nude space. Like, I think the fact that one of my biggest goals is like, I want that when you Google nude heel, nude shoe, it's not just the single color nude. I want all of my spectrum of nude to show up. So I think that's kind of like a small difference that I would like to make. But yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like I really don't have a great answer for that. That's a really good question. And I wish I had a better answer.
We're learning as we go. I mean, that's in itself. Like, we set goals, we've met them thus far.
Right.
Still going. That's legacy right there. So yeah.
even showing up today, I'm like, oh God, here we go. Like, pushing forward every single time. And loud every single day. I'm like, you know what? I actually did that. I went through it. It was 9 to 5, but I still went, you know, it made me proud. Bantu. Okay. Bantu Fro. I love it. Okay. For aspiring entrepreneurs, do you recommend people to spend money on online resource courses to sell or just start first? Ooh, that's a great question. I learned on the ground. I don't know about you guys. I'm such a, and it's kind of unfortunate, like when you're a learner that you have to take a book and learn. I'm such a visual learner and very tactile in many ways. I'm jealous of people that can read like a textbook and understand. I always needed extra love in that way. So for me, it was like internships and just like sitting down and talking to people and like learning. I wouldn't go in there completely unaware and oblivious. I would definitely do my research, but I think the mastery and the trade really came with me, you know, getting on the ground.
Yeah, I think it depends on what the subject matter is. There's a lot of great courses out there, especially when it comes to like understanding like digital marketing or putting together, you know, a business plan or, I mean, I guess it just depends on what you're looking to do, you know, and then I also understand what you're saying. Like I took courses in shoemaking. Like, I don't think that I could have necessarily done that. I don't think I could have taught myself how to make a shoe. Right. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, that it depends on what the subject matter is. Though there's a lot of great courses out there. And I think that, you know, that's one of the wonderful things about being alive today is that you can, I say this all the time, that most of being an entrepreneur is Googling how to do something because every day you're like, well, how do I W-9 somebody? How do I like, you know, it's Google and figuring it out.
Literally. There's one other question from Bantu as well. What is your favorite thing about your brand? And I guess your brand could be your actual brand or also like your voice or your trade.
My favorite thing about my brand is where it started, how it started, and it's completely its own entity now. If anybody doesn't know the correlation between Olivia Dope and Olivia Pope, I'll give you the backstory. So here it go. In 2013, a little show called Scandal came out. When that show came out, at the time, I was going by the moniker DJ Fly Mommy because I was like, I'm a fly mom, whatever. Every Thursday night at 9 p.m., people would tweet me and say, you look like Kerry Washington, you sound like Kerry Washington. So I was just like, you know what? I mean, Fly Mommy's a little too urban. I do want to get into space eventually that I'm more mainstream with, you know, my gigs that I'm getting as a DJ. So she's Olivia Pope, I'm Olivia Dope.
I love it.
That's where it started. A lot of people were like,
I love it.
What if the show gets canceled? What are you gonna do? Like, it's no.
Go here.
Yeah, it's its own thing. And like the reference, like the idea is that something is referential to something that is like, this is the next iteration of it. This is bigger and better. Like, yes, you have the reference material, but you've made it its own thing. And like, that's awesome.
I'm like, okay, do you say to DJ Spinderella, hey, Cinderella's, you know, since 1962? Like, no, you don't tell her that. So
right.
Always have an opinion. I think for me, especially, the favorite thing about my brand, I think is mostly self-discovery. I'm like pushing myself now, being, you know, a CEO and a founder and being, you know, responsible for 2 employees and all these new things that I'm like growing into. I'm like, wow, I didn't know that I could do this, but then also I could do this. So right. that part is great to know, that newfound confidence. And then also so much about my culture too, that I, you know, that I'm taking time to learn. Sometimes, you know, you learn through like listening to your auntie speak or, you know, with those family moments, but doing the you know, the background and research on photographers and understanding like new ways to reinterpret what what is in our DNA literally, and like make it modern. So like my mom is from St. Louis, which is called Nar, back in Senegal. It's a very fisherman town. And I'm like, it's so interesting that everything's surrounded by water and like, you know, and the taste and the smell there and the way people dress, it really is a vibe literally. But then when I'm going back and I'm doing my research and I go back to my mom, like, hey, how was your relationship with the water around there? She's like, did you know your grandma was a fisherwoman? I'm like, I didn't know that. Like, when do you tell me this? So I am learning so much about myself and my culture and, all of this through my brand, which I think is so beautiful. So I'm really inspired by it. I don't get too tired of it because I'm, again, self-discovering. But yeah, those little nuances hopefully will be able to be, kind of like a storytelling element towards the launch of the brand. So it's exciting.
That's cool. Yeah, I think probably one of my favorite things just about like my branding is I love my slogan, nude is not a color. I've always just really thought I've loved it because I think that it really just conveys what my brand is about really well. But I also think it's really strong because I've trademarked it and I've already had people come and use it. And I'm like, nah.
Oh, yes.
It's fine.
Yes.
Come on.
I love that. I love that. I'm just stepping over here on the side. Okay. Oh, there goes. There goes Joy's beautiful face and lips. Mm-hmm.
Surprise! I was muted. Listen, you ladies, this conversation was so amazing. I love every bit of it. You guys have great chemistry. Y'all gotta start a show together.
Does your podcast have guests?
I know, right? It was
Let's go.
Yeah, it seemed like all of you guys like knew each other already. So I'm like, wow, like I loved it. Olivia, we are getting requests for the beret. We want to know where that beret is from, and people are loving it.
Some discount store.
I don't know, somewhere.
Maybe like $10 for it. Yeah, I'm a bargain hunter. I'm frugal shopper.
I love it.
You know what? Y'all could probably find it on Amazon. Probably just say purple beret, and everything is on Amazon, so you could probably find it there.
Gotcha. Hi, Ellie. Nice to see you. So listen, I really appreciate all of you all. I really, really do. It was like such a great conversation. I really like listening to you guys talk about your parents and talk about how like trying to get everyone on board for your dreams. It is not easy, but I saw someone say as long as they could do something to brag on you, it's much better. And it's the truth. It is honestly the truth. Like, as long as they can show a little something to somebody to make them know that you're not a deadbeat, you're good to go. So, yeah. So listen, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Salome Monet, everyone, please check out Salome's line. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. We also love the tagline, nude is not a color, because that's beautiful. Olivia Dope. Please, everyone, check out Olivia Dope. She is, dope, right? So we got to definitely do that as well. Giada. Giada. Love you, girl.
Love you too, Joy.
Founder of By Amy Cole. So make sure you follow all of these young ladies and make sure you purchase when Jada's product come out. Salome Monet, go get them shoes. Olivia Dope, go and listen to her, go to her parties. Y'all want to see me dancing. I ain't gonna do that to y'all. Anyways, I want to say thank you. I'm gonna have you guys leave the stream now.
Okay.
I appreciate each and every one of you, and y'all have a good day.
Awesome.
In the segment because we have a tight turnaround. Our next guest is going to be Matthew from Visa. So let me close out the segment and then we'll restart it back up again. Let me be a proper host. How about that? Let's do that. So let's end this one and I'll see you guys in like 2 minutes basically. back. I know that was a real quick turnaround. Hopefully you guys were able to get up for a second. I'm not sure if you did, but yeah, tight turnaround. That's right. That's how we do. We're professionals here. So I just wanted to introduce everyone. As you guys know, Visa is a sponsor of mine. They are the presenting sponsor of the All Black Everything Summit. And I am truly, truly, truly blessed that they decided that they saw the vision and they wanted to be a part of it. So I was just like, what? I couldn't believe it. I was so shocked. I was like, yes. So one of the things that we wanted to do with Visa and vice versa was to have one of their representatives come on and talk more about Visa and talk more about what Visa offers to small business owners. So I'm going to bring in Mr. Matthew Story into the room. Hello, Matthew. How you doing? I think you are muted.
Good.
Yeah, nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Much. I want to quickly introduce you. You are the Senior Director in Global Innovation and Marketing.
Correct.
Okay, I got it right?
Correct.
All right. Good. So I would love to hear a little bit more about yourself first before we get into everything. If you don't mind giving us a quick rundown.
Yeah, the way I describe myself is I'm a curious marketer, doing things at Visa, helping us understand how to connect with consumers across the globe. I get to work with a number of great marketers across many over 200 countries, helping people understand how Visa, truly powers commerce across the globe. So, that's the first piece. The second piece, I'm a husband and girl dad. So I'm a husband to a entrepreneur wife that is out here killing it every day. And, I just get to ride her coattails and enjoy that experience. And then 2 little girls that are growing up to be also just bosses in their own ways is another, key role that I get to play. And then lastly, I'm a podcast host. So I also have a podcast where I get to speak to people of color leaders to hear their journeys and hear their stories. And so I was excited to be a part of this because I know there's so many great stories that are being shared today and through the summit that are, hopefully inspiring all those out there that are listening.
Yes, I love that. I love that. Well, first of all, I am, we spoke before and I'm a podcast junkie. I love podcasts. So we definitely have to make sure everyone knows your podcast so we can listen to it. Because I love hearing everyone's journey. One of the things we talked about prior to this was when everything happened with the pandemic, a lot of Black business owners were not prepared, but business owners in general, but especially Black business owners. So we all know that was being affected. We were being affected in a disproportionate way. How do you have any tips on how we can start to remedy that situation and actually help legitimize our businesses so that in the future we can then, as we know, a lot of us weren't able to qualify for government funding. How can we remedy that situation and now come out on top?
Yeah. So you're right. It's truly unfortunate that many small businesses, and when you think about the importance of small businesses, they make up over 90% of all businesses, and actually employ almost half of all employees across the globe, are because of small businesses. And then when you double click into Black-owned businesses, we have seen that almost 40% have had to shut their doors due to the pandemic. Wow. A lot of that is driven by systemic things that are just continuing to plague the Black community overall. But I also think that when you look at the concentration of Black businesses, they tend to be concentrated in city and metropolitan areas. Mm-hmm. And so when we saw a lot of the quote unquote shutdown, it hit those cities hardest. And so when all of the Black businesses that are set up in those cities aren't able to open their doors and aren't able to really, provide their goods and services and products to consumers, it was just difficult. And I think that, the one thing you asked the question of what can we do and how can we help? Obviously, whatever we can do to support the businesses in our local communities and communities that we're from. Is first and foremost. And so, whether that's, buying an extra meal, that's, looking for, the local, retailer or what have you, I think going the extra step, if you can, and supporting the businesses around you is the first and foremost we can do. I think the other thing we should think about is how do we help businesses pivot? Through my podcast, I've had a chance to sit down with a few small business owners and just listen to the unique ways that they've gone from being able to be a very much like, brick and mortar, customers come in, they transact and they leave, to actually going online and going digital. And so, at Visa, one of the things we're really trying to do is help those businesses transition from a physical, you come in, you transact, to being able to sell online, because it is a different system. It is a different protocol. And we're trying to do our part to ensure that those that are going into digital or virtual selling for the first time are able to do it in a seamless and frictionless way as possible.
Well, that's really exciting, and I'm glad, and I'm so happy to know that you guys are helping these businesses pivot. One of the things you brought up was about mom and pop businesses, which I know that a lot of us tend to run mom and pop businesses. How can we start to change that, but also like still keep our family feel to things, but bring technology into the fold?
Yeah. Well, it's funny, when you talk about brands, and, when you instantly think about brands, people think of Visa, Nike, Apple, but, the brand of joy is just as big and just as impactful as many of these, brands that we think of. And so I would say first and foremost, we all have to think about our personal brand and our personal companies as you would a corporation. And, that means you should have a board of directors, and not necessarily a board of directors like actually, getting together in a room, but you should have people that you call on to really advise you on, okay, I'm thinking about doing this with my business. I'm thinking, or even before that, I'm thinking about going into business. Having that group of people that you can go to and say, hey, I'm going to be coming back to you for input, questions, feedback along the way. Not only do I want you to be a customer, but I want you to be invested in my success. I think that's definitely the first step. And then I also think that in the world we live in now, we've proven that we can have a lot of these interactions that we're having right now and not actually be in the same room. The technology allows us to virtually connect. And so we should use that to our disposal, and we should find ways to connect with people that are across the globe. Because now you're not only, meeting those people in your local community, but your community is as broad as you can be, and show up. And so I think a lot of, small businesses and other brands have done a good job of, establishing themselves on channels, whether it be, YouTube or LinkedIn or Instagram Live. And it's been something I think that is taking a bit of a learning curve, but, you're going to learn, you're going to experience things. It's never going to be perfect, but you got to get out there and try it. So I think all of that can help us grow not only our companies, but just our brands associated with those companies. That's
so true. That is so true. How do you, I just saw this comment come up and I just wanted to laugh very quickly because I wanted to laugh because it was almost like I want to be like, the brand of joy, what? Like a lot of us don't see ourselves as a brand or as creatives, we don't see ourselves as legitimate businesses. How can we as a community start to re-language or relearn that if we're selling something, we're a business?
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, you said it best. If you're selling something, you're a business. And most of the times, if you are, the one in quote unquote employee in your company, you are the brand. So when someone engages with you, they're experiencing your services, they're experiencing your products. And so I think taking a step back and, using that comment as a point of reference, like the brand of joy means something. And you got excited when you saw it. People get excited when they experience you. I know that just in the amount of time we spent together, your just nature just like brings me in, and I understand what your brand is. Don't know what you may be selling me in the future, but you've already had a brand touch point that makes me want to be interested. And so we got to think about that in terms of, whether we're building that in face-to-face, whether we're building that in terms of social media, building an email list, all those type of things. I think as a business owner, thinking about your brand, and, you don't have to quote unquote be a digital marketer. You don't have to necessarily know all the tips and tricks to, get out there, but just being really intentional about how your brand shows up and ensuring that people take away, what do you stand for? What are your mission? What are your values? And, speaking to an audience like this, full of Black creators, which are really setting the culture for everyone, not just Black community, but all culture. We have to own that and, have our brands really get the credit for doing that. So I would just encourage people to really think about, what does your brand stand for? Like go on Instagram, scroll your Instagram, let someone else scroll it, ask them what they think of your brand.
Wow.
Is a good exercise to do just to see kind of where you are and do that audit and then go back and change accordingly.
how do we, so first of all, that's a great suggestion. I never thought of that, to actually have someone else scroll my Instagram. I'm thinking it's beautiful. And I'm like, well, maybe I should have someone else let me know the truth, you know? So okay, that's a really good point. One of the things that you brought up was, I heard you kind of started leaning into resources of, like, so as a business owner, you need X, Y, and Z. What are some of the things that you feel like business owners will need?
So I think overall, it comes down to a couple of things. One, obviously capital. And I think finding ways to generate capital, whether that be investments, whether that be selling products, whether that be, angel investment, there's many ways to do it, but I think capital is first and foremost. Secondarily is just information. So whether that be educational, it'd be process related, it'd be operations. I think that there's a wealth of information that you just don't know once you get into a business. And then the third piece I think is networking. And so in ensuring that you have the opportunity to call on others, not only as customers, but also as peers, colleagues, as I mentioned before, board of directors, mentors, coaches, and having that ability to help guide where you're going and investing in not only building your network for, distributing what you can, but also how you can help others, because that's generally, I think where I've seen the biggest benefit, especially as, you think about small enterprises, is being able to pour into another business and knowing that's going to come right back. And so one of the things I tell, not only small business owners, but just people in general is like, when you meet with someone, there's two things you should ask. One, who are 3 other people I should meet with? And leverage their network to expand yours, and then end it with, what can I do to help you? Because that's where you truly develop those reciprocal relationships, and people realize that you're not just in it to get out of it something for yourself, but we all have skill sets and what I refer to as superpowers that we can unleash. And if I can help you with my superpowers and you help me with our superpowers, we can do so much more just by having that conversation.
I love that, because that's going into community building. So as a community, we all need to be able to pour into each other. The first thing you mentioned was capital, though.
Yes.
And as you know, we have a harder time obtaining capital than our white counterparts. And first, why is that? And second, how can that be remedied? Can we remedy that situation?
So yes, we can. Yes, we have to. And it is something that there's multiple layers to it. And by no means do I think there's an easy solve. One of the things I talk a lot about with colleagues, friends, family, is many of the things we're working against right now, especially as we think about the Black community, are 401 years in the making. So to think we're going to remedy them with one solve or one program is not realistic. However, there are many things that we should have in motion and bricks we should be laying that would allow us to do that. And so I think that the biggest thing we can do is recognize that, and I'm going to get the stat wrong, but a significantly high percentage of new businesses are being started by Black women. And like disproportionately over every other demographic, audience, et cetera. But when you look at the actual amount of money that they're receiving from a capital investment and just overall, financial investment, it's like under a percentage point.
Wow.
And so like those two numbers don't match up. And so whatever we can do to expose those that are investing to these business owners, and whatever we can do to expose those business owners to people that are looking to invest, I think is definitely the type of things we should be looking at. Wow. We actually just concluded a program in September where we partnered to give away grants to small business owners. And so we were able to give 25 Black and women of color owned businesses $10,000 grants to help them advance their missions and their overall business opportunities. And I had the fortune of really sitting with some of these business owners and hearing their story and hearing, kind of the why behind what they do. And like, when I tell you, it like literally blew me away. It's just so amazing because, again, going back to stories, we all have a story for why we get up, why we go out and do the things we do. And the more we have times to hear that, the more connected we are, the more we support, and to your point, the more community we build.
Wow, that is amazing. So one of the things when we were talking about like community, we were talking about like how as a community can we start to actually, so we all know like people that don't look like us. I think like sometimes their community, like they're able to build a community that does have access to the capital, and they're able to make like inside loans to each other and all that stuff. But we tend to be first generation entrepreneurs, where our families aren't well versed in these things. And I know you mentioned like board of directors. Some of us don't have access to these type of people. How do we go out and now network and find these people?
Yeah. So there's a lot in there. So I'm going to try to unpack each point. So the funny thing is, if you think about it, a lot of us are quote unquote first generation entrepreneurs. But if you go back and look at our parents and you look at our grandparents, and if you can go even further, you look at, great grandparents, they were all entrepreneurial in how they went about their business. And when you think about the capabilities that our ancestors equipped us with, I would actually say we're standing on their shoulders to be able to do the things that we're able to do. And so I would say, while it may feel like we're first generation, there are so many things that have been poured into all of us that are preparing us to walk into rooms that many of them they never would have thought to walk into, but they gave us those capabilities. They gave us those tools. They gave us those superpowers to excel in those environments. I would start there. To answer your more direct question about being able to call on a network of people to be able to say, yeah, I'm raising angel funding and, I got $1 million. That is very difficult for many of us to do because you just don't have people with that access. And so I would say two things. One is we have to get into the rooms where that money is and just shake those trees and say, look, I'm here. I don't look like, what you may have invested in previously, but this is why this is a great idea, and have our story very well put together and ready to bring it forward. And then two, I would also say we need to go out of our way to find other avenues to be able to do that type of capital raising. And so, one example I have is my wife is actually on a crowdfunding campaign platform for raising angel investments on Republic. And so that's one where she experienced similar things. She wasn't able to quote unquote match the view of like what a typical investment looks like for startups. But she found this other avenue that allows people to actually come in with smaller checks. But again, community can bring in more people and be able to invest and be a part of it. Because the other part of that equation is not only do we as entrepreneurs and those that are starting businesses not have the opportunity to, go and call on these businesses, but actually we also in our communities don't typically have the opportunity to invest. So we're missing out on that side too, because we're not able to invest in these great ideas and see the benefit in the long run. And so I think finding things like that is another great way to, kind of rethink the model, turn it on its head, whatever metaphor you want to use.
Well, that is a great segue into what Visa is bringing to the table and like the resources that Visa tends to offer. I would love to hear about everything that Visa is doing for small businesses.
Yeah, and so just so everyone doesn't have to like quickly go jot this down, we'll be sending out some of the details following up. But first and foremost, everyone should check out the Visa Small Business Hub. And this is a resource that we created. It was around April. And what we wanted to do was to make it easier for business owners, especially small business owners, to be able to have a central location to access resources, actually benefits. So we have some partners that we're working with like Yelp and others where you can actually get discounts on things as you're looking to support your business or, get certain things you need to get up and running. And then also a lot of things that really advance you into areas that you may not be comfortable with. So like I mentioned, moving from physical selling into virtual selling. That's another area where, we want to ensure that people have the information but also know where to go, because do I just Google selling online? Where do I go first? And so what we're trying to do is really help people advance into these new areas, but also have the tools, the processes, and whatnot. And so Small Business Hub is a great place to start because that's what we've been able to do. And we're working with a lot of our partners to also highlight and showcase a number of these businesses that we know are being able to thrive through this time. And having to pivot. And so we've also rolled out street teams that are actually going to these cities and sitting with businesses to help them prepare for when consumers return. Because as I'm sure we're all experiencing, going into a store right now looks a lot different than it did in February. And so we want to prepare business owners to, have that safe environment when someone's going and checking out. And so using things like tap to pay, and not having to, do as many things and touching as many things is another way that we're trying to help, educate them on not only what they have in their own existing technology, but how do they tell their customers about it and what they can do. And so we're also doing things from a in-store perspective to help small business owners create that environment to ensure that they have that safety and that concern that many of us have returning into stores.
I love that. So first of all, I haven't heard the term street team in a long time, because I remember all the DJs would send out their street team onto the street to pass out the next flyer, So, yeah. But really quick question. So does the business already have to be already have to have an LLC, or already have to be have a business banking account first, or are these people starting from basically ground zero?
With which part?
With just being able to access these resources.
So anyone, across the board, you don't have to have a certain corporation, don't have to have a certain organization. Now, some of the tools on the hub will be more beneficial if you're already up and running. But at any phase, even if you're just thinking about the idea, I would suggest checking it out, because it may actually lead you down a different path of how you would start your enterprise or start your program that you're looking to stand up, or even as you extend into other things, because I know many entrepreneurs are starting to think about different sources of income and extending their services into new platforms. So you don't need to be of a certain level or a certain size. We're really intending for this to be a hub of sorts that allows you to take what you need and go from there.
I love that. So listen, someone asked about your podcast.
Yes.
And I would love to hear a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so I probably should have gave the name. So the marketing guy that doesn't market his podcast. So it is called What's Your Story podcast. And really for me, why I did it is in my own personal story, I realized that it took me a while to find my voice. Mm-hmm. And the reason it took me a while to find my voice is because I spent a lot of time in rooms with large groups that didn't look like me. Mm. And when you have that experience, I'm sure many listening can relate to, you want to fit in and you don't want to stand out and you don't want to say anything that may ruffle feathers. And in doing that, you're actually quieting your voice and you're quieting your perspective. And so, once I found my voice and once I found my story, I found that the more I shared it, the more closer I got to other people. And then also as a marketer, I spent my career telling stories of brands. And so I just find it fascinating to hear, how did you get to this point? What moment led you to this point, to where you are from your childhood, from your early career to what pivot did you make to make this decision to go out on your own and start a business? And so I've been sitting down with people of color leaders to hear their firsthand story. I say it's actually selfish because I learned so much in the discussion, and they're so rich with insights and things that help me be a better employee. It helps me be a better father, be a better husband, better human. And so, really it's just intended to give a platform to people to share their stories that, maybe you wouldn't have in your network. You wouldn't know someone that does this, or maybe it's someone you look up to and you want to be following in their footsteps and go down the path that they did. So that's really the intention of it. And, there's a lot of fun in the discussions. So people should definitely check it out.
Yes, definitely. I love that. I'm so going to check it out. I really am. You're going to get a new subscriber. I promise you that. So I wanted to first open up for questions, if anyone has any questions for you, but also just to talk a little bit more about your own personal background and why you decided to go into this career. Why did you choose this career path?
Yeah. So what's interesting is I actually am an engineer by trade. So I studied computer science, computer engineering, and I had my first job at Procter & Gamble. So for those of you that love Crest or, Pampers or many of their, huge billion-dollar brands, you're probably familiar with the brands more than the overall company. But they are a marketing powerhouse. And coming into that group as someone in the engineering IT side of the house, I realized that they were having a lot more fun than I was. And they were telling great stories. They were connecting with consumers. They were understanding insights that I just found truly fascinating. And so the closer I got to it, I was like, I got to figure out this marketing thing. And I had the opportunity to shift over into what was called interactive marketing back then, before digital was a word. And from there, it turned into a lifelong career of kind of figuring out problem solving, but also doing it in a creative, unique way from a marketing perspective. So I spent time at agencies. I've also spent time at other brands like Intel, and then now at Visa.
Wow. I wanted to go back really quickly because you mentioned about being in rooms with people that don't look like you, and you feeling like your voice wasn't being heard, or that you were kind of self-silencing your voice. I think that is really an important point to point out to everyone, because as a creative, I've been in the same kind of circumstances where it's like you don't want to come. You really do have the community on your shoulders, and you feel like everything you do represents the community, and you almost like want to be perfect. You don't want to seem like you don't know what you're talking about, so you kind of don't say something, you don't voice your opinion, and I think that is just so sad. And right before you came on, that was like the point of view and the voice, having a voice as a Black creator. Could you go into that just a little bit more and just tell people how can you start to almost like eat your spinach, get that power, and then keep it moving,
Yeah. So it's called imposter syndrome. And basically what happens is, and it happens to everyone. So it's not just something that a few of us experience. When you actually go into a room and you don't see yourself, you instantly question why you're there. And you question, should you be there? And what research has shown is that there's actually what is referred to as a minority tax. And it's a tax you pay because while many people in the room are coming up with creative ideas or thinking outside the box, you're thinking about the dynamics of the room. And you're not able to actually focus on the task at hand. And then when you actually get to the task at hand, you've already put so much energy into these other thoughts related to imposter syndrome that it truly makes it difficult to bring your full self. And so one of the things I've seen and heard from some of the conversations I've had is when you actually get to that point of unlocking that, realizing that, I'm not only am I supposed to be here, but I can actually bring so much value to this environment. That's when you can truly thrive. That's when you can truly bring your full self. And so we talk a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion, but really it's about a sense of belonging. And when you feel like you can belong in a setting, then you're truly able to excel. And so, that's the thing that I think we're all on a journey towards. Hopefully as leaders, as business owners, we're creating those environments for others to feel like they can belong. And then others are doing it for us as we go into new rooms. But it's definitely something that many of us face and something that can be challenging, but just knowing that others are experiencing it, hopefully that unlocks a little bit for those out there listening.
Yes, I love that. I love that. Well, Matthew, we have 2 minutes left. Is there anything like motivational, inspiring, anything you want to add? Let the audience know or where to find you?
Well, 2 things. One, I really appreciate you pulling this together. I know that our teams have enjoyed working with you, and just the fact of being able to support your vision and your dream has just been phenomenal. So, continue to do what you're doing. And also, since I have you on the record, I want to invite you onto the podcast and I want to hear your story. So let's follow up. You can't say no. You can't say no because all these people are listening. Okay. And we're going to have you share your story with my listeners.
Wow. So first of all, I'm on the spot. Sure, I would love to be on. Oh my gosh, who me? No. I would love to be on. Listen, Matthew, you are amazing. I really appreciate you being on this summit in our second summit. Wow, y'all, we have somebody from Visa. I'm excited. So listen, Matthew, it was great talking to you. I want everyone to know that everyone will get an email with the small business resources that were mentioned here today, plus a little bit more. I'm really excited. I can't wait. I'm so happy that you guys are helping me out and presenting today. And I'm just so appreciative. And it was so great meeting you. as well.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for being on. I appreciate it. I really do. I want to show everyone before you leave, or rather after you leave, I want to show everyone what Visa has to say. See you guys.
Thank you.
Local businesses are the heart and soul of our communities. They give thanks. They make a difference. They go the extra mile. They've always been there for us. It's time for us to return the favor, because where you shop matters. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
So listen, everyone, thank you so much for being a part of this. Matthew was amazing. Make sure you check out his podcast. I can't wait to hear it myself. I will see you guys in 30 minutes because we have our fireside chat with Fee Noel and Constance White. And I'm so excited. That's going to be amazing as well. Thank you guys. I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, an hour. Bye.
man.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that last panel was great. Matthew from Visa was really dropping some great gems. I really appreciate everything he was saying, especially the one about the ancestors and how basically they laid the foundation for all of us. So I'm like, so if they are with us, who is against us? No one. So let's just keep on going. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. So listen, this right here, this panel, I'm so excited about it. I was just like, what? When both of them agreed to do this panel, I was like, yes, I wanted to pop collars. I wanted to do the dance, you know, the music from the video. I wanted to use that music and just do a dance. So I was so happy. I was smiling from ear to ear. Let me first mention this. Yes, there is more. Yes. I feel so spoiled. Yes, well, get ready because you're about to be really spoiled. I want to first bring into the room Miss Constance White. So listen, if y'all don't know Constance White, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. Like, Constance is a fixture in the fashion community. She is a journalist and she is also a business consultant. She's an editor. She also wrote a book, which is amazing. I want her to come on here and talk about that book as well. And then also, so let me, you know what, before I introduce Fee, I want to bring Constance into the live stream. Hello, Miss Constance. Wow, you're beautiful.
Hello, Miss Joy. Wonderful to be here.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You look beautiful. First of all, what do you have on? I love it. I love the color. It's so beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hair is amazing. I want to first, if you're okay with this, I want to first get a little bit more background on you and introduce you to the audience.
Okay. What would you like to know? Or do you know now?
A condensed version of everything. First of all, I want to know about your book, How to Play, which was amazing, and I loved it. And I was just like, I wanted to go see, and I want to explain really quickly why I really wanted you to be the moderator for this panel.
Okay.
I went to see you when you were having your book tour for How to Slay. And I remembered when you were in having a talk and you were saying about relationships. You brought up the point about relationships and how important relationships are. So I felt like that to me, like how we don't take advantage of some of these relationships. One of the examples you gave was about going to the Hamptons or getting invited to the Hamptons. And
yes.
Say no.
You're absolutely right.
We possibly need to say yes. And be like, okay, like it's time to be around people that don't look like us, and like make those lasting relationships. But a lot of us are nervous about it. So that is really the reason why I wanted to have this talk today about relationships. So I know that you're an expert. So if you don't mind, just let me know a little bit more, of course, about you, and then also about everything. I want to hear everything.
Okay. Well, let me start with, as you mentioned, Joy, thank you so much for having me. And I'm honored and excited to be a part of the All Black Everything. And the book, How to Slay, is really about a lot of what we bring, everything that we bring to fashion, to beauty. I always say the book serves two purposes. How to Slay is giving a top line about some of the contributions that Black people have made in the fashion arena. From an image, there's image and there's text. There's tremendous, beautiful images by some of fashions and the world's top photographers. And there are historic images as well as contemporary images of people like Rihanna, Naomi Campbell, the athletes who really are so exciting right now and have spurred hair, from male athletes who've spurred trends in hair to female athletes who've spurred trends in clothing and nails, right? Beauty, nails, what what these athletes have done with their beauty routines, their artistry of the makeup that they wear on the track. You know, it's also inspiring to Black women and also to women of every race.
Yeah.
And so, you know, from these contemporary people like Naomi Campbell, who today at age 50 is looking tremendous on the cover of Vogue, right? The new November issue. I'm sure as a creative in the industry, you've seen that or made a note of it to, right? Go back and take a look. You know, Naomi, I would look, little quick story about Naomi and the creation of the book. I went through, along with people who helped me, I went through over 1,000 images, no exaggeration.
Wow.
And so I was looking for a number of benchmarks from how does this impact me, very impressionistic, to how does this reflect a moment in time of the important contributions of Black people to style, whether you're talking about beauty or we're talking about fashion or we're talking about lifestyle adoptions. And I have to tell you, every time I paused at a photograph, often and say, oh yeah, this has to go into the first cut, Naomi was the model. It was a model. She is just so important. She brings so much. She's so compelling as a model. Yeah, you know, bar race. She is just the gold standard. And so, you know, Naomi is in the book, and then people like Halle Berry, you know, and people in our back from our history, Bessie Smith to Ghanaian kings from the 15th century, to Billie Holiday. So the point being, Black people have contributed so much to style, you know, just so much. And so I wanted to have How to Slay convey that, but I also wanted it to be a celebration of Black women's beauty. And so often we see where that's ignored or denigrated in some way, whether it's by other people or us buying into the message and false narrative from other people, and we denigrate ourselves. We don't celebrate ourselves enough. So it's also, when you look at it, it's meant to be enjoyed as this lush, lavish compendium of Black beauty as well.
I love that. I love that so much. One of the things I say is that our creativity births culture. And a lot of people, and that to me is very real. So what you were just saying about femininity and style, I think that's why Miss Fee Noel is the perfect guest for this fireside chat, because if you guys don't know Fee Noel's brand, I strongly suggest you go out and find it.
And Fee Noel, may I say, is a great design talent, but also a great beauty herself.
Yes, exactly. Like when you see the clothes on Fee, you're like, that is Fee. Like, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Just stunning. So I can't even say anything. Let me just bring Fee on into the room.
Okay, and I'm gonna say while she's coming on that How to Slay, I'm doing a plug, is available from Amazon, Target, stores near you, and online.
Yes, I love it. Well, what's also interesting, the connection between you two, is that the cover of your book, How to Slay, is shot by Taisha Gordon, which is Fee Noel's creative director. So I love the connection. So
I love that. I love, you know, because again, to your point about we're here to talk about relationships, right? They feed off each other and we become stronger as we make these connections and make these relationships. Taisha and Fee, and Taisha myself, and then things that I've done with Fee as we get to know each other and collaborate. That's how it all should be. And the three of us here today, tonight.
I love it. Well, guys, let me do a quick introduction of Fee Noel. I had the pleasure of meeting Fee this year, actually, while working on her first New York fashion runway show, which I just absolutely adored. It was beautiful. So, and that's why when I wanted to have this conversation, I was like, oh my gosh, to know that Fee said yes, and to know that Constance White said yes, and to bring these two together, it was just a recipe for a strawberry cake. I don't know. Something sweet. So look, y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna do like I always say, I'm gonna do the SpongeBob. I'm gonna head out, and I want you guys to have an amazing conversation, and I will be back. Okay, so you guys take care, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay,
Thank you,
bye.
Joy. What an amazing welcome. I'll do any talk with you involved, Constance.
Thank you, Steve.
It's
Thank
always
you.
a pleasure, and I'm so happy to be here on the All Black Everything Summit and to be doing this chat with you. You're amazing at conversation, so I'm like, oh, this is with Constance. It's gonna be a breeze.
Oh, right. We're gonna have fun, and we're gonna impart knowledge and have fun ourselves. And I see we can start right with, I see behind you is a photo I recognize as being by Itasia Jordan.
Yes, ma'am. This is an Itasia Jordan original, which I love. It's in my room, and I love waking up to it. It's one of my favorite photos of hers. I have many, but this one was really special to me. She gifted it to me for my birthday after I've begged her for years. On my birthday, yeah, she gifted it to me. So as everyone or who doesn't know, Itasia is a really special person, but just even she's super special to me and the Phenoal team and everything that she does in her work. So I really do, if you don't know Itasia Jordan, definitely become familiar with her, because she is a big part of me being Phenoal and telling that story.
Yeah. You know, I think about a relationship and using that to start the relationship part of the conversation. When I look at that photo and I look at you, Fee, and knowing the connection that you talked about, I see how it's all of a piece in terms of, you know, the beautiful brown skin, the exquisite composition, and then this red flowering, you know, you have chosen this beautiful red to highlight your lips and your beauty, and then here's this flower. So talk to me about the relationship, you know, of inspiration when it comes to relationships for someone who is a creative like yourself.
So I'll talk about it in the sense of a team, right? Like finding like-minded individuals who share the same vision as you do, or even maybe a little different, because that mixture is what creates the perfect creative relationship. And that's what I've found with Itasia Jordan and Jasmine Santiago. Creatively, they're my soulmates, and we're able to come together and really tell our story of our woman, tell our story of our culture. And a goal of ours was to really make Black women look just so elegant and regal and cool and beautiful, and showcasing that, you know, and putting it on a center stage in our work and in anything that we do, because oftentimes we didn't really grow up seeing so much of that. And that's what really, really drew me to Itasia again, is just that the way she makes us look. The way she just, like, our skin radiates, like it's a perfect representation of us. And I think that that's important when you're in the creative industry, to make sure you're telling your story your way and authentically. That's the big thing for me, is like, if I'm going to be in the game, it has to be authentically me. It has to be what I represent. It has to be what I want to see. And I can't water that down. And I can't serve it any way but in its authentic form. And I also wanted people who felt that way, you know. It's one of the reasons I love your book, Constance, of How to Slay. It's like, could you imagine if I was a little girl and had that book? It would have been, you know, like, it would have been a different feeling, a different dream. But we have it now. And I think that it's so important for something like that to circulate, so people feel comfortable showing up as themselves and creating work that represents where they come from and what looks like them and feels like them, to share that kind of creativity with the world, because it's so multifaceted and there's so many different ethnicities and cultures that we have to show, and we really have to, everyone has to do a part of representing where they come from, and we putting that all together to show like this is our world, this is what it looks like, this is our melting pot. It's not just one way, there's many ways. And we just so happen to hone in on the Finowell way, and it's worked for us, and we're touching people along the way.
You sure are. You sure are. And you're working in, you're making, and you have made a space for yourself in an industry that is in many ways not known for its inclusivity. Mm-hmm. It almost trades on exclusivity, mm-hmm. especially within the space that you're working in and that I have often worked in. So how do you deal with that? How do you, within that sort of exclusive air, mm-hmm. build relationships?
Oh, that's one, that's a really good question, because mm-hmm. at first I kind of ignored that. Like, I kind of said, you know what? And if I'm being completely honest, of course, once you enter fashion, you think about the gatekeepers, you think about where you want your clothes to be sold, who you want wearing it, and all that stuff. Like, you have this big dream, and then you go knocking on a few doors, and the response is just like, yeah. almost degrading. It's like, almost like, yeah, like, who are you? Why should we talk to you? Who do you know? Where did you go to school? Where's your family from? It's all these different things that you never think of initially. And I had to do away with the industry. I had to say, you know what? You don't see the Finowell vision. You don't get it. So I have to create this on my own. Almost as saying, you know, I don't have a nice way to say it, but just like, do away with the industry and do your own thing. And that was the conclusion that we came to. And we were like, let's just create things our way. One, that's hard because of course you don't have the financing that you need to do something like that. So we had to bootstrap everything to create our stories, create our clothes. It was really bootstrapping the entire thing, and that is not easy. So I don't want to make it sound like it was a breeze. Like, no, it wasn't at all. It was actually really, really hard. But I felt like this is where we had control. Like, we can tell our own stories on our own platforms and touch others. And that's what we started to do, and it started to work. For me, it took so long to be even noticed by the industry, but that did come. So when you build it, they will come. Sometimes you try to go knocking on doors and those doors don't open for you. But if you stay the course and you believe in what you're doing and you stay authentic to yourself, meaning once they know about you and they could look back and said, oh, she's been doing this for a while. Because sometimes it looks like you came from nowhere, you got a lucky break, but really in the root of it, it was really hard work. And I want to say that that's what it takes to get it, because once you make your mark, they are going to pay attention. They are going to start knocking. Right now, as I'm sitting here this day, my inbox is very different from 2 years ago. It's very, doors are opening left and right to the point it's like, oh wow, you know. I think that to answer your question,
there's now a different challenge.
It's now a really, really different challenge. I think that you have to decide who you're going to be before any industry accepts you, because you want to stand tall in that. Once they do open up a wider audience for you, once they do, but it's going to, and especially for people of color, it's almost as if, you know, and you just have to work harder. You have to work harder sometimes to get what some people may just have access to. You have to work 4 times as hard just to even get that. And but that builds, it's not such a bad thing, because it builds character and it builds tenacity and just all the other things that you need to get in the game and stay in it. Because once you're in it, it's like that's another monster that you just have to find out on your own.
Your own. There's so many points, Fee, that you made that I want to unpack a bit more because they're so helpful and so true to the game. Is one of them is you mentioned, now your inbox looks very different. And that reminds me of a story I read once, which was about Puffy. And he was saying, they talked about how Puffy used to take the train from Howard in Washington, D.C. to New York. He was, as you said, he was working really hard to make it happen. And then fast forward, and it wasn't fast, to where he is one of the top entertainers in the world. He's a producer, he's a fashion designer, he's a pop culture tastemaker. He appears in videos, he's a personality. And he was making the point that even where I am today, there is still rejection. It's just rejection. If you are growing, there has to be rejection. It's just rejection from a different level, a different person. So there was rejection when I think he was an intern at the time, traveling, DC for Howard University to New York. And then now this was now perhaps at least 10 years ago, he's been around and at the top of his game for a while. So say a little bit about that, please, about how the hard work, the emotional resilience doesn't end. It just sort of takes a different form.
Yeah. New levels, new devils. I always.
Oh, I like that. New level.
Every level that you get to, there's something else to deal with. There's different strategies you have to use, a different mindset. So for an example, I can give a clear example. Before, during my journey, I was on the defense. I was just trying to survive. I couldn't see opportunities because I had to do so much just to keep the day-to-day alive. The business, myself, because I'm a full-time designer. So I had to hustle. Right. Now, there's still hustle, but now I'm on the offense. I'm seeing so many opportunities that I don't have the knowledge yet to handle, because all these doors are opening and all these people, it's a lot of noise. Like, okay, we want to help. And now it's like, oh, wait a minute. I have to dream different. My dream was based on what I was exposed to at the time. Now there's so many more opportunities that I have to, I feel the need to go after, because I also feel like I'm in a position to open doors. I'm in a position to be a trailblazer. That's a weight that I'm carrying. So that's not when I say new levels, new devils. Was before it was just like, how do I get people to buy the brand? How do I get to see women in it? How do I get it in stores? How do I get
people to know what I do? Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, we're there now. People are wearing it. It's in stores. Magazines are writing up. And now it's like, how do I build the new thing is, how do I build a legacy brand? How do I create, as a Black woman, a brand that could stand the test of time? So there's always this, once you've attained, it's like a new level. And now there's things that come with that, because now they're saying, oh, this is just your time right now. Just enjoy this time, right? It's just time. And that's another thing that you have to fight. Like, no, we can stand the test of time, right?
It's not about this time, it's about all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I love the new levels, new devils. That's a good way to sum it up and to remind yourself. And it's like all these choices now, but which one is the right choice? How do I make the right choice? And life, I was just saying that life is not black and white. And if we remember that often life is gray, that frees us up to acceptance and to say, okay, so I've done my due diligence and now I'm going to make a decision. And, whatever happens, it will be the right decision, you know, whatever right is. It's really interesting. Another analogy I hear to what you're saying is, I remember when Narciso Rodriguez was so in demand for consulting deals, right? When the industry started being swept by consulting deals, and many people of color, Black people especially, Latina people to a lesser extent, couldn't get those deals, right? Weren't being considered for those deals. And so he got this deal with Liz Claiborne. And it appeared to be a sweetheart deal, because Liz Claiborne, what was bigger than Liz Claiborne, right, at the time? And he was able to continue his own luxury collection. Like, sweetheart deal, great. Well, you know what? After a while, he left. He left because it didn't line up for him. It didn't line up with what he wanted to do. It wasn't how he wanted to be operating day to day. So I use that anecdote to underline your point about, now there's so many opportunities, and there's another challenge of, okay, how do I choose the right ones? I get to pick, but with the picking also comes work too.
Exactly. There's a pressure there of making the right decision, you know.
Well, the other thing you said earlier in your comments that I wanted to unpack too, is you mentioned, you know, starting out and bootstrapping. And I remember us having previous conversations and reading about how you've come up and all the work that you put in and sacrifices you've had to make, and thinking about the role that family plays, that relationship. And we don't hear a lot about that with our stories. And it's so important when it's relevant, because it's very hard for us to go to the bank, even with a track record, and get even the smallest of loans. So I know you've mentioned what role your mother has played in supporting you very early on. And it made me also think about Tracy Reese, the role her father played very early on. I don't know if you two talented, game-changing Black women would be where you are today without those supports. But tell us about your story briefly in that area.
I'm so happy to. It's so. I come from a West Indian household, so I want to just paint this picture for you guys. When I first realized like fashion is what I wanted to do, my mom was just like, "What? No, you can't."
Not a doctor, not a lawyer, not an accountant,
not a lawyer, not a teacher.
A teacher, a nurse.
It was just her It was just like her upbringing. Like, this is what constituted as successful. And when she first came to America, because I'm a first generation, she worked in a manufacturing company for a lot of years before she decided to go off and become an entrepreneur. And she would bring home the fabrics and the buttons. So technically it was really her that sparked my interest in fashion. And when I told her, I'm like, oh, I want to be in fashion. At the time, I didn't know I wanted to be a designer, but I wanted to be in fashion, and let me go to FIT. And she was like, no, absolutely not. Again, about knowing who you are and going after your dreams. I went to school to become an accountant.
Oh, did you? I didn't know that. I just said that.
A finance degree. But while there, I pursued fashion. You know, I pursued it heavy. And then that's when she was like, oh, you're serious about this? And I'm like, I'm absolutely serious. And then she started to come around. And it's because of her that I was able to even start and even get my head start. She supported me. She, you know, it could have been, oh, I need $5,000 to do a collection. And at that time she was like, what? No, I'll give you $1,000 and make it work. So make a few dresses, sell it, and then replenish, and so on and so forth. So she created this like hustle in me, like, okay, I'm going to find a way to do what I need to do with what I have. And that's where I got that mentality, is do what you can Start with what you have. And that's exactly how I did it. And if it wasn't for one, me seeing her become an entrepreneur and changing the trajectory of her life, I would have never felt like I could be my own boss and create my own company. So besides the financial support, just her not knowing that she was allowing me to dream, you know, and that really changed how I looked at life. I felt the power at a young age to create the life that you want to live. And that all, like, I owe that thought, you know, and it's not just my mom, it's her sister, because we're a very big, tight, close-knit family. I always say I have like 2 moms, and they support me in everything, you know. When I had my son, I'm like, how am I going to continue? And they're like, look, we're in this together. We're in this together, and we're here for you. And they're my biggest supporters. Every night I have to do anything new happen today. Like what's going on? It's like, they're living vicariously through me, but it's really because of even my grandmother, you know, who just had no idea, who asked, she was like, is this for real? So people are wearing the clothes that you make, and it's really beyond. It's like my family is watching along in amazement, right? Because they saw how I stuck to it. They saw how I grinded. They saw, you know, my crying days, my days that I wanted to give up. They saw all of it. So for them, it's like a movie to watch. Like, wow, this is really happening, you know, and it's allowing them to even dream a new dream as well. So I'm here because of my family support.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's amazing. And I think we all need that, you know, no matter the careers we are in, we need support because we're human. I believe that on top of that, we need support when we're endeavoring to do something which is very draining and challenging emotionally, which entrepreneurship can be, or you can be incorporated in a certain role of responsibility. And it's very important to have that support at home, that family support coming from brother, sister, father, mother, spouse, wherever it's coming from, to really keep you going, because you can go through some stuff.
Oh, you're going to go through some stuff. A lot of stuff.
You're going to go through some stuff.
And they're going to go through it with you as well. You know?
Yeah, which is needed. I always remember my mother saying to me, I was going through a very challenging period and job in my career. And I get home, my mother was living with me toward the end of her life. God bless, thank goodness. And, you know, I come home and she go like, okay, so how was work today? And, you know, tell her like about some of the challenges. I was ready to, you know, tear my hair out or quit or, you know, whatever it was. And she would say, don't you ever quit until you really, really are ready to quit. Don't, and this is the word I always remember her saying, she's like, don't you abdicate. And that always has stayed with me through a rough period, you know, don't abdicate. Don't abdicate. So, you know, our parents have been through things, especially women and Black women, and we need to draw from them. Parents, aunts, grandmothers have stories to tell. And no matter how humble it may seem, you know, what they did, most of the time, almost without exception, they've been through some stuff. They've overcome. And so I find that we can definitely draw upon them and not take that relationship for granted. Like, you have, like, you know, it's like reminding yourself that you have some great wisdom right there in your family. I remember also I have, during that same period, I never connected this way, but I have a sister-in-law who's a very accomplished human resources executive. And I was able to, and it, you know, I just think of her as, you know, my really bright, beautiful sister-in-law, you know, but at that moment, all of a sudden it dawned on me, wait a minute, she's one of the top most learned, respected people in the business and experienced, let me tap into her knowledge.
Yeah.
And so she sort of became a coach for me with her, extensive knowledge of managing and coaching and guiding executives at one of the top companies in the Caribbean. So, we've got to remember that we have all this brain trust around us and love, and we should use it to help us in the career arena. It's not only that, okay, oh, that's at home. That's like home stuff or family stuff. So wanted to ask you about levels, as you've gone through these levels, started out with, mom and aunt by your side and behind your back and so on. What are some of the skills, would you say, Fee, that you really need? Maybe think of, say, top 5 skills one needs to grow, continue climbing those levels in your view?
Oh, I will say leadership is my top one, because when you are in the creative field and you're creating something, you need people. You need other people to believe besides you. And along the way, you find your people, and you want to make sure you lead them right. So I would say leadership is one of the most important things. And also knowledge. I'm a sponge. I love, it's one of the reasons I'm so close to just the older people in general in my family, because I feel like they possess a certain knowledge. They've been here longer. They know certain things. They can guide you in that way. So knowledge is very important. Like I'm like a sponge. I take constructive criticism well, because I always just want to hear what information someone has and how I could learn from that and how I can apply it to my life and what I'm trying to do. Another thing I want to say is I want to say compassion too. Sometimes and I don't even know if compassion is the right word, but just putting yourself in other people's shoe as you're going along this journey, putting yourself in other people's shoe, walking in their shoe, and not taking things personal. Like everyone has their own journey, everyone has their own thing, and of course in your mind, your idea and what you're trying to do is the biggest thing in your heart, but you have to remember there's a whole entire world going on around you. The fourth one is you need a skill. I learned this from a very, what do you bring to the table? What is an actual skill that you have that you can leverage? I feel like learning something, if you don't have one, is very, it could be whatever, making patterns, or you need some sort of skill. And my fifth one is I want to say that financial literacy is really, really important in any business, in your life. That is, and the reason why I'm going to say financial literacy, because that allows you freedom, right? When you know and aware of how to make money work for you, that is a skill. That is a business skill that can take you really, really far. And there's some freedom that comes with that, right? Having that sort of knowledge. So I guess all those 5 things boil down to knowledge. Like you definitely need a lot of knowledge and leadership skills, because there's going to be people that's going to come along, and you want to be able to not misuse that. You want to make people believe in what you're doing. And I'm going to add a 6. I don't have this. Knowing how to network. That is always a skill that I've admired. I've never been able to nail it down, but it works because that means you're good at relationship building and you're good at connecting with people. So if you have that somewhere in you, absolutely, that is a great skill to have. A really, really
yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think I can do a continuation of what you just said. I think those are 6 great skills, and we can all take away from that and think about it. There are 3 tips I would say for networking, for the number 6 that you mentioned. I think networking, and it can be known by other names such as relationship building, such as building your circle, expanding your circle of influence. I think there are 3 things. An acronym for them could be CAR, which is consistency, and I'll explain that in a moment, authenticity, and reciprocity. Consistency, I think, in building relationships, one of the ways to build relationships is to be consistent. So don't just get in touch with someone, shoot someone an email, give them a call when you want something. Sometimes you'll get what you want, and sometimes you have to do that, right? You end up in that position where you just have to do that because your time, your energy is finite. Especially if you're running a business, you can't possibly be in touch with everyone all the time. But you'll do better if you contact people, and it doesn't have to be often, depending on the relationship you're trying to build and who they are. It might be twice a year. It might be once a month, but you're consistent in being in touch. If you're lucky enough to meet them at an event, to be at an event where both of you happen to be there, that's great. That's a touch, right? That's a touch point right there. And then, but if not, then you send an email. I thought you might like this article or find this article interesting, or just checking in to see how you're doing, or, oh, I noticed that you were on this panel. Congratulations, or whatever you would say. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it does have to be consistent. So ideally, try to build consistent relationships which have some consistency. Authenticity, excuse me, is a buzzword of the moment, but it's relevant. It's be yourself, relate to people in an authentic way, not a fake way. What does that, whoops, what does that look like? What does that mean? Whoa, sorry. Excuse me, audience. What does that mean? What does that look like? Well, it means that you're not, for example, giving a compliment that you don't believe in. You're saying it just to puff someone's head. I am a firm believer that everybody has something that they can be complimented on. You just have to open your eyes to it. You just have to look hard enough for it. So say something that is complimentary and mean it. So that's one example of authenticity. Also bringing your own self. Don't try to be someone who you are not, right? That's part of the authenticity and how you present yourself to people. Yourself is good enough. Yourself is good enough. If you're not sure, let's say you are by nature a humorous, funny person, but humor with someone you don't know well, or humor in the workplace can be a bit dangerous. Because in the same way people talk about don't discuss politics, don't discuss religion, because those things can get you into trouble. But you wouldn't say, for example, if someone is a Republican or a Trump supporter, try to act like you're that too, when in fact you're a Democrat and you hate Trump. You just don't talk about it. Just don't talk about it. So don't try to be humorous if indeed that's who you are, that's great. Save that for your relationships where you know someone better. And that way they have a sense of when you're being humorous, and you also have a sense of what they might find offensive. because humor has to do with taste, and you don't know. So again, I just wanted to bring a bit of concreteness to the authenticity tip, that's about being authentic. And then finally, reciprocity. So reciprocity means don't be a take. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? Can you get this for me? Can you get that for me? If you are looking, and we all need things, we all need things, and we need people to provide those things, whether that's emotional support or it's an introduction so I can open a new job, or whatever the case may be. I can interview for a job or open a new client piece of business. We all need things, but be prepared to give. And you do have something to give. You may be in a position where what you have to give is very obvious, but many times it's not obvious, and you're like, well, what could I give to Fee Noel? She's this high-flying designer who, oh my God, I don't know if I can speak to her, but there is something that you can give, if you really think about it. And sometimes you can ask, you can say, if you ever need anything, I don't know what I could provide, but I'm more than willing if you need anything at all. And that shows that you're ready to have a reciprocal relationship. And then if you know what would be helpful, go for it and share it with the person. Don't be mealy-mouthed.
I love that. Especially, and I even want to ask you something, Constance, because you've been in the industry, like you've been able to stand the test of time, and especially like an industry like fashion, it's always changing, and it's always just kind of renewing itself. Like, what advice would you give someone like myself, who I feel like I'm really just I thought I put in time, but apparently I'm really just getting my feet wet. So I think myself and just the audience, like, what determines how long you stay and how long you're respected for the time that you stay? What advice or anything you have to say on that?
Wow, what an interesting question. I've been asked a lot of questions in my time, but I've never been asked that. And it's such an interesting and I think wise, actually, question. So whether it's just because you're curious or just because we all, want to have longevity, or at the very least, I think we all want to be able to be the one to say, I'm done. Okay, I've had my fill, as opposed to like, oh, what happened? It's over. So let's see. I would say, I'm thinking on my feet here, I have never been asked that question, is I would say one is stay relevant. And what that looks like is always be ready to have something of value to offer. So how do you do that? By constantly educating yourself. So whether that education is outside of a classroom or it's inside of a classroom, you're constantly learning. And then number two, I would say, and this isn't necessarily in any particular order, but number two, which is related to the learning, is being willing to share. So being willing to share your knowledge. You can't be isolated and saying, oh, now I have this, whatever this means to you. Now I have this and I'm not going to share it. So I think being willing to share is important, sharing your knowledge, sharing your, just today, someone reached out to me and said, oh, do you have so-and-so's number? And I was like, yeah, here it is. So just small things like that, because I'm going to want someone to give me someone's number too, and so sharing. We are talking about relationships, and I would say that that's a huge thing, relationships. If you built, and you must build relationships. throughout your career. And when you think about it from the lens of the question that you asked me, Fee, building relationships are very important to longevity. I don't know if I would say they're absolutely necessary, but I almost might. They are absolutely, though, critical for sure, because the relationships then become avenues to growth. They become avenues to opportunities, and they become avenues to learning. So you have, like, one of the things I noticed, and I realized I have it in my life. I looked around and realized I had it, and I didn't deliberately set about making it happen, but then I realized, oh, this is good. And if it didn't exist, I would and should make it happen, which is the following. I remember noticing at Calvin Klein, as he built this global, incredible brand. From a consumer's point of view, it's a great brand. From a designer's point of view, it's a great brand. And from a marketer's point of view, he built a fantastic brand. And I noticed that as his brand got older and he got older, Calvin Klein, when I was a young person, would always surround himself with young people. He would have of course, his core people, and of all ages. Some were older, but he would always bring in these younger people, which, like, what is Calvin Klein? He's Calvin Klein. What does he need these people for? And I realized it was a strategy, and it kept his brand fresh. Yes. So I've realized that I have friends and business acquaintances of all ages. And I found that it's really, it really enriches my experience and keeps my career relevant and important from a value proposition point of view. So I think that's another answer that I give. And then I think finally, I would say, it's internal, which is that, how long you stay and how long you can stay. Also, at least 50% of that, if not more, has to do with, what do you want? What's your passion? And I find in my own experience, and in every person that I know that has had a long career, and I have a window, whether through a book or I know them personally or an interview, I have a window on their journey, they take some time off. That time might be, kind of an eat, pray, love moment, right? Of going and traveling more for a year, or it might be, you go off for a month, or it might be you go and tend to help with a sick relative, mother, father, aunt, for a bit, but they all pull back, do sort of the sabbatical moment. And I think that has a couple of reasons that's helpful, is that you recharge in your soul, in your heart, and then your brain refreshes and is triggered, with innovation, and it's cleansed and it's renewed. Both, if you even want to use sort of the biblical point of view too, your brain is renewed and you're ready to go again.
I love that. I know I threw a bomb on you, but I'm like, oh, this question has been on my mind, and thinking of, when asking myself, like, Fee, what is your stance in this industry? What do you want this to look like for you? Because I'm in a position where I can ask myself that now, like what do you want this road to look like? And I think about women like you, Agnes, just all of you that just trailblaze and are still relevant. So I was like, let me ask Constance this question. And see what she has to.
It's a really interesting question.
I hope it helped all of you. It was a selfish question, but I hope
No, I think it's relevant for a lot of people in that you're wise, to also to be your age and thinking of it, because most people don't think about it till a bit later on, where it's like right upon you. But some people are forced to think about it because of things that happen, in life, and then it becomes a gift that, oh, let me think about this now, before I turn 60, 70, 80. I can think about it now and adjust my life. And then for you, I think it's just very wise. You're a wise person, and think about it. Give you one more example to, you talked about me, you talked about Agnes, I talked about Calvin Klein, is you think about Oprah, because the other thing is, it's not, think as blue sky as you can right now, and as you want to. Just even take those 2 days or that 1 day or that 2 hours alone to blue sky that. Your answer to that question, it wasn't you were asking more about how, but your answer to what would it look like for you, right? It doesn't mean it's going to be the same answer next year or 10 years from now, but what does that, if you do that once a year, like, what does that look like? Because a lot of times it doesn't look like what it looks like right now.
Yeah.
Right. So you might feel very strongly, well, I'm going to be, CEO of Fee Noel when I'm 60, when I'm 70. You may not want to at that point. You might want someone else to be CEO. I'm not sure. I stopped with the Calvin Klein example because I don't know what he's doing now. I won't take it further, but I do want to say who can pick up from that example is Oprah, right? Yeah. So whoever thought, maybe she did, she's not my close friend, so I don't know, but maybe she always saw a network, but we never thought, like, why would she ever leave her show?
Yeah. True.
It's not what it was, but it's still one of the most, at the time, it was still one of the most successful talk shows going. It was still pulling in a ton of money. And she went, you know what? I think I want to do a network, which is very, very different to doing a show. I want to do a network. And, so it could look very different. Diane von Furstenberg, she's now gone on to she started this Women of the World, thing. And someone else is running DVF now.
That's very interesting. I'm happy that you brought out that's a very, very good example, because I think about that often, and not so much of worrying about the future, but I just want to be so intentional. Like, I feel like I have a rare opportunity, and I just want to be so intentional.
I think it's wise.
The steps that I'm taking forward, so
I think that's so smart to be intentional. And then with the, as they say, as your Caribbean grandmother was, what is it called? God, man makes plans and God undoes it, or something like that. Yes. So it's like being intentional, but being open to whatever comes. Right?
Oh, that is a perfect way. Be intentional, but be open. Absolutely. I love that. I love that. Yeah. Be intentional, but be open.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to ask one more question, then I think we are going to take questions from the audience.
Yeah.
If not, we can keep going, but I'm going to ask how do you categorize your relationships?
Oh, that's an interesting question. How do I categorize? Wow.
Interesting, right? I'm going to tell you a little about mine.
Yeah, I have to think about that.
Yeah, while you think about yours. So if I were to say, how I categorized my relationships, the first thing I would say is, well, a few different ways. I would say, so one way would be sort of the relationship with myself, then family, immediate family, then extended family, close friends, people I'm friendly with. So people I'm friendly with tend to be people who, if I had the time to be a real friend, I'd love to be your friend. But, you know, maybe I don't have time to be friends with people, right? And then I have, you know, like business acquaintances and community. So that's sort of one way I categorize them. And then another way I categorize relationships are relationships that are transactional, and then versus relationships that are have more reciprocity and mutuality to them, which, you know, are people who are, you know, really friends, who are long-term. One of the things I will say, I noticed, I used to get asked a lot in talks about how do you juggle family with work, right, with a career. And I would say, I believe you can have it all, just not necessarily at the same time, right? Like some people are able to have it all at the same time. Some, you know, a lot of us women, it's difficult to do it, but doable. I said, but a lot of times one area suffers. And for me, traditionally what suffers is my social circle, my friends. And so God bless my friends for being patient with me and so on. Like, I am so the person who didn't get the wedding present till like 2 years later. God, like I am that person, right?
Oh, I don't feel so bad, Constance.
You're that person. You're that person too. I'm the person who I really, really wanted to send you a thank you card and didn't send it. Like, oh my God, who do we know? Pop quiz. Who do we know that is amazing at sending cards?
Agnes.
Oh my God, she puts me to shame.
She makes me feel so guilty because I'm almost like I literally feel like the next day a card is there.
Is there.
Like,
She is there. It's such a beautiful thing to get a card from her. She's so thoughtful and good at it and disciplined and inspirational. So I like put it up and go, I'm gonna send this card like Agnes does. I'm gonna send it. I don't send it. I'll buy the card, I'll do and then it doesn't get into so it's why social for me that that's what suffers.
Now that the way you said that, it sparked something in me with the way I separate relationships. I do have like my friends. They're like my close friends. I could, just be completely vulnerable with them. Yes. And I'm pretty much a vulnerable, like I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm pretty a transparent person, but just can be extra vulnerable with them. And then I call what I have my fashion friends, like people who understand my roles.
Yes.
And, they're all like families in certain way. Right now, it's interesting because I have a community of people who I really love, like really deeply love. They're my fashion friends. Like Agnes is one of them, Jean, Itasia, Aaron. There's like people, like a group of people that I can like talk to, right? That champion me.
You feel you can be yourself.
Be myself. And exactly. And they offer constructive criticism. So I really don't want to call them acquaintances or like that sort of thing because I love them. They're not my family.
They're more than that.
They're more than just that to me. They're more than just my community. It's an like I guess extended sort of family. And then I do have I guess industry people who are not fashion friends, but they're just like in the industry and you can get coffee with them and, sort of have this relationship where you guys can bounce off of each other or when you do need each other.
I haven't found a good name for them, but I say it like these are people I'm friendly with. Friendly.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. That's a good way to say it. And now I'm meeting some higher ups in fashion, guys. And I don't know what to call them. I still feel very weird speaking to them. And when I say just higher ups, that people who have really made a name for themselves in fashion, and they're sort of like just fashion icons and things of that sort. And I don't know what to call them. Like, I don't know if mentors is really the right word, because that's kind of like what I have. Like, go to Agnes and then I tell people they really like mentor me. I'm not sure. Oh, I do want to say this. Sometimes someone would call them, there's people that you meet, there's mentors and then there's sponsors. There's people who have the ability to walk you in the door and say, she's the one, give her this, give her like this certain opportunity. So maybe I'll call them sponsors. And
that's a good term.
That if you don't know what I mean, you will, because you're going to meet people in your life who they just have access. And with that access, they'll, if in their heart they think you're the right person for the job, they're just gonna walk you through the door. You're not gonna have to jump through hoops. You're not gonna have to ask for it. So I guess now that you say that, that's how I would separate it. Ooh, I had to think about that.
That's good.
I'm like,
but I think it was interesting, right?
Do I have categories? And honestly, because I love people, like I mesh people together, which is not always a good thing, but I just mesh like, oh, I just love everybody. Can we all be in one room? There's things that come with different perspectives and that sort of thing, but that's how I am. I like to just bring my worlds together, because anyone that you spend time with represents some part of you. Like it represents some interest or some part of your life. So all the parts make you whole. And that's in that I always try to bring that together.
Excellent. Okay, we have some questions coming in, Fee. So let's try and tackle some of them. Really good questions. Okay, here's one from Jennifer Fleming. With regard to new levels, new devils, what is your soundboard or your sounding board, or do you rely solely on your instinct?
So I do rely on my gut a lot, but I have to say that anytime, and the thing that's beautiful about Itasia Jordan, it could be personal or business, she is a huge sounding board for me. And if she's like not really, if she's like, Fee, I don't know, I'm going to my mother. Most times it has to do with my career, a business move, or just maybe something I'm going through personally. I do have a sounding board. I have my girls group chat. I have my my company group chat with all the people that I work with. We have this close relationship, and I do have my family who I can talk to depending on what it is, but I absolutely have a sounding board. I have way too many voices in my head telling me like what's wrong, what's right, why I should do this, why I do that. So I do need people outside of myself. And then sometimes it's just like, you know what, I'm gonna have to go with my gut here, which I intentionally try to stay in tune with how something makes me feel. And but I do absolutely have a sounding board, and I think everyone should have one, you know. Is that the Constance, can you hear me?
Muted. Hi, Fee?
Okay, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you. I guess you couldn't hear me. Okay. Can you see this next question?
Yes. Do you have tips for helping people to understand your vision and join your startup budding idea? I actually really do. And Constance made a really, really great point. Consistency. If you can show consistency, if you can be consistent with your idea, I bet money that people are going to get on board. If you constantly show that you're working at this and that you're presenting your idea clearly. And that's sometimes I tell, a jack of all trade is good. I'm going to tell you why I think that it's where I think it's not good. People have to know you for something. They have to associate with you with something, and you have to decide what that is. Because when you do too many things all at once, they don't know, and people need to associate with something because they need to know what to call on you for. So if someone's thinking about traveling, they're going to call Phenoel because that's the story I put out. That's the branding that I put out. That's the visuals that I put. That's what I've done consistently. So when they think of traveling, they're going to think of me. And you want people to associate you with something. And consistency makes people believe. It makes people believe what you're doing. It shows that you have a clear point of view and a clear vision. And that is the number one. There's other things, but I think the main thing you have to think about when wanting people to join your tone and what you're doing is remaining consistent.
Okay. Our next question is from Brenda Polanco.
Hi, Brenda.
Brenda. All right, sounds like a friend here. Yes. What advice would you give a startup designer on how to deal with the hurdles of sourcing fabrics and production demand? Good question.
That is so interesting because Brenda works with Phenoel. She actually helped us kind of take our crazy business and streamline it. So Brenda started the company, the .nyc, and she worked in Mood for many, many years. She is a fabric encyclopedia. And I actually met her at a talk I was doing with Constance. We connected there. And yeah, and she has saved my life. So I really think that I always try to, when someone asks me an idea for someone just started, I try to think about how I thought back then, because you're a lot less jaded and more fearless when you're just getting started. So I try not to give too many advice because of all the things that I've went through. I don't want it to be biased, but I would say is do your homework, and if you don't know where to start, the place that you get your fabrics, try like talking to people. And it's very hard for me to do that, but if you can really just muster up the confidence to just talk and ask questions, that is a good way for you to find out what you need to know to make your life easier. You end up spending so much money trying to figure it out, and fabric sourcing, and that's a whole monster that even me myself at this stage, it's so difficult with trying to really get to the source and get certain fabrics. So someone who's here to make it easier for you is the .nyc that's ran by Brenda and Ashley. So, if you can get their contact and their information, please hit them up, because they will make your life. They are fabric mavens, and any small brand, they'll make your life so heavenly, trust me, and give you more time to focus on your craft. Oh, there it goes. And it's two
great.
.nyc. It's 2 T's, DOTT.
Okay. All right. Lonely asked a question again. All right, I'm switching to my computer because my phone.
Okay. So should I?
All right.
Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to jump in real quick and just say hello. And I know that Constance was switching over to her other computer. So I just wanted to jump in real quick in case Constance needs a quick second.
I made a smooth switch.
You did. You really did. Yes. So okay, so I'm gonna dip back out, but yes, great conversation, ladies. I just wanted to jump in real quick.
Thank you. All right, we can move right into. Thank you so much, Joy. We can move right into our next question. Speaking of thank you cards, has there been a time when following up has been very impactful for your career?
For me, okay. Yes. And I can be very specific. I wanted to do something that was very huge for me, which was create a collection inspired by Grenada and shoot a campaign there. And it was very hard for me to convince them why this would be so wonderful and why Grenada needs this and what it would mean for Grenada. So I had to go through so many different people. And along the way, the first person I met, they were, like mean and just like, oh, we have people coming to us with ideas like this all the time. And I remember feeling so discouraged. And I remember saying, you know what, forget it. And then I talked to my mom and she's like, just try again. Just follow up. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I think I have 2 stories. And it was just follow up. Mm-hmm. And I did. And because even though this person was nasty, I still said, thank you for taking the time to talk to me, which I really was thankful. I was like, thank you for taking the time to talk to me. And I just wanted to put this on your radar again and think of it in a different way. And that's how that follow-up impressed them. And it made them listen more and want to hear a little bit more. And that changed everything that I did, that follow-up. It changed the way, because I guess I was also bold enough to say, like, in a nice way, I think you're wrong. I think maybe think about it in this way. Right. And I'm going to present it, And I think in their mind, they knew, like, well, the fact that she even wrote back after my response the first time was admirable. And maybe I should listen. And maybe I should listen now. Maybe I should open to this. And if you may or may not know, the campaign happened and it was a huge success. Yeah. And so I feel like following up did that. Yes. Constance, do you have a time when you felt like it was?
I always, when someone follows up with me, I'm always very impressed. Mm-hmm. And I do have a specific, and then I was going to say, when I do have a specific one, I thought I wasn't going to be able to think of one specific right this moment, mm-hmm. but I just have a really good one. When I interviewed, when I got the position, I was offered the position at eBay to be eBay style director. We had a million interviews. There were a million interviews. And, I kept moving further along till I had to fly from New York to San Jose, where eBay is headquartered, for yet another interview. So at that point, of course, I knew, I was in the sort of short list at this point, on the short list, and went in for a whole day. And I kid you not, for those of you who've been in this kind of situation, you know what I'm talking about. For those of you who have not, it's not, we're not making this up. It's not a story where, you can do like a whole day of interviews. And of course, when I was done with, you get there like at 8 a.m. for the breakfast interview, you're going to have coffee with so-and-so. Then at 9 a.m., you're going to have, breakfast with these 2 people. Then at 10 a.m., you're going to meet with the team who does so-and-so, and on and on. And so needless to say, when I got back to the hotel that night, I was exhausted physically and emotionally. And I was to fly out the next morning back to New York really early. And I said, here are the things, here are my takeaways. Here are my next steps. One of them being to write thank you notes. And I said, I think the first, the person who brought me out, the person who would be my boss if I got the job, I said, I think I'll write her thank you note now and just get it out the way. And I said, oh, shoot, I didn't bring, any stationery. So I guess I'll leave it for when I get back to New York. And God knows all I want to do now is hit the pillow. But then I said, oh, God, I just feel like I just want to do it now. I don't know what came over me. I just went to it. And I said, the the hotel stationery is actually nice. It was a boutique hotel. I'm sure I could look up the name now. It was a boutique hotel. It wasn't like Hilton. So it was like Hilton Stationery. It was a boutique hotel with its own. And I made a decision that, I think it would be nicer to actually send the thank you note as soon as possible versus on the hotel stationery versus wait and send it maybe 3 days from now. Then it has to go in the mail and then it's going to get to them. I just kind of quickly made that decision. And I wrote the note and I either put it in the mail or I asked the hotel to deliver it. I don't remember which, but either way, it would have gotten there, in a day or two. And I really didn't think of it as any big thing. And I do believe that and an anecdote I told, which is for another conversation, ultimately got me the job. My boss, the woman who became my boss, was so impressed. She told me later that she was so impressed that after a day of interviewing, which everybody who comes to work there does, it's so rare to see someone immediately put a thank you note together. And I really just thought, I knew it was the decent thing to do, a nice thing to do, or whatever, but I really didn't see it as a huge thing. But she saw it as a huge thing.
Wow. I can see that, especially after a long day of interviews.
Yeah.
That was a good decision. Those thank you notes, those handwritten thank you notes, I feel like even now, they just go a long
way. I think even more so now, maybe, because it's so, people you will, myself included, you'll write an email, saying thank you. And the other thing I'd add is, as long as we're talking about thank you notes and building relationships, I read this somewhere. I love to give credit where credit is due, but I really don't remember where I read this a few years ago, but I've incorporated it into my own advice to people, and which is this: if you have identified someone as a critical contact in that moment, or maybe you see them as being a critical contact 2 years from now, sometimes you don't know how important someone's going to be, right, to your career, your development. But if you've identified someone as critical and you may have no relationship at all, or you may be building a relationship, right? You know them, you have some kind of relationship with them, and you're at a critical juncture. Let's say that juncture is, I know I am so perfect for this job, and I've, met this person, or they've been introduced to me, I've been introduced to them by a very important person. So you're kind of in their bandwidth somehow. Mm-hmm. Or I'm doing this particular pitch to this very important store and I know I'm almost there. Evaluate the situation is my point. Yeah. And then do something that makes you stand out. Send them. It does not have to be expensive. And as a matter of fact, it probably shouldn't be expensive. But something, so it's some version of that thank you note. So maybe it's that thank you note. In my case, quite by accident, I sent it like immediately. I did it that night, right? Maybe you find out that this person loves chocolate. Yeah. And you send a little box of chocolates with a great letter or a great presentation. Maybe in the age of digital, of course, you'll send a digital presentation, but maybe you then print it out and put it with this little gift. Mm-hmm. There used to be in my community a little store called Mr. Cookie. And Mr. Cookie made these cute little cookie boxes. And I never used it in this way I'm describing, but I did use it as gifts to people because it was just, it's just like something different and it's artisanal. Mm-hmm. I know a man who's a high flyer, very powerful in the beauty industry. And I always cultivated my relationship with him, and he was always very nice to me. And we even worked on things together. And one day, he had invited me to an event, and one day his car and his driver was taking me home. And I wanted to, after a few years of knowing this man, I wanted to send him a meaningful little gift. And I was thinking, should I send a little box of Madeleines, a little box of chocolates, and it hit me. I'm like, this is his driver. It wasn't just a car, it was his driver. So, I chatted up the driver, and I was just honest with him. I said, listen, I don't have a big budget. Can I want to get your boss a nice little gift? And, and I was like, how it goes, right? You know how it goes. He's like, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. And I said, what are some of his favorite things? What would you recommend? And he said, and you know what? At risk of, hopefully this doesn't give it away, but he said, I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm like, that's what I want to know. Like, what is his favorite thing? He said he collects monkeys. Anything that's, it can be made of silver, of wood, of chocolate.
Wow.
So, I just found something little, with monkeys. One time I wanted to send Ralph Lauren something. I didn't follow through on this, but give you one more quick example. I knew that Ralph Lauren collects expensive vintage cars. And it was something like his 70th birthday or the 50th year in business, something like that. Listen, I'm not Anna Wintour, I'm not the president, I'm not one of his, millionaire, billionaire friends. So thinking like, what can I get him to build a relationship? I called up my brothers. My 3 brothers are car freaks. I'm like, if I bought a toy car for a collector of vintage cars, he's a connoisseur, what toy car would I get? And they told me. And I worked at eBay at the time, and I bought the toy car. I don't know, maybe it cost me $40. I don't remember. And it was I didn't do it. I told you, like, I'm bad at saying it. But it was my intention to send that. You think he wouldn't have been charmed and remember that?
He absolutely would have.
Right? Absolutely. Even though someone probably bought him a car for his 50th anniversary of his business or whatever. So just.
Sorry, you were in mid-sentence. You were in Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to come in real quick and say, what an amazing conversation. Like, it was almost like 2 girlfriends getting together.
Yeah, I love Constance.
Having a conversation. And I was just like, let me go get some tea.
Kitchen table talk.
Back and listen. I feel like I was like a fly on the wall having a conversation with 2 greats. So listen, I really appreciate you guys being here today. It was such a good time. You guys really, really dropped a lot of gems. Let me tell you, when Fee was saying that she's in this industry, but she doesn't play by these rules. She's one of the most down-to-earth people that you will ever meet in your life. I always laugh about she took me to 10th Street Pizza, which now I'm hooked on. Okay, because now I can't stop talking about it. I've been talking about it for forever. Every time I talk to her, I'm like, where's 10th Street Pizza? I want that. Anyways, Constance, Fee, thank you guys so much. I really, if it was up to me, I would still be like listening and having you guys talk for another 2 to 3 hours. But I know you guys are like, I'm done.
No, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure, especially this time.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Constance.
Yeah, it's like a breeze. We would have taught. We wouldn't have it jumped in. We would have. I'd be like, so Constance, can you tell me? I love like just listening to stories and just Constance just amazing. Her voice, just like she was just meant for this. It's
The energy here is amazing. So, ladies, I'm gonna go ahead and remove you guys from the stream, and I want to say a proper goodbye to everyone.
Bye.
Have a great
Be
day.
well. Take care of yourselves.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. Thank you again. All right. So there you have it, day one of All Black Everything Summit. I want to personally thank our presenting sponsor, Visa, for today. How amazing. I also want to thank Splashlight Studios. Once again, look at these studios. It was such a comfortable day. You guys didn't have to worry about seeing a refrigerator. You didn't have to worry about my TV in the background. You didn't have to worry about, I got paper towels. because the first one I was at home. So this one, I'm living it up, y'all. Look at this. Look at this studio. It's amazing. So, and then I got my Oprah lighting on me. I'm loving it. So thank you guys so much for attending today. I want to end really quickly with, of course, our presenting sponsors message to small business owners, but then also I want to also let you guys know about Splashlight as well. So if you guys can just do 2 more minutes, I would love that. Thank you.
Local businesses are the heart and soul of our communities. They give thanks. They make a difference. They go the extra mile. They've always been there for us. It's time for us to return the favor, because where you shop matters. Visa, everywhere you want to be.